Hey everyone, welcome back. It is a Thursday night. Today is January 16, and we are going to have a lot of fun per usual tonight. I've got a couple of friends who said they're going to join me, and I'm very excited. I'm also very excited that Willie got his first place, as usual, in the comments section. Friends and faithful. I love it. Kaylee says, dang, you beat me. I was just about to say I beat Willie. Got to be quicker than that, Kaylee. Got to stay on your toes. All right, so let's see who we have in the clubhouse. We got my buddy Willie. Hey, good to see you, sir. Oh, look at the softer side of Sears today. Come on, headline. I love that. We are going to have fun tonight. I made sure I was prepared tonight. I got some extra videos in case we go into overtime. And wait, is that the Jason character behind you?
Michael Myers.
Or Michael Myers. Excuse me. I know that was disrespectful to get the characters confused. Michael Myers.
That was very disrespectful to not know what character that was.
My bad. Oh my God. That's kind of funny for him to be there over your shoulder. You know, some people have like angels and demons over the shoulder, and you got this guy. Okay. So you said you got to beat Willie. Yeah, that's actually pretty wild sounding. All right. So we're going to go over the topics. The topics tonight. Do you expect your wife to do the majority of the domestic chores? Let's see what kind of what kind of guys the men are. Question number 2, I'm going to have the guys describe a time they felt pressured by a woman they were just getting to know. What did she do? Oh, that's hilarious. Number 3, I said, when you're truly interested in a woman, what do you do differently with her than with someone you just want to get horizontal with? And then we're going to continue on with the throne questions. For the men who live alone, do you also sit in the bathroom for long periods of time? Number 5, what is something your mom did or does that you hope your wife does as well? And we have a bonus question since I was gone for so long. Do you think that women consider you an eligible bachelor? And if so, why do you think they see you that way? That was a very interesting set of questions. Those are interesting answers to watch. Then we've got a submitted question and then a bunch of videos that we're going to be checking out. So make sure you come on in and make sure that you hit that like button if you're enjoying it. If you have a friend who enjoys being entertained and social, go ahead and hit that share button. That lets YouTube know you're enjoying the show, and it will tell the algorithm to push it out to more people. After a few questions, I will check, have somebody snitch and let me know how many likes we have, and hopefully our likes match our views. All right, let's see who is in the clubhouse. Please drop your city and state so I can shout you out. Chavis says, greetings, Yonci, and everyone here. Hope all is well. Chavis, all this time I've been saying your name. I hope I'm saying it correctly. Let me know if I'm not. Janice said, hello from Brooklyn. I forgot it was Thursday. Well, girl, I am glad that you remembered and you got here just in the nick of time. I'm still holding out hope that you will become a patron and join us one of these days. Chavis says, I hope everyone is laid back like LeBron's hairline. He's coming with it. He said, greetings. I'm from Spring Hill, Louisiana, and living in St. Louis. All right, y'all. So let me know where you're watching from. I am watching from a town outside of Dallas. Kaylee is watching from Nashville, Tennessee. And Willie is somewhere where Jesus loves him. All right. I do like the name. All right. So we're going to get into this. Our other guests, so all this time he's been letting me say Chavis, and he's been so polite. So it's Chavis. Okay, not tripping at all. I have this thing about saying people's name correctly, so it's like a personal pet peeve for me. So I'm really glad that I just happened to ask. Chavis. Okay. All right, so let me get into this first question and open this up. And this is one that we have a poll on. Excuse me. All right. Do you expect your wife to do the majority of the domestic chores? Take a stab. Which one do you think got the overwhelming answer? Do you think it was an astounding yes or an astounding no? Or resounding, excuse me, not astounding. Oh, you're muted.
The fellas have been letting me down recently, so I'm gonna have to. I think they said no.
Okay. That would be an excellent guess because 74% said, no, I don't. I do not expect my wife to do the majority of the domestic chores. There is a question coming up, because you're in the group, but I recently asked, what tasks do you think that, men should be doing? Like, what would you expect to be doing? And then the next day I asked what chores that they think that their wife should be doing. So it's always interesting to see what people have to say. Not Nayusi says she can get on that domestic poll. That's funny. Hope you could join us again tonight, friend. It was good having you last week. All right, so let's get into this conversation. I think I know your answer, Willie, but feel free to share what your answer is. Would you expect your significant other to do the majority of the household chores?
I was on the phone with Mont, and I called him from my other phone, and he was like, "Who is this? Is it Whitley?" I said Whitley. He said, "Whitley, the Uber driver?" No, bro.
Not today.
Hey, I'm gonna call you right back.
Hi, Mont.
I hung up already. Yes, I expect my wife to do the majority of the domestic chores.
Okay.
The thing is though, if she works, I wouldn't like, since she has a job, I wouldn't want her to have to do that and then come home. I mean, I'm reasonable, so she can find someone to come and do that for her. So yeah,
Okay.
I pay all the bills in the house, so I'm coming from that standpoint. If I was only paying half of the bills, I wouldn't expect her to do. I mean, I would like for her to do it, but I don't think that it's a reasonable expectation for any two people to both work and then come home and only one person do it. Even though I understand the argument where the man is the one who's going to have to get up in the middle of the night to go see what that noise is, risk his life all the time, all the other shit. But that's rare if that ever happens. And laundry gets done twice a week. Bathrooms get cleaned every week.
I never thought I would hear a guy say that.
Well, I'm reasonable.
Who is taking over your body? I need to know what's the code word. Okay, no, I'm just playing. What pastry is the code word? Oh my God. No, and it's true though. That stuff is stuff that you would hope doesn't happen. It's almost like insurance. You hope it doesn't ever happen. But if it's there, it's nice to know that it's there.
She said hiring help. I mean, that's the thing though. It's a domestic thing, so that's coming out of her bills. Like, I pay for everything else. Like, so if she doesn't want to do it, she can pay Consuelo or Maria to do whatever she wants to. Like, I'm not tripping at all. I mean, I would much rather have her time freed up where she could spend it with me or on me instead of having her like doing dishes and laundry and shit.
You said with or on, either or. If you've just joined in, I see there are 11 people right now. Make sure you say hi so I can shout you out. And if you're feeling really friendly, let us know where you are watching from. It's good to see who is watching because YouTube doesn't show me like Instagram does. All right, so let's get to a couple. I'm going to read 3. I'm feeling generous. So here's what one guy said. Yes, but mainly because that's what we negotiated since I pay almost all the bills. However, I'll always assist in getting some of those things done or take over those things when it makes sense. She works as well, so I don't want to be one of those guys who is always laying around on my time off when I could be helping out. Comment number 2. Hell no, especially if we are both working. This is a partnership. Sorry, let me correct myself. This is the partnership. We cover each other and have each other's back in a multitude of arenas, from finances, child rearing, and household duties. Support each other. Kick those 1940s traditions to the curb. Last but not least, I cook and shop because I manage the money spent on groceries extremely well. I plan according to what we usually eat and add in razzle-dazzle meals. Now, the cleaning, I'm not that strong in. You really did great, Willie. I didn't know how you'd hold up with that last one, but kudos to you. You are still, well, not standing, but sitting.
The last two, you could tell like they didn't have dads growing up. I just was letting you read them because
Really?
no man that had a father grow up that he saw his dad providing for his mom doing the womanly stuff would post no silly shit like that. So that's why I said like I knew it, but you were reading. I didn't want to interrupt you, so I just tried to keep my face together.
Yeah, I did catch the razzle dazzle, DA. All right, y'all. There are many more answers, but if you want to read them all, you got to be a patron. If you are a patron, you will get to see everything, and you get to see them a week early. You don't have to wait till their comments are old and dusty here on YouTube. You can get them fresh out of the package. Okay. All right. So let's get to the second question. Second question is: describe a time you felt pressured by a woman. Let me go ahead and get this up. There we go, up on here. Describe a time you felt pressured by a woman you were just getting to know. What did she do to make you feel pressured? All right, I'm going to start reading some comments, and if you have a story to tell, then I'm going to jump to you. Okay. This guy said, I dealt with a woman who I thought was going to be a keeper, but she was much too aggressive about going too far, too fast. We only knew each other for a couple of months, and she was already talking about wanting to get married to me, wanting another child ASAP. Now, don't get me wrong. She was a nice person and had the looks to go along with it, but her constant pressure and talks about getting married after only knowing each other 3 to 4 months was a bit much. I felt overwhelmed by the unnecessary pressure she was putting on me. I was much younger back then and really liked her, but I had enough sense to know it wasn't going to work. She even tried lying to me, saying she was on birth control and wanted to start having intimate encounters without protection. I knew that it was a setup so she could get pregnant and get the child she wanted and try to lock me into staying with her and get married. I felt her behavior was irrational.
Sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at that.
That's all you said. Hold up.
I apologize.
Was irrational and insane. We ended up breaking up soon after because I didn't trust her. Sometimes women have a countdown list of things they want to do by a certain time in their life. Well, let's unpack that one. I would say as a rule of thumb, yes, you never want to pressure a guy with his timeline because even if he says yes, you're always going to wonder if he did it because he caved, not because he actually wanted to. I'm glad that gave you a good chuckle there, buddy.
She act like being a single mother is new. Oh man, the fastest way to make sure a man's not a father is to force him to be one.
Out of control. This guy said he felt pressured by a woman he was just getting to know because she guilt tripped him, which means it sounds like he did it, into sharing my location, read receipts, and phone passcode. Sheesh. This is someone he was just getting to know. This other guy said, I met a stage 5 clinger on a dating app called BLK. No bold moves came from me. I never asked for her number. She just gave it to me. And I didn't even have to set up the first date. She did. By the second date, she invited me to her place and made me steak and potatoes. That was nasty AF. And she was talking about how she wants me to cut everybody off and marry her. That one was my favorite. That was wild. That was wild. So, welcome, Mont. Welcome, Mont.
What's up, y'all?
We're talking about women who are doing too much. This is a time that men felt pressured by a woman you were just getting to know. Do you have any juicy stories, or should I read the next comment?
I'm sure I do. I just I'd have to think, but I absolutely, that's what women do.
We'll give you some time.
Well, every man has stories of women trying to pressure him to do some shit. Like
no, he's saying he does. He got to just remember.
Well, I was saying like, you can ask any guy. That's what dating is for us. Women trying to pressure us to do shit we don't want to do.
I had a girl. I had a girl ask me. Well, this is when I was young. No, I'm probably like 22, if that. I don't know. But I had a girl. She asked me to get her nails done, at the but like I had sex with her, like we probably did it like 3-4 times.
Yeah.
She like, can you get my nails done? And I was like, why? Like, why are you asking me to get your nails done?
Right.
But she was just like, we be fucking, so I figured like you should be able to get my nails done. I was like, no.
Oh,
in
that's,
my
Yeah.
in
I
my
like the
older
why.
in my older straight to the point age, I will say that I have adopted the saying that if I'm in your guts, you can be in my pockets. So that's also why I tend to not sleep with people that I'm not in relationships with, because I could have a roster of 10 women and be hitting them all. That's 10 nails. That's $200 a pop. That's
Yeah.
$2,000 a month. So I look at that type of stuff like it's a bill, like a
Yeah.
reoccurring subscription to the vagina, and I'm not willing to pay, $200, $500 a month to access a woman's vagina that I'm just sleeping with. Like, because at that point, I'm just using her body to beat my meat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I have any type of long-term plans. Because if I'm dating a woman, like, I don't mind paying I pay for nails and all that type of stuff, because whatever, it's money. But
Yeah.
every desirable man breathing has been pressured by. There's an aspect of pressure being placed on him by the women that he dates, because they always want us to do shit on their timelines and under or in accordance with their like feminine imperatives, and it's just something we have to learn to navigate as men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome, Greg.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Early on in life, I didn't spend money on like women because it was just because I felt like they were getting the better out of that exchange anyway. Like back then, that's when I used to do it for sport. Like I used to like I didn't even want to have sex with women sometimes, and I just did it for them. Like back then, yeah. But these
Wow.
days, as an older man, it's like it's just it's kosher to spend a couple $.
Okay. I'm over here. Some people are ready to come on, so I gotta. Sheesh, I'm keep trying to mute this. Doggone. What's so funny? We always joke about me being demonetized. To get too crazy. And so I got this notification on my phone last week, and it said your video has been demonetized. And I gasped. I was like, oh my God, we finally did it. And then when I actually looked at it, it was because one of the videos I played had a song in it. I was like, I was ready to give you the Arthur Fist in my text you the Arthur Fist, Willie, but nope, it was a doggone video that
I know like the demonetization, right? You get past the 7, like you can curse past the 7-minute mark. Just profanity can't make up more than 10% of the words you say. Like, so I broke the algorithm down. So if you do get demonetized, I assure you it will not be because of me.
Oh my gosh. Well, we gotta try to keep it clean for the good people on the channel still, but I thought that was pretty funny that I jumped to conclusions and then I was like, oh. My little thought bubble was like, these guys.
Yonci, you should be clipping up these long form videos. You leaving a lot of money on the table.
No, I literally I have been supposed to do that. If anybody wants to do that for me, I will hire someone to do that, because I always say, oh, I'm going to do it. And then I never do it. Because,
you don't need to hire nobody. I just sent you an app to use. Just sign up for that app and it'll do it for you. And it does captions and it gives you viral scores and everything. I just put it in the chat.
Send that to me too.
It's in the chat. You can too.
Wow. Okay, so let me put this in. Just ignore this, as I will forget if I don't put it on here. Okay, good to know. So those who just came back, hey Nayusi,
Hey.
we are talking about, as you can see from the caption or the little title, when a woman put pressure on you. We just had the cleaning crew come, and now I don't know where any of my stuff is. My desk got cleaned. Okay. Normally have my little scratch paper right there. So anytime you guys, do you have a story where a woman pressured you, someone you were just getting to know?
It feels foreign.
You said what?
Into what?
It feels foreign to me.
Oh, just anything, like pressure you about the relationship, mostly relationship, like trying to speed things along. So you guys don't feel on the spot. I'm going to read a couple more. This one said, I had a woman take me to the jewelry store she worked at and darn near forced me to buy her favorite ring to propose to her. Needless to say, she never got the proposal. Let me do one more. Last week, he said, she told me where I'm going to take her on our first date. Needless to say, she never received that call. It doesn't work that way over here.
People, girls you not even with will be trying to pressure you. Like girls that you aren't even romantically dealing with. It's girls on my Instagram who like occasionally they'll comment. They'll be like, "Y'all not married yet?" Like, damn, you speed up like
Tag
Live.
me in those comments. I like responding to those comments. Like, are you not married? You know how I know you're not married? Because you minding this man's business and worry about what they doing with their nuptials. You bum.
Hey.
We got our first super chat. Thank you, Miss Lynette. We miss you, girl. Thank you for the love. I appreciate that. Good to see you.
Someone said, "Hey, if you're getting all that cheesecake, you're gonna get married soon." That's the plan, but this is my thing, right? So listen.
Hey, don't put a timer on me.
Well, not just put a timer on me, man. Like, if you ask me why I'm not doing something, you better be doing it too. It's kind of like a fat person asking me why I'm not in the gym because I want to look like you. Like it's real just hypocritical for some people to ask us that type of shit. Like, we know what we're doing.
I think people get excited. It's kind of like the thing where you say, if you're single, like, when are you going to get in a relationship? Then you get in a relationship. Oh my God, when are you going to get married? Then you get married. When are you going to get engaged? Then you get engaged. When are you going to get married? Then you finally get married. When are you going to have kids? Then you have a kid. They're like, when are you going to have another kid? You can give them a sibling. Like, there's like this kind of natural,
These are strangers, though. Like, these are strangers. And that's why, like, with strangers, you automatically got to assume they come with nefarious intent behind the slick shit they say. And I don't let shit slide. Excuse me.
But also sometimes people think you're the internet cousins or
But also like it's when somebody asks you something like that, it's also like an understanding of like you're not intelligent and you don't understand, you don't know what nuance means, right? Because like people assume that like, okay, you're a person, you date someone for a year, you get married, you get proposed. Like, no, that's not how the world works.
Yeah,
people are different. Like you may be like who said that the girl wanted to marry me?
Oh,
who said that?
It's like asking a woman like, when are y'all gonna have babies, not knowing if she can have children or not.
Exactly.
I made that mistake one time, and I felt so bad. Like, I feel like I should have paid for IVF for those people because they had done 3 or 4 rounds, and like he pulled me to the side later and told me, but she was real toe up about it. I'm kind of direct in how I say shit, so I felt real bad, like real bad.
Or they could have just had a miscarriage.
Exactly. Well, shit, if it would have been that, I would have donated some money to him or some shit. But like, I actually felt bad because they've been together for like 6 years. Didn't know they had been trying to have a baby for 5.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah, I think people be projecting too. Like, I think people be wanting to live vicariously through other people. Like, if they see a relationship that they idolize and people are doing, from the outside looking in, doing well, they want to, expedite the relationship because they want that for themselves.
Right. No, I think that's a fact. Welcome to the stage, Alicia.
Hi everybody, how are you guys doing?
What's going on?
I'm so sad. I'm like the
What's
picture.
going on?
Let's try this again. How everybody doing?
Good. I'm chilling.
Who wants to can you guys introduce yourself and where you're from?
Let me take the banner away so you could see. Hold on.
I don't know who you guys are, so I just want to say.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yeah, when I have the banner, it takes the names off. So we got Willie. I would say he was our resident bully, but he's not a bully. He's turned a new leaf, and we've got the new softer side of Willie, and his face is covered most of the time because his title is right there.
Willie motherfucking Beeman.
That's okay. Willie. Then we have Mont in the middle. So sweet, so kind, voice of reason. I say that because he and I usually agree on everything. And then we have Greg. Greg is one of the newer ones. We're like, you definitely got to come back. Who was your recruiter? Was it Mont?
It was Mont.
Yep.
Mont, yeah, you did good, Mont. So we said we like Greg. We want him to come back. And then we got Nayusi. He is a gem. He had the nerve to get sick and was gone for a couple of weeks with COVID. So it was terrible without him. So,
I ain't seen that. Doctors know either, bro. I ain't seen a positive COVID test.
My email is.
You might have been over there on some cam shit and been cheating on us on another show.
Let me see your history. Come on, let me see your YouTube history.
I got you.
Oh my goodness. So
well, nice meeting everybody.
This is the crew. We got Lynette in the house. Oh, Lynette's just showing love. That's 2 times. Thank you, Lynette. She's actually one of our cast members who comes on from time to time. As of late, she's been, staying in the comments, which is okay. She's showing love. But that's 2 super chats for Lynette. Thank you so much, darling. For those of you who might be new to the show is 2 hours. We are half an hour into it. If you are enjoying it so much that you don't want the show to end, you can always put money on the books. You can do that through Zelle or Cash App, and I will put that up in the comments in a little bit. But you can do that to extend the show. So $1 a minute. If you want 30 minutes, $30, etc., etc. Okay, but let's get back to it. We are still on question number 2. Anybody else have any stories they want to share? A time you felt pressured by a woman you were just getting to know.
I wasn't just getting to know her, but my older son's mom asked me to marry her at her grandmother's funeral.
At whose funeral?
Her grandmother. So I felt real pressured.
That's interesting.
Was it just the 2 of you, or were other people in earshot?
There was a gang of people there. It was in Louisiana. You know how they do funerals.
Oh, and everyone's all emotional at funerals and stuff.
No, I was 20, and I was like, you can't say no at a funeral. That's rude.
That's wild. Not one more like. Y'all, we are at 6 likes and 16 viewers. So 10 of y'all, don't be stingy with your like. It just one little, click of the finger. Okay. All right. So let's see. Catch up on these comments real quick. Goodness, I keep clicking too many times. Okay. All right. Let's see here. All right. So here's the next question. Okay. When you are truly interested in a woman, what do you do differently with her than someone you just want to smash? So let's say, for example, okay, now you see.
We don't even need an example. We know. We can answer that.
Okay, wait a minute. Now this has been hanging out too much with mine and Willie, and he started early. So he said $10. He said it's all in love, but run it. So wait, that could go 2 ways. All in love means love offering, or run it means nah. Yeah. All right, doggone. 10 minutes on the clock. Yeah, I'm telling you that she done moved everything around. I don't know where my little notes are. I have a whole there they are. I have a stack I usually have. Okay. All right. Got my note paper. We're gonna put 10 minutes on the clock. So right now we're staying after school an extra 10 minutes, y'all. Thanks to Nayusi. Thank you so much. All right. Hilarious. So what do you do?
I do differently. I listen to her.
Oh,
because if you're just trying to smash, I'm not listening.
Very interesting. Ladies, take notes.
That's very interesting because, like, I thought about this a couple years ago. Like, the girls who, like, I've had girls who, like, I was fucking years on and off, and I don't know anything about them. I'm like, yo, I really never had like a full deep conversation with this individual. Yeah. Like, I know they got kids or stuff like that, but like I never had a deep conversation with them.
Was surface level stuff.
Yeah, and I just posted that. I was like, one of the signs of a guy who's just trying to hook up, he's not going to go deep because you're not going to invest that time into something like you don't care. Sometimes you don't care either when it's the person you really do like, but you at least want to be supportive. But if you don't even like her like that, you definitely don't want to hear about what's going on at work or blah blah blah, whatever.
But if we do get deep and you're somebody that I wouldn't be in a relationship with, you'll just be like a friend at that point, a friend that
Yeah. You want to get deep, but not like that.
Because a lot of girls.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. Mont can't stand me. He's like, you were the corniest human being. Sorry, go ahead, Mont. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Whoever next can go.
He's like,
no, I'll answer the question. When are you truly interested in a woman? What do you do differently? Then it's a completely different world when you actually like a girl. Like, it's a completely different world. You're not pressuring. I know for me, I don't think about sex with them until because you don't want to be the person to lead that. You want her to lead that. You want her to like really let you know when it's time. With like her, you'll feel it when she letting you know that it's time. But everybody, a girl that you don't want to go deep like that with. You pressing the issue a little bit more, you know.
Yeah.
You hitting her up a little bit later, you know, things like that. Yeah.
It's funny because that's like specifically what I teach in my course, and I had written about in the recent posts. You know, they don't go deep, and they're not going to press that, because I took a poll from you guys a while back and said, do you guys try to initiate sex when you really like the woman? And they said, no, we'll try to let the relationship develop. And then you want to make sure for anything that she's comfortable. And then those of you who are seasoned and know your stuff, you know, if you don't pressure a woman for sex, it has the reverse psychology, you know, effect. And she's practically going to be pulling them drawers off. So Barnett says, what is deep? Serious question, because I'm a simple man. Are you asking what we mean by going deep? And if so, typically it's like getting into your feelings, getting into your hopes, your desires, things that go beyond your favorite color and what is the last good movie you watched.
Yeah, I think for me, like, the conversation is definitely going to be very surface level. Like, we're not going to be like, you know, I'm not going to ask about your family, or like, if it's just about sex, the conversation is going to be very short, and it's usually going to be hit you up on maybe like the weekends when I'm free. Like, I'm definitely not going to engage conversation, you know, when it's time that I could be doing something else.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. 6 of you guys are holding out your likes on YouTube. If you don't know how to do it, while you are on your cell phone, if you have the comments open and it looks like this and you see it moving, you have to hit the little X to close that out. Then once you close it out, then you could see the like button and then tap that like button. But go ahead and do that. Yay, they're going up. All right, we got 11 likes. Hilarious. Look at the still that my face is frozen on. Did y'all see that before it went away? That's pretty funny. I don't know why it's frozen on the screen.
Well, you know, also, these aren't like, this is a nuanced topic too, because some men actually, they use the strategy of seeming serious to get their box. Versus like, so like, if I am serious, I'm really not asking you about sex. I'm trying to get to know you.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of guys will do that in order to get the box from you, you know, because that's the only way they know how to do it. It's the only way they can do it. So, you know, versus other guys who can like let you know pretty much like, yo, he's trying to fuck me, and it still is what it is, versus another guy who gotta act like he like you, and he gotta like, you know, put a lot of effort in and make you think he like you, and then he just bounce after that. So
I don't do anything different other than so I just add intention. I've never had to switch up. I'm intentional about it when it's long term. I mean, then I'm hitting you raw, but I mean, that's a given.
I'm cursing. Dang, my bad.
That's a given. But like,
I'm like happy tonight.
I've never. I don't have like okay, well, I just want to smash her. Versus I'm trying to like, because I don't even know if I want to do anything more with you, honestly, most of the time until we've had sex. So that's also
him in the sex test.
Because there's not much else for me on the other side anyway, given, you know, the way my life is set up. So generally speaking, I'm intentional. If I see something in you and I like you, I'm intentional about you after that. That's when I start trying to figure out, you know, hey, what problems do you have that I can solve? Start being open to teach you stuff, you know, shit like that. But if it's just a physical thing, I don't know what your birthday is, your favorite color. Like, I don't know that about someone I'm trying to date until we start dating and talking about those things. So I don't have a script. But then it's like, either way, it's so easy for men to get sex from women. Yeah,
fix that sentence?
No, I'm trying to think how to word it.
You want to put an adjective in front of men?
For desirable men.
There we go. Some guys will be like,
woman
oh,
out there, because, like, I mean, again, when it comes to desirable men and women, y'all outnumber them 1,000 to 1. So for those guys, the only thing easier to get them, you know, to easier get them vagina is water at that point. All you have to do is, like you said, don't push for it, talk it, don't, you know what I'm saying, it's lead with your dick, or, you know what I'm saying, your money, and just she gonna get, you know, the password to her vagina turns back into password. Like, it's not complicated. You just don't have to do a whole lot to get it.
I don't remember who said this, but somebody said women know generally within like 15 minutes of meeting you.
Hell
They're
yeah.
gonna give it to you. And after that, it's on you to either confirm it or fuck it up.
You talk yourself out of 110% more vagina than you ever talk yourself into.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. Alicia, when you're just trying to get in a man's pants, how do you switch? No, I'm just playing.
I was like, wait, what?
She said,
Huh?
when you just want them draws, okay? You don't care. No, I'm just playing. We are going to move on. Hey, Chanel. Good
Hey,
to have you,
Chanel.
darling.
But some of y'all do it too.
Hey,
So
y'all.
it's all good.
Clutch my
Whatever.
pearls.
Y'all see we got backup tonight.
Yes, girls in the
Again.
house. Oh, goodness. Okay, so let's get to the third question. No, fourth question. We're on the third one. Okay, so this is, I kind of posted them out of order, but when I first initially asked the question, I went in order. So if you guys are like, why did you keep coming back to this topic? That's why. But my question, I've seen so many videos on Instagram of men who stay in their restroom forever. We even recreated a video where, have you guys seen that one where the woman is holding the guy and he's like leaning on her for support and he's got the little Bambi legs and it says, teaching my husband how to walk after being in the bathroom for 3 hours or sitting on the toilet for 3 hours. There's so many videos about guys in the restroom. So I'm like, why do you guys stay in there for so long? So I asked the men if they do it to get away from their wives, the ones who, are married. And then this question I asked the men who live alone, do you sit on the toilet for long periods of time? Which, disclaimer, by the way, it is very bad for you health-wise. So many medical professionals have explained why that's bad. Now you see us saying no. Any guys in here who just hang out in there for long, long periods of time?
When I live by myself, hell no. I don't have a reason to stay in there with that funk. Like when I'm living with somebody, I have a reason to. It's the one place I know that they won't come into. Like, I've been married, 1.5 times before, and I know that the time that I was spending in the bathroom then is probably 800% longer than it is now. I would try to get in there and get the. I'm so bougie now. I cover my nose when I shit. Like I don't want to be in there that long. So I'm not. And the only time I am is like if I'm on the phone or something, and then I just forget. But then when my feet start getting tingly and shit, it's time to get up.
Right. Kaylee's asking, why is it medically not good for you? So we're not meant. What'd you say?
You get hemorrhoids for one.
Yeah, because all your I guess innards are putting pressure on that lower region, and you have a large vein around, we'll just say the opening, the back door. And when you're sitting like that, your body is meant to be pushing down. That's how your body is designed to be, excreting whatever needs to be excreted. And so if you're just sitting like that, it's causing it to be in that position for a very long time, and you can get hemorrhoids. It's really bad for you. So if you just want to hang out, put the lid down and sit on top of the lid, but to sit it open bowl with no support is not good. So let's see.
Suffer with that though, like that.
You said what?
You know how miserable you got to be in your own house by yourself to want to stay in the bathroom that you just blew up. Like, 4 bathrooms, 4.5 bathrooms in here. Like no.
I didn't even think about that because you got to contend with the smell. All right, so we're gonna see what percent single guys say. Yeah, I chill in there. I kick it hard. 39% said no.
No food in the refrigerator. Their Wi-Fi must be slow because ain't no way. No,
it is a mystery to me. Oh my gosh!
I'll do it if say if you had a party, right? So, you know what I'm saying? So I came over to your party, but I didn't like the people there. I just go hang out in the bathroom. Y'all think I'm in there boo-booing, but I'm just in there chilling.
Right. My daughter likes to do TikTok dances in the mirror. So she'd be in there.
I have yet to do a TikTok.
You're not over here like.
No.
Oh, that is hilarious. Okay, so but this is funny. So I'm on the Robinhood investment, no segue, just popped up, but it said I got a 50-cent dividend just now. Woohoo, big money. But just out of curiosity, this is totally off topic. Actually, let me make a new banner so that we can see this. Hold on. Yeah, I do need to get better at cutting up the show. So the TikTok ban. So I personally am invested in Meta. I was fortunate enough to invest in them in 2020. And so that stock has done me very well. But with the TikTok ban, I asked Chat GPT today, and it said there is a very good chance that that's going to affect the Meta stock. So curious to know what you guys think about the ban. My son was hipping me last night to all the talk about little red book, how all these TikTokers are joining this Chinese app that's like basically their answer to TikTok and all that.
It's like Red Note or something.
Yes, it's Red Note, but the people said that you want to call it Red Book, which I'll let you look on your own. Why? But there's a meaning to that, because for a lot of people who are joining it, it's kind of an FU to the people who have banned it. So if you look up why they say to call it Little Red Book, then it's more of like a kind of like an inside joke thing. So they're trying to get everyone to start doing that if you don't call it the actual name. But he was showing me all these funny videos. They said that everyone's calling themselves TikTok refugees, and they're learning. Oh my God, I have to show, maybe I can download it, but one of the videos that was so funny, it's a guy in the front seat, and the vantage point is like you're in the back seat as a kid, and he goes, look, we're about to go into this new app. Now, I don't want y'all asking for nothing, acting up, and it's like this whole mom speech, but he does it in this clever way about like Americans, don't F this up, like don't embarrass ourselves. But it was really cute. But anyone have thoughts on the TikTok ban? I know a lot of people make their income from there. And so that's a scary thing.
I don't have TikTok. So I don't look at it.
You probably don't care then at all.
I used it
one
time, and I had a student of mine comment and say, Ms. Harrison, I'm in your class, and I deleted it right after.
She said, no, ma'am, no, sir.
I was like, yeah, I'm good. We're good off that. But I am curious to know what the outlet is going to be for a lot of students when TikTok is gone.
Yeah.
Like drugs and hot Takis
all the time. And I know a lot of students that is their favorite pastime. Like, they need TikTok.
Yeah. I think
those screenhead kids love TikTok. I hate it. I hate how often I see kids like on the phone and like so involved in their phones. They're not like living in like the world they actually live in. But I mean, the kids are down there. Just gonna have to go back to experiment with drugs and eating hot Cheetos and shit all day.
I am so done with the experimenting with drugs. I'm gonna set up what Yonci sent me because this is pretty funny. Anybody here on the channel or in the comments a big fan of TikTok? I personally, again, TikTok because they did me really dirty. I finally hit all their metrics for monetization. I probably told the story before, but the site allegedly down when I went to the upload screen where you upload your proof of doing it, and I was so pissed because it took so much work to hit all the marks. You have to get like 100,000 views and over 10K followers and all this stuff, and I was pissed. There was no like, hey, if it's down, go here. It just was like, okay, and then of course when it's back up, now you don't have the metrics anymore. So I personally was pissed because they said they give you really good money on that platform, but I was like, whatever. But yeah, nobody here is a big fan
of what?
Of TikTok.
I like TikTok. I think the whole thing is like TikTok. Y'all don't understand how much money was being made on TikTok. Like TikTok was TikTok was Shein and Temu brought to you on a better package. Like that TikTok shop was crazy. Like people was making in commissions 100,000 a month, 50,000 a month just off commissions, probably more than that. So that's going to really impact a lot of people losing TikTok. That's like losing YouTube. It's a lot of people who really make a living off of YouTube.
Right.
Yeah. But I think TikTok was about to be the biggest competition for Amazon. Like people who sell Amazon FBA, people who sell on Marketplace, the Walmart Marketplace. That was gonna be like real big. They was taking a lot of market share. Plus, like the ad spend, people taking, girl, I'm busy. Go. I love you. Bye. People taking the like, cause you gotta market on Facebook, you gotta market on Instagram, you gotta pay for those ads. Yeah. A lot of those customers are splitting, like even me, like part of my budget is split to TikTok. So it's like all of that money going to come back to those other platforms and Google and all that type of stuff.
Right. They were showing the people who were voting, and I believe it was the Senate who was voting, and they said that a good bunch of them have actual vested interest in the Meta stock, which is a direct competitor with TikTok. And so it feels like that's scandalous that somebody who is literally invested, not figuratively, but literally invested in something that has a vested interest is allowed to vote on getting rid of the competition. Like that's wild.
Well, you could look at all this public stock, any senator, public official, all of their stock trades are public information. And if that's what you're talking about, is something that happens with everything else in life, like every other company it happens with. I like the fact that TikTok said, okay, you know what? We're not going to sell the company, or ByteDance, right? The company that owns TikTok. We're not going to sell the company. We're just going to shut it down. Y'all don't want us in America. We're just going to shut it down, and we're not going to let American users there. But the crazy thing is like she said, she's a teacher of students. One of the things like that, anybody with children and who understands how children's minds work, they're going to find a way to get TikTok, and all they have to do is use a VPN to get into TikTok. Just put a VPN on their phone, cut their phone back off, and they'll be able to get right back to TikTok again until they go and do like it's not hard. It's like, think about all these states that ban porn. I'm telling you, tissue like availability is still at an all-time low in South Carolina because VPN sales went up, and now they still watching Pornhub, X videos, all the rest of that. I mean, so if there's a want to do something, the kids are going to figure out a way to do it. And I mean, shit, just buy Meta option and push them out for 6 months. You'll 3-4 extra money. Not financial advice. My Series 7 is expired, but just saying.
So Naisi said, he sent this graphic. It says, in loving memory of Tikiana Toxin. September 20th, 2016. Wait, it was only started in 2016?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, I didn't realize it was that like young.
TikTok didn't get popular until COVID.
TikTok blew up.
Yeah, I didn't hear about it until much later.
Wow.
They thought it was for kids, and then like some good videos started, popping up on there. So
just like OnlyFans wasn't for girls trying to, sell pictures of their buttholes at first.
It said Tikiana Toxin, born September 20th, 2016, left an indelible mark on the hearts of those who knew it. Its laugh, provoking spirit, and unwavering kindness defined its essence, creating a legacy of warmth and compassion that will forever be cherished.
The Paul Bears going away parties for TikTok.
Oh my God. It's so wild how it's like impacted the culture. He said the
people need jobs.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna see if I have the video still that my son sent me, because it was so funny. Oh yeah, okay, so I have it. So here you guys go. You probably hear the audio.
Okay, listen here. Before we get out of this car and go into this new app, Red Note, I'm telling y'all right now, y'all better act right. Okay? Y'all better act right. I don't care what shut up. Let me finish talking. I don't care what nobody else doing. I don't care what they doing. I don't care. Listen, me and mine, we gonna act right, okay? Black women, y'all still minding y'all business in 2025. I'm here in solidarity and support. YNs, hush. YNs, come over here with that foolery. Okay? We are new here. We are refugees. We don't know how to try to do things, right? So we just go make our videos and mind our business and have a good time. Don't make us talk to y'all twice, because I'm coming the third time. All right? Respect the community policy. All right, get out the damn car. Let's go.
I thought that was so funny.
We're refugees.
You're right. There's so many videos they started showing me, those cracking me up. But he said one person, everyone was pretty much behaved, but one person had the nerve to be like, speak English, because the whole app, is in characters. It's it's Chinese based. And I was like, bro, this is literally their app that you guys are jumping on. So
it's sad how desperate and dopamine numb these people are, that they have to go find something else so fast to fill that itch. Like, I feel bad for these kids. Like, I always look at, like, I'm not big on screen time if I can avoid it, you know what I'm saying, for like mindless shit like TikTok, but I feel really bad when these kids are like so pressed. It's kind of like when you see a crackhead, like, all right, well, I can't smoke crack no more. I'm gonna do smoke cigarette stuff. I'm gonna smoke weed. You know what I'm saying? And then they try to have to stare. I feel really, really bad for these kids and their parents, because I know these kids are about to be annoying as hell.
I just think about what would happen if all the social media went away, because it's become part of our lifestyle. You know, if something big happens, something crazy with an election, everybody
I think that
wants
would
to
be
go on
great.
social media. Or you get
That would be
engaged,
great.
you post, not for me, but I've made lifelong friends through social media. You know, there's so much that has happened because of social media. So
it'll just be something else.
Man, it wasn't nothing else before social media. If social media go away, I think it'd be a great thing for society.
You get a taste of it when you see like the blackouts that happen with Instagram or Facebook, and everybody's like, "Is my Instagram working? Is it just me, or is it you?"
And it was always the trifling people that was panicking too, because they was worried about like, damn, did they ban me? Damn, did somebody hack my account? They're about to leak all these sex tapes I've been posting in my subscribers only. I felt you could see all the content creators going crazy.
Not when Facebook went down, people called the police. That is hilarious if that is true. Now you see his face. I can imagine 911. My Facebook is down.
I can understand it from the aspect you were saying, Yonci, with just like knowing so many people and it being an outlet for communication. But some people are just like I can't. Oh my God, what is his name? I can't even see people's names right here. But he said something about like.
Oh, it's probably not used. Or hold on, let me take it away there so you can see it.
There it is, Willie. Saying just like how people are always like used to that dopamine hit, and even with the children, it's like they are conditioned to have that be a part of their system now. Even in one of my classes as well, like the students, it's an art class, of course. So like they're drawing and they pick up their phone like every 5 seconds. Yeah. Draw a little bit, pick up their phone. Like it's an addiction.
My daughter calls it brain rot. You know, it's like you get into this habit. What was I going to say? One of the things though, on the more, you know, helpful side is I like how information can get out quickly. What's interesting, I don't know if any of you guys saw that Zuckerberg went on Joe Rogan's show and he said how the Biden administration directly contacted Facebook, the Facebook team, and was like, you are not going to say anything negative about the virus. If anybody has bad reactions, any type of things like that, you are supposed to mark it as misinformation. And so at the beginning, they thought, well, this is the government and we don't know what's going on, so we should do this. And then he said after a while, it was like, wait, this is wrong. We're censoring people. So I feel like with social media, when you're not censored, big stuff can get out. There's a story that Monte's been posting updates on, but it was a Eagles fan, I want to say, at a Philadelphia game. Did you guys hear about this? This guy went off on this chick. So he's in Philadelphia surrounded by his teammates, and there's this not Eagles. She Eagles? No, I can't remember the team. One of them a couple was there with everybody else from the other team. And so the guy who is amongst the majority, he starts ripping into the girl, and he actually calls her the C word. And the boyfriend,
what's the C word?
See you next Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hunt with a C.
I didn't know people said that. I didn't know people call people that. Okay.
Yeah. I thought that was like the 18th century or like.
Yeah, I think that's a Caucasian thing anyway. Well,
Okay.
I don't think we really use that, but they were. And so he said it, and I think he doubled down and said it again. And so we were saying how I can't believe the boyfriend kept his composure. Monte was like, I would have been getting bailed out of jail by the end of this night. But then in retrospect, they were saying, well, it makes sense because people, you know, they're drinking, they're at an event, they're going to see the one opposing team fighting one of their team, and they probably could have like jumped on him, not realizing what was said. Well, anyway, the point of the story is it was on video. So people did what people do, and they posted it on social media. And within 24 hours, that man was identified. Someone said, internet, do what you do. 24 hours, found that man, found where he worked. It just got updated today. He's now fired, and everybody knows what he did. And so my question is for you guys, do you think that is something that is a good thing to be able to kind of like out someone, if I could use that term? And before you answer that, let me show you this one. Sorry, I didn't have it queued up. It's just going to take me just 1 second. So this is a video of a guy who was extremely indecent. And somebody posted his video, and of course it went viral. I believe it started out on a Facebook group saying, hey, watch out for this guy. I think it was something where it was local to an area. So here's the video, okay? And then I'm going to give you the backstory. Okay. There we go.
Good. Have you been here before?
Yeah.
Sir, you need to...
You notice anything, y'all? Okay. Yeah, there's nothing on the lower half. All right.
To leave. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Call 911.
Where was he at?
So first of all, he's in a V6 parking. That's where you count. That's the first. He's in a
drive-through. I want to say it was the sandwich shop, but I'm gonna play it again. Now you guys know.
Hi, how are you? Good. Have you been here before?
Yeah.
Sir, you need to leave. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
I read somewhere that he committed suicide after this.
That's what I was getting to. So he was actually doing an activity also. So it wasn't just naked. He was doing an activity. After this video went viral, he took his life. He was like married with kids or something like that.
Wait. So what happened? So he pulled up to get food?
Wait,
bro, he was butt ass naked.
We break this down there. He's like, hold on. Let me get this whole picture.
He was butt ass
naked. Coffee shop where they wear bikinis.
Yeah, he was butt ass naked. He pulled up through a drive-through, beating his meat. But also
he was beating his meat in the.
Yes,
they wear bikinis.
When he was placing his order. He also did that. That's a part.
Wait, this is a bikini drive-through. It's not that bad. Then.
I don't feel like coffee and bikini go together.
It's not that bad.
First of all, bro, listen, again, we're going to start from the top.
Who said it's not that bad?
He's in a
it's
V6
less bad
Challenger.
than a regular McDonald's. I thought it was like.
He's a grown man driving a V6 muscle car.
Strike one. God.
2, he even makes the light skin face when she asked him had he been here before.
He looks shocked and horrified.
You can tell he skips leg day. 4, he's over there giving himself a rubbing tug while he's talking to the lady and doesn't realize he's on camera. 5, he drives off and then his car sounds like he had a mid-muffler delete because that sounds like a V8, but it's a V6. That's an SXT. That's the challenge you get when you rent it from like Enterprise. Like that's like the high school challenge. And then 6, if he took his own life, so what? Who is he affecting? Nobody.
His kids and family.
That's his fault. Listen, I don't feel bad.
Willie didn't say nothing wrong, but at the same
Unaliving
time,
yourself is the most selfish, cowardly thing you can do. It's one of the few things that they say people push too far to do that I just have no sympathy for. I would feel worse if he went and killed, unalived a bunch of strangers, and at least he only hurt himself. He'd be like, "Oh man, she saw my meat, wasn't impressed. I should off myself. Congratulations, bro. Hit that light switch and go ahead and check out to the upper room." But again, he's in Arizona driving a V6 Challenger. I can't get past that. Like,
so it was called Bikini Bean. If anyone
Willie didn't say nothing wrong.
What's it called?
Bikini Bean, which is ironic now. Bean but yeah, coffee shop.
Yeah,
that could have been mistaken as a Mexican restaurant. But.
Yeah, I think like it's weird. Like it's not nothing that I would do, but at the same time, I thought he was at a McDonald's. Like, I thought he was at a McDonald's.
You're saying that if they're dressing this way, it would be normal to elicit some sort of a sexual response. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that you're selling sex to some degree, right?
They are.
He's consuming it to some degree. I just think they're selling the sex. He's like, all right, well, let me pull up to a spot and like it's
finish.
Bruh, I've been going to Hooters since I was 5 years old. I ain't never went in that motherfucker without no pants. And trust me, when I was younger,
I wanted Hooters.
Well, I wanted to when I was a kid. Trust me.
He is in the car still though. He's in the car still.
Bro, you know how many times you've been through a drive-through? Like, if you're from Texas, everybody knows the girls who used to work at Taco Cabana in high school was like real pretty and Hispanic. You know how many times you see one of them thick-ass girls in a drive-through where you like, I can go ahead and just be naked in my car and see if she likes it. Like, that would have worked in like 2000, but in 2024, bro, now he's, unalived himself. But again,
I would like to know how he caught her on camera.
I don't feel bad.
Right. And true story. I was driving down the street, and thank God my child was on the right side in the back seat, not behind my seat. But I see a gesture out of the corner of my eye, And I'm like, my brain's like, that looks like a gesture that's only one thing. And you know where your brain's like, nah, that can't be what I think it is.
It was suicidal too.
And then you choose to turn your head, and then you're like, immediately, why? Homeboy was driving. He was en route and going at it. And
it was suicidal because when you bust a nut, you get real weak.
Oh my gosh. And I'm in an SUV. He's in a lowered car. So I was like, if my kid had been on my side, they, kids just be looking out the window. Like, I mean, he was going to town. There was no shirt over his lap. And I was thinking that too. I was like, wouldn't you, you might have a moment with your eyes closed for a second. I don't know. But that to me, I was like, for you to not be able to pull over and handle your situation, for you to not be able to find some vacant parking lot, like, is his girlfriend talking dirty over the phone? Like, I couldn't think of what occasion would make me to do that.
I feel bad getting roadhead. Like, I feel bad getting roadhead and passing people because I feel like it might be another like family that catch it. So, but
you do it in the day? You've gotten it in the daytime? That's your problem.
First of all, I do it whenever my woman asks me to do it.
So you a bad person.
No, I got my windows tinted.
Broad daylight, roadhead. Okay.
Listen, bro.
He's like school zones, whatever.
All I would do is say this. If my woman says she wants to give me roadhead, I don't give a damn if it's on the way to church. At 11 o'clock, it's happening.
Cut him out. I'm not even Catholic.
I thought we only did that at nighttime.
Perps, will you raise your hand?
If you can see inside my car, that means your car is bigger than mine. And I have a
Wait a minute. You know how Kenny is always behind, right?
Yeah.
The timing of his untimely comment is comedy right now.
Well, I mean, shit, yeah, it's perfect timing. But that's
not
like
I feel sleepy.
But I'm trying to tell you, I'm a responsible roadhead getter. Like, I try like to stay in the left lane so I can't be surrounded on both sides. Yeah, that's because again, like you, I would want some lady and her daughter to be driving, look over at me. Mind you, I'm trying to focus for my life, and then she sees somebody's head going up and down in my lap. Like, that's gonna cause baby girl to ask you questions, and I'm pretty sure you're not ready to answer. So I am very responsible. My windows are tinted. My car is very tall. And if you see anything, I just pretend like it was my hoodie pocket or something.
Man.
No. So I've driven through a drive-through in my underwear before.
Were they underwear or boxers?
Everybody's done
boxer
that.
briefs.
It was
really late.
You were one article clothing from being inside the car.
It was really late.
We'll say everybody's done that.
It's drawers. You ain't never left the house in your drawers to go get something.
One article, no.
I've never had.
One article clothing.
Y'all are women. If y'all do
thin articles now.
men.
Okay, wait. I have a question. Was it the one with the hole in the front? Or I don't know. Do all of them have holes?
They all have holes, right?
They had a big hole in
them. They all have holes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't buy them.
No. They all don't.
They're the most useless holes ever.
Boxer briefs do. Briefs don't. But boxer briefs do.
Okay, so it was an honest question.
No problem.
Yeah,
I'm talking about briefs. They don't have a hole. They got a slit. Briefs.
Yeah, stud friends. That's where they put.
So you felt
your stud
like
friends
a little bit of a
about
breeze.
No, you don't feel a breeze in briefs.
No, because it's tight. Like the hole has spandex around it.
But she's talking about the thing that y'all are wearing in the driver's. I'm like,
yeah, the drive-through.
The drive-through.
It was just regular briefs.
So, Greg, you mean to tell me you ain't never left the house in your drawers before, like to go when you were younger to go get something?
I never left the house in my drawers. But when you're young, so you like when you like 20 to 25, that's where you do all your car sex, right? That's like the age where you just like that's when the car sex is happening. So like I just did that, and I was like, I just pulled my drawers up. I didn't go grab the pants and all that. I drove through a drive-thru. I wanted some McDonald's.
You're a cold gangster for that. That's different. I thought you just meant like you ain't feel like putting pants on. You going?
That's what I thought.
You had a garage, so you got the car in the garage. Let the garage up. Drove. You had a hoodie or something on. You ain't feel like putting pants on. Grabbed your little number 5 and came back to the house. I didn't know you just finished saying took somebody's uterus and then went to McDonald's.
Yeah, I've worn slippers. I feel like putting shoes on. That was crazy.
Hey, well,
No,
again,
now
if
it
you
really
try to
makes
road,
sense though.
challenge you,
If
you get
I
what
ever
you get.
parked my cars inside of a garage, that's a cheat code. You can literally just run in there and just. No, that makes sense. I never did it. I never had a garage like where I park my cars in yet. So
Well, in my defense, I've always had garages. So anytime that I left the house in my drawers, nobody saw it that wasn't supposed to.
yeah, that
Well,
makes sense.
You guys, I told you my story last week, right? The girls know my story, where I had somebody who was set up an
Oh, the
appointment.
Indian dude that tried to join your class with his stuff out.
But I think I was like, I told you that, Derek. I don't know if I said it on YouTube, but I was kind of like, do I say it on YouTube? Because somebody get an idea. But yeah, this dude just scheduled his appointment, was on time, and I couldn't tell if it was a woman or a man because the name.
I can't imagine
I
paying
just
a
opened
an
up to
appointment to
see
show
legs.
somebody my meat. That's not a doctor. That's crazy. Like,
Yeah,
hey, let
it
me
was.
book this consultation on my balls. Like, what are we talking about here? That's crazy.
But I was trying to think of what his frame of mind was before he started. And I just pictured him be like, like, I'm gonna get her. Like, I'm gonna get, like, you had to plan this 10 hours or 12 hours in advance because he scheduled it 12 hours ahead. And then he had to make sure he was prompt. So that meant like he had to set a little timer or at least keep an eye on the time, be like, oh, it's go time. And you don't even get the benefit of my reaction because it's an
make
audio
the voice
call.
again. Make the voice again.
I'm gonna get her. But I don't have my camera on because it's an audio call. So you're just dumb. Like you're just standing there. And then of course I took a screenshot. I said no one's gonna believe me. And the size of that blur was just sad. Like
that's
I didn't even have to stretch out the
wow.
blur.
Damn.
Yeah.
You should have sent him to your other dating coach peer, the fake Kevin Samuels, because she deserves that type of stuff.
I'm gonna move right along. Moving right along. Oh, Kenny just caught up to the TikTok conversation. Good job, Kenny. Okay.
Like I swear, Kenny, I'm not trying to be funny, Kenny, bro, but I think that you might be stealing somebody's internet because there's no reason for the internet to be this slow.
Either that or he always starts late and then he starts at the beginning instead of watching.
Click the live button, bro. And you can be up here with us. It's a whole button that say live right next to the volume.
And then go back and watch the beginning. He is notorious for being like 20 minutes behind. Cracks me up.
He dedicated though. He definitely dedicated because he don't miss an episode.
So getting back to the question, do we think, because I feel like it's kind of the Wild West when it comes to social media and like the legal system and all that stuff. Somebody said that the family is coming after the woman who filmed this and posted it. So my question is, do we have a right to privacy as far as not being posted? So let's say Greg's having a really bad day. He's in the grocery store and he kind of like yells at someone or maybe pushes their cart. Like he definitely does something that we would say is rude. Does he deserve to be put on social media? And then, like, what do we think?
Yes. The internet has made people way too comfortable being being unscrupulous characters and being disrespectful without getting punched in the mouth or like accountable for their consequences. So if you want to go outside doing dumb shit, this is what happens to you. I'm like, people, you got to be careful. That's why you can't go out the house looking any kind of way. Because imagine like if I try to leave the house today in my drawers now, like with my luck, I'm getting pulled over. And when I get pulled over, they're going to want to take you out and search the car. Now I got my ass out and it's snowing outside.
Willie got a whole new nickname. Yeah,
exactly. Like, I don't feel bad. He's in a public place. He has no expectation of privacy. He let his window down to talk to the lady. He was a willing participant in that conversation.
He rolled it down all the way too. He ain't had to roll it down.
He could have cracked it. If he was embarrassed, like maybe he had doodled on himself and he had to take his clothes off, right? So he had an accident. He could just cracked it to get his coffee and then went home. I don't know why you want to drink coffee after you shit on yourself, but that's not my business. But he knew what he was doing. So again, and he did it in a V6 Challenger.
You in this Challenger?
You were obsessed with that V6.
Well, everybody don't know what that means.
The people who do, and again, he's driving a stripper's car. Like that's what like a B-team stripper drive before she goes and gets a 2-3-year-old C-class Mercedes.
I didn't know that.
Oh my god,
I didn't know that either.
You said what about? I missed it. I was laughing at the doo-doo.
I said that's what strippers drive before they go get like their 2-3-year-old, your model old E-class Benz.
So here's my thought, because I always think about worst case scenario. So of course, somebody who's being a jerk or somebody who's like trying to hide something, that, you know, them being outed feels good. Like it feels good to know that's like, oh, you got your day. But then I think about somebody who maybe can twist the narrative, or now we have like AI and stuff like that. And it's like, what if somebody was just mad at your neighbor and, you know, you want to try to frame her? I just think of like the worst case scenario. Because when we think about things like security and privacy, people always say, well, what are you trying to hide? But sometimes it's not about trying to hide. It's about getting into the wrong hands. Well, y'all, we have a 60-minute extension thanks to Willie. We are now staying on until 10:10 Central Standard Time. So thank you so much, Willie, for the extension. I will put on here 10 p.m. so I don't forget. Okay, in that same light, I want you guys to watch this one. Y'all, we haven't even gotten to number 6. So I feel like these videos are perfectly lined up with what we were talking about. Okay, sorry, what you call it? StreamYard only lets you put a certain number on here. And so I'm just going to do them one by one. All right, so let me take this one down. Okay. Just watch.
Nope. Nope.
Someone said, does she not know how cameras work?
On the wall.
You trying to steal it? Or?
Like, look at that arm.
Neighbors.
Look at that arm.
That's how silly and calculated she's trying to be.
Right? Like, she was...
Like, did you see that? Like,
But she, I can't even breathe. It's how she peeked around the corner for me first. She said, well, if you can see the camera can see you. So somebody asked, excuse me, does she understand how cameras work? And so this is what the guy whose package was stolen said.
Better returner than she is a thief. I just came home and the box was sitting there in front of my door. I imagine it probably looks something like this.
You know what's funny though? If she happened to look out and saw him making this video of like pushing it back and knowing what's okay, sorry, that really tickled me. I had to share that with you guys. Oh, goodness. All right. Let me get my next question up here. Oh my God, that actually made me hot. I was laughing so hard. Okay. This doesn't take much with me, y'all. Okay, come on, let me be great. I have clicked on this thing like 16 times. It's like, calm down, man. All right, anyone feel like snitching? How many likes do we have? All right, we are on question number 5. What is something your mom did or does that you hope your wife does as well? And I'm going to read some of these comments. Unless you guys have one first, you can jump in and share. Whew, my gosh, that is funny. Okay. All right. So I'm reading a couple. And then if you guys have a story to tell, you can. All right. So this guy said she cooked, submitted, and cared for my dad and always respectfully adds her input. Someone else said, be reliable and stable, committed, nurturing, feminine, has traditional values. She's a Southern belle, stays in shape and is healthy, cooks and prefers male leadership. And number 3 says she was adept at shutting up. Oh, also thinking logically versus emotionally. Oh, Another one said being trustworthy. Someone else said listen and be kind. My mom has 6 kids, which means she was giving it up. That's funny. Any characteristics that your mama did that you hope that your spouse does as well?
I don't think men should hope anything. I think you get what you want out of life, and if you're not getting it, it's because you didn't want it.
Very interesting. Okay. Any other thoughts?
We can't hear you now, Yusuf.
Oh, my bad. I was saying that sounds edible to me. I don't
edible.
Like the Oedipus complex. Where you look
oh, Oedipus. I think you said edible. I was like,
you sound very low. I'm not sure why though.
Oh. Can you hear me?
There we go. A lot better.
Sorry. Yeah, so I don't try to look at any potential mate and see traits of my mom in them at all.
I get what you're saying.
That's why I said she was adept at shutting up, because I don't look at the last thing I want to see in my partner is my mother. That's like the furthest. That's the first. Like, there's a reason why I won't date. And my mom looks like Vanessa Williams. I will not date that type of woman, no matter how beautiful they are, because it always remind me of my mother. So I don't want to see shit that my mom did. But I do appreciate a woman that shuts up. I'm not gonna hold you. I do like that. But that's why I said it, because I was being funny. Because I don't want my mom. Like, I don't want to be with my old lady and be like, oh yeah, my mom. That's just it's weird.
With respect to the question, right? I do think that that's not what they really mean. So it's like, for example, if your father always protected your mother, a woman wants that in her man, or like just a trait, like something that they did, or like my dad paid all the bills. I want a man that's gonna pay all the bills, type of thing.
Oh well, shit. I definitely like that. She showed up sometimes, let my dad do his lead and do his thing.
Yeah, and that is the sentiment that I was talking about, because, like, for example, there are things that my guy does that I want my daughter to pick someone who does those similar things, and that was a big reason why I wanted to remarry, so that she could see a healthy dynamic and kind of have this example to look at. I know I was just talking about this with my brother recently, where I said I've always been drawn to stoic men because the men in my family are very stoic. I've also been drawn to very clean cut men because the men in my life, growing up, were very clean cut. So I think that there is something to be said. It's like this familiarity, or what you consider to be normal, that people kind of go after. But I don't think it means that you want your actual family member. I think that's just what you're used to. Just like if you weren't used to seeing a guy washing dishes and cleaning, you might think that's girly, like, ew, what kind of guy does that? Or if you grow up seeing a man who does that, you might go, ew, what kind of old school mentality does this person have? Because you're used to seeing certain things growing up. That being said, any other comments that y'all want to share? Okay. I am just now looking at the comments. Sunrise said, did she just want to look at the box? This is so funny when it's out of context, and I forgot I just showed that package video, and I was like, wait, the drive-through lady? I was so confused for just a second, but that's pretty funny out of context. Oh, I'm going backwards. So, because I missed these comments. AK3 says it's against the law to post. They should have sent to the police. I did not know that.
He's not naked. He didn't show it in his body part, so it's not illegal.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. So we're gonna move on to question number 6. And if any of you guys have videos that you found funny, or topics you find interesting, after this, it is a free-for-all. Y'all extend to the show. It is your job to keep the show going. So share anything that you want. Okay, so number 6, do you think women consider you to be an eligible bachelor? This is addressed to the men on my men's page. If you said yes, why do you think that they see you that way? So I'm going to put y'all on the spot. Does anybody here feel like they are an eligible bachelor, and that's how women see you?
We hope that our bachelors would think so.
Yeah. Oh no, we can't hear you again.
Oh Lord.
You need to fire your sound guy because your studio, you know, that audio.
Damn, where'd Mark go?
He popped out.
Man, he on daddy duty.
Yeah, I was gonna say he probably had to deal with the kids.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Oh, I was saying I would think all of us that were bachelors would consider that. I know I do.
Yeah, no, all shouldn't.
Yeah.
I mean,
You talking about all on the panel?
Yeah.
On the panel. Oh, okay. Oh, I was like, well,
not all men, because not all
I
of
was
us.
like,
Yeah, I would say so. I would consider myself eligible.
okay. Now, what would you base that off of? Why do you think women see you that way?
Stability, emotional intelligence.
He checks all the boxes. If you look at a woman's boxes, she got 5 of them. If you check 4 of them, you're eligible. The other one you can probably work your way into. You check all 5, and then she probably won't like you because she has no leverage on you at that point. So,
yeah, I agree with Willie. I think I check most of the boxes, most of the important boxes, as far as being
this
somewhat
is easy. You thought this was going to be a tough question.
So, what do we think? What do we say are the not almost all ladies in the house? Okay, ladies represent.
No, this is getting weird.
And I love all the colors.
No, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Yeah, okay.
I know, but on the panel,
Hush, Willie, hush.
Any
other time it'd be a bunch of men. Let us rock this one time.
No, because y'all don't listen. But you gotta think though, when it's a bunch of dudes, it's I'm not trying to be funny, but that's when you have the best shows. When it's dudes.
Willie, please.
You did it.
Hey, you been here like this is your second and a half show. No, Lynette go back like 30 episodes. Hey, then come get your food.
Willie did a super chat. Thank you so much. He said, like and comment and subscribe. Damn it. Thank you, Willie.
I said that in an old slave master voice too.
And I tried my best to do that. Let's see. I'm gonna snitch on y'all myself and see how many likes we have. I know we're not at 11. I must need to refresh because I know we're not still stuck at 11 likes, y'all. Don't forget to tap that like button if you're just coming.
I see 15.
Oh, so then I need to close mine and reopen. Thank you, because I was feeling bad. So what would you say would be the top 5 characteristics that make a guy eligible bachelor? Can we name 5 in agreement?
I would say.
Are you asking the guys or the women? Because the guys are going to tell the truth.
Got to be attractive.
Oh, you said what?
Got to be attractive.
Oh, attractive. Okay.
Got to be.
Not the Pookie Mobile. Kenny just saw the car, Willie. He agrees with you.
somewhat ambitious.
Okay.
You want one for your sister and one for you.
So attractive, ambitious. What else? I say
gainfully employed.
Yeah.
You got to be attractive. You got to be stable. You got to be able to provide. You got to be able to protect, and you also have to be able to support and mentally, physically, and spiritually. Damn, this shit shouldn't be hard.
There we go. There's 5. Ladies, are we in agreement with those?
And you have to be single.
That part. Yeah. I will say
that helps.
Shit is crazy to me.
That helps.
So listen, I'm not gonna get in trouble, but I am gonna tell you this is some crazy shit. The fact that so many women require a man to already be their ideal man to be single is just mathematically improbable and somewhat selfish.
Good day.
Because again, I'm not trying to be funny, but like the same women that say a guy has to be single, those are the same women. No, I'm not talking about you specifically, obviously.
You about to be disrespectful, so don't even say it.
No, I'm not gonna be disrespectful, but you may not like what I have to say. So I just want to make sure you understood that I'm not talking about you. The same women who say like that a guy has to be single before he dates them typically are never the top 1% of women either. So the women want the top 10% of men, but then they aren't in the top 10% of women and think that they get to require that man who all women want, and they can have him all to herself.
Let me translate, ladies. It's a luxury to have a man all to yourself and not share him.
Yes.
Only if you're in the 10%, right?
It's a luxury to have your ideal man all to yourself. And a lot of times it sounds fucked up when you say it like that, but it's real. So then imagine you find a guy that's your dream man and he only wants one woman. That makes him even rarer. So the odds of y'all finding those types of guys because we're gonna tell you like, yeah, I only want one, but his actions are gonna show it are going to be very, very, very telling if that's actually the case. Like he won't bring you around nobody, but you've seen it, and you know what I'm talking about. So like,
I'm listening. What you doing that? What I know? You are not going to do that to me today. Tonight. We're not doing that.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, but
I do not know what you're talking about.
It's super rare that actually happens though, and it's just I just feel like I'm a math-based thinker, baby, and that's just not how it goes.
Now, are we talking about men with means and money, or are we talking about pookies and?
No, I'm talking about your ideal man, like the man that checks all your boxes, because your boxes are not going to be any different from the rest of these ladies. There may be a 10% deviation, but y'all all like the same dudes. That's why there's twice as many black men without children as there are black women. It's also why that the majority of black men over 30 haven't had sex in the past year. But y'all keep getting pregnant at a rate that we can't argue with. So again, y'all standards are pretty much the same in a lot of spaces when it comes to picking men. So you can't argue with facts, baby. And I just gave you some numbers.
I'm gonna add
if you want to.
I'm gonna add a characteristics that is an absolute must. They must have social awareness. And another way of saying that, swag. Because we have all seen men who are attractive, like we see them and immediately we're like, oh, we look at them and say they're attractive, and they open their mouth and they're either insecure, they're awkward, they, like you said, talk themselves out of the draw. So I would add that definitely in a top 5, because unless you're just somebody who's thirsty, who just, oh my God, he has money. I mean, that's just, she's going to go for anyone, how they look. But most women want to also have that confidence. And I think that a guy who is slightly less attractive, but really knows how to deal with women, he will actually get more women than the guy who's like off the trains attractive, but is like, you know, like, and that's what that you can look that one up. That is
I don't think a man that really has money like that will get more. Well, if a woman's looking for a guy with money, right? The first thing she's gonna look at is his pockets. It doesn't matter to me how much money you have. If you're an a-hole, you're an a-hole. I don't care about
that. Doesn't believe that, Lynette. You are thirsty and you want a guy with money, and you will deal with whatever.
To be clear, hold on. I believe Lynette. Yeah, I believe when she says it.
So there's only 3 people you believe when they say it, but all the rest of them are just thirsty?
No. I'm just saying it because, like, I've interacted with Lynette enough to know, like, I'm saying that she means what she's saying. And then if you just look at her lifestyle, the only reason why Lynette's not married now is because she's picky. She hasn't met those type of guys. Generally speaking, the only reason why a woman is single is because the man that she wants don't want her. That doesn't apply to Lynette. So this the same way I play wouldn't apply to you, but you're not single because you know what I'm saying, you engaged to my dog. So yeah. It's Lynette though, and again, know Lynette for a while, so I don't think that's a stretch to say for her.
I'm not picky,
Lynette. If you wasn't picky, you'd have been on like 6 dates
Lynette,
right now.
You want your man to have
sponsor all of them.
Come on, Lynette. You want your man to have teeth. You want him to be able to look the same direction with both eyes. You want him to be able
to damn, you hella picky.
He wants this man to pay for her dinner, right? When they go out. She like if there's a shooting, she expects him to cover her. Like, she's just unreasonable. I tried working with her. I was like, I said, I'm gonna give you a refund because I can't. I
feel so bad now.
Lynette's one of the few women that we've had on the panel.
She wants to speak English, like
when you ask her like what she brings to a guy, she didn't say all that superficial bullshit. Like, well, I'm a hard worker, I'm funny, I'm educated, I pay much. She didn't lead with none of that. She led with the stuff that makes her a good partner to the man that she wants, and not a good employee for where that man that she wants works. So,
well, look at God, won't he do it?
Yeah, Willie. Thank you, Willie.
I'm telling you, now you saw it first. He said it's a new year, it's a new Willie.
No, I'm just I'm out of respect for her. Like, I actually listen to what women say on her. Surprisingly or not, even when it's stupid, I still listen to it. But like, I picked that up from her, and then when we met in person, she's not a weirdo because again, in person, Like you know how antisocial I am. I would have took me and mine and we'd have left. Like, but I didn't do that. And like Lynette, hey, but she did steal some of my cheesecake though off my plate. I didn't forget about that.
Quite competitive, y'all. So be warned. She don't play with her games. Okay, we are gonna
She was on the losing team though.
I was talking about the taboo, but that's okay.
Oh, my bad. I thought you was talking about the other games because I think we won everything.
We're not gonna talk about them spades. Okay, we're gonna get into this.
Talk about spades.
We're gonna get into the submitted question. All right, this is another one I borrowed. So don't ask me no follow-up questions because I don't know. All right, here's the question. You did such a great job, Willie, last time. Would you like to do the reading for the class again?
Sure, I'll read it again.
Oh, not like that. Okay, there we go.
Pursuing women feels wrong. I, male, 52, have been single most of my life with the exception of a couple of situationships. For me, ever since I was a teenager, pursuing women or asking for dates always felt aggressive, boundary invading, and just plain skeevy. So I kind of find myself now at 52 and have never asked a woman out in my life. For many years, I've heard women say how they wish they could just go out in public and go to bars without men hitting on them. And I can really understand where they're coming from and feel like that's why I'm this way. I wonder if I'm working against myself since I've always wanted to get married and have a family like normal people.
I feel like we just need a moment of silence after
no, we
that.
don't. That man is 52 and finna hit the wall. That's his fault.
I want to know how he looks. Like Willie say, I want to know what he looks like.
Lynette, you know how he looks because only a certain person who looks a certain way would post some shit like that.
Go ahead now. He's on mute.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. You on mute, boo.
Oh, yeah.
We can't hear you. You on mute.
That's so weird.
We fired his sound engineer.
Yeah, what's weird is he's not actually muted. Like his thing isn't muted, but we can't hear anything. He said, "Damn it, I can read lips."
Hey, leave and come back, bro.
Just talk really slow and over enunciate, and I'll translate. I'm just kidding. Oh, wait.
Huh?
Yeah, we got you.
Now we can hear you.
I'm saying it's a red flag immediately if this man is 52 years old and has never been in any kind of serious relationship. End of conversation. Like, what the hell?
Hey, y'all know I'm hard on women, but goddamn, if you 52, bro, and you ain't been in nothing but some situationships, that means you probably had a hooker that was on payroll that you've been paying for a long time, or like that girl who gave you some sympathy coochie, y'all just kept messing around after church. 52, bro. You 52 right into a day show.
Dude, how was that dude that used to join our chat? I mean, he used to join this thing. He wasn't 52, was he?
No, he was in his 30s.
You're terrible.
That's what we're gonna say. He was in his 30s.
I am so done.
He was still needed training.
Willie didn't even have to do it. Willie didn't even have to do it.
Baby, so what you drinking on tonight, huh? What you sipping on?
Oh, that was her? That was
her?
I am not a part of this. I am not a willing participant.
Oh man. Hey,
so
listen.
It sounds like he has a lot of
issues.
Hey, we should play matchmaker with the two new ladies on the panel and see if either one of them wants to go on a date with like our collective, favorite.
You know what?
Panel member.
They don't know who we talking about. I think you got.
That's the point. It's a blind date.
Wow! Wow!
We can do like dinner in the dark.
Blind as a motherfucker.
Wow. So this topic, he said that he hears about so many women saying they wish they could go into public and go into bars without women hitting on them. I really think that I don't think that women say that about men they find extremely attractive.
Exactly. So how you know he's ugly.
So, but what I'm saying is like even the women, like even if they didn't say it to him directly, hearing women say that, I always try to ask women to be honest and say, by men you don't find attractive, because you don't have a problem typically with a lot of the things. I don't think women universally have a problem with certain things. It's if you don't like them. because we all treat people differently when we like them and we don't like them. If I'm single and I think someone's cute, I'm going to spend more time chit-chatting. If I don't find you attractive, I'm like, all right, let's keep it moving. Like, I don't really want to engage.
Excuses to get off the phone or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I gotta go pick my vacuum up real quick. Let me call you back.
The paint's drying. I don't want to miss anything. Yeah, it's like, so I just think it's an excuse.
Having a puppy now, I got an excuse to go off the phone anytime I want to. I use it for like business too, like with long business meetings. Hey man, let me turn my camera off real quick, man. I gotta go take this puppy just peed somewhere.
Or you could be like, I slashed my thigh. You know, I gotta go to the hospital. I just cut my thigh. You know,
that's what.
I still want to know what he looked like. Is this a question sent to you, Yonci? Or you?
No, this one was stolen off the internet.
Okay.
But I just think it's an excuse. I don't think that he's had good experiences with
probably
women.
5'7".
So it's easier for him to tell himself it's because he's respectful of women. I think it's easier for him to tell himself that than to actually learn how to be a woman.
5'7", 230 pounds, hasn't bought any new clothes in the past 5 years, and goes to hole in the wall clubs after Sunday.
Has body odor?
No, he probably wears deodorant, but he's probably wearing like old cologne too, like Jupe or some shit like that, or Cool Water.
You know,
love me some Jupe.
But he has situationships though. He's been in. He knows how to deal with.
Men will sleep with anything, Lynette. Anything. I'm not trying to be funny, but look at how many of these kids have ugly parents. You should know that now.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, give him the benefit of the doubt.
No, don't give him benefit of nothing. He's a 52-year-old man. His benefit was before he was 40. Like, this shit is over with. You 52, bro. You better go to church or import you one from the Philippines.
Not
like $12,000.
Passport, bro.
They got that what do they call it? The love me long time 9,000. The little doll. You better go on that waiting list. He's 52 and over.
There's a waiting list?
Yes.
Damn.
There was a stat that said the percentage of women who are going to make love to a robot in 2025, and I was like, I rebuke that in the name of Jesus.
It says up like 14% or some shit. Yeah. Like imagine a dude. Okay, not trying to be funny, but imagine a vagina with Chat GPT in it. That's crazy.
I can't imagine this. Like, first of all, if you have something big enough that you can with, where are you putting that? Like, your cleaning lady comes over, like, where are you putting that?
I'm putting that motherfucker on the couch if it's me.
Don't mind Linda. Can you clean under Linda? Just around.
I have
Linda.
company forever. Hey, listen, Linda, real quick. When you leave, you gotta clean her out too, because we got wild. Like that's what you're a housekeeper now. Man, listen, I buy if I was that type of dude, I'll buy 3 or 4 of them and just leave them because I don't like I got phone chargers, right? So I got a phone charger downstairs, I got one up here, and I got one upstairs, right? So I ain't got to take them everywhere. And then
I just had that conversation earlier today.
I can have my own little party with my 4 robots.
So you cheating on one with the other one. That's terrible. Side note, I'm like that too. Monte's like, why did you order another charger? I cannot stand plugging, unplugging, plugging, unplugging. And I'm the same way with lip gloss. Like my lips need to be moisturized 24/7. So you'll find one in the kitchen, one in my office, one in the bedroom. Like I don't like to be walking around double dipping. If I need something, I need it there readily. So I'm gonna have a charger. One thing I'm gonna have a charger, some Kleenex, and some lip gloss wherever I frequent. Because that ain't nobody got time. Monte be walking around unplugging, plugging back, plugging. He get comfortable somewhere, and his phone starts down. He got to go get it. I was like, ain't nobody trying to do all that.
I ain't unplugged the charger in 2 years. I got a travel bag packed with chargers in it. I got chargers in every fucking.
And I think it probably makes them last longer because you're not yanking on the low cord.
Yeah.
I'm lazy. So I thought I would switch it up and ask the ladies a question since we know how much ladies love answering surveys.
Dishonestly.
Whether or not they say men only. But the ladies in the panel, they would never do that, I'm sure. All right. So I asked the ladies to talk about the overall life experience in bed. What were your experiences? Were they overwhelmingly great? Were they overwhelmingly underwhelming? Was it a little bit of both? What was the situation? And then I asked them to give feedback in the comments of what would make it work. My buddy who I invited to join the show. Let me just see if he's gonna still come on. You're not. Okay, so we'll see if he. So I asked them for their feedback. Are you guys ready for the tea? Actually, let me ask you this, ladies in the panel. Do you think the overwhelming majority said they had a great time, or do you think the overwhelming majority said it was?
I feel like they said it was whack.
One whack. What else do you guys think?
One great. I say great.
Great. Okay, one for whack, one for great.
They don't have one for faking.
Oh!
That's probably in the whack category.
Yeah, I mean, it's whack.
That's in the whack category.
All right, so were you one whack, three? I mean, three whack, one.
Overwhelming. The vast
mediocre.
Said not. Yeah, mediocre.
Okay, so 3-1. Okay, so drum roll, please. 44%. I was shocked. Said they've been mostly great. 45%, which is neck and neck, said few good ones, but mostly blast. So we're pretty much 50-50. And then only 6% said most of them have been disappointing. And 6% said all have been average. So I'm wondering, some people say that it's all about if you know your body. So that was a little, throwing that out there. I would be curious to do follow-ups with those women to see if there's something consistent with those women, or did those women just all have really great luck in their partners only being great? So
the ones that had, I would say they're probably better communicators than the ones that said it was mostly black. It takes two people to have bad sex.
I think the ones that are most attractive have great sex.
I think the ones that are most attractive have the worst sex.
I was about to say, Willie says the opposite.
Hell no. The more attractive a girl is, she is 9 times as likely to be terrible in bed.
Wait, Willie, you said the ugly ones.
That wasn't the question. The question was
logically speaking, because the girls who are fun, dudes go in there and try to dominate them. Like, oh, I got to go in here and blow her back out so I can do this again. All she got to do is be a lifestyle, love me long time 9,000 and follow instructions. It's like the girls who are like middle of the road, who is like, hey, listen, I'm gonna make sure I get mine. You make sure you get yours, and we can high five at the end.
Right.
Like the 6s, like the 5s and the 8s, because I'm not gonna put 4s on nobody. But like the 5s and 8s, they're gonna work hard. But the 9, 10, they just lazy. I bet you that's the one that said, oh, they've mostly been blah.
But the question was geared towards the woman's experience, not
her
experience.
That's what we're talking about. That's what I'm saying. That's those attractive women just getting slutted out, probably not good for them.
Oh man.
But you said the woman.
Yeah, that's Willie.
That would be protecting a man experience. She in her mind, she could be having the time of her life, even though he may not even be enjoying it.
Yeah, because it's based on her penetration or based on if she really likes him. That's the only way. It's penetration, girth, and if she likes him. That's the only way. Or it could be just oral. It could be oral.
Come on.
So that's what people put as great sex. The oral was good, but the penetration was whack.
And who's doing that with real pretty women? Because dudes not going in with these real pretty girls and going too crazy. They're just going to try to go in there and be real aggressive and violent and hit them with that baby boy type kitchen stuff and then go on about their business. But the girls who will listen, work with you, and have experience and they okay being a team while you're having sex,
right?
I'm pretty sure those aren't the most attractive women that's in that group. It's like the 5 through the 8s.
I wish there was a way.
Let's flip it like this though. So on the other side of it, for a man having sex with an attractive woman, most of the time that man is like, yo, I gotta prepare myself. I gotta most time he's nervous. Like there's this other side of it to where if a man is having sex with an attractive woman, he's like, yo, I gotta make this a good experience for her because I want to be able to experience this again. So that kind of contradicts what what Willie was saying.
Yeah, but not if he have options. If he has options, he ain't gonna go back to that. If he has options, he's not gonna go back to that 110 if he got other options.
What men that have just hear me out. What men do you think are getting nervous if they're used to hitting 9s and 10s?
Right.
Which one of us is ever gonna be like, well, shit, I gotta drink some water and maybe I should get that gas station pill. We're not doing that because it's normal.
So wait, you never had experience with a chick like she was bad, like body, face, everything. She was a 10.
Okay, so we'll just say this, for example, right? Say that I've been with 10 women in my entire life. Of those 10 women, I've given them children or a long-term relationship, and it was 3 of them. So I have children, I have my kids, and then someone I don't have kids with. The other 7, ass. And again, just saying I've been with 10 people. It's kind of high for me. I'm saved, right? So no, it's
right.
I'm trying to tell you, the more attractive she is, like I'm talking about Becca, like the club, like attractive, like the club baddie, club furniture type attractive, like the Instagram model attractive, they are almost always terrible in bed. You gotta have like the regular attractive woman, because then she's gonna be the one to go in there and put something. Especially, I date older women, so I mean, you benefit from their extra years of knowledge and experience on Earth.
Yonci, we are talking about how men are pleasuring us, right? Like our experience with that pleasure.
We were.
Okay, I thought so. So I just wanted to make sure, like, we stay on that topic as well.
You said what? Stay on what?
The topic of what our experience is like in the bedroom.
Oh,
and I was going to say,
good experience.
I wish that there was a panel that we could have, like not recorded nothing, just be vulnerable and no cameras, people not be identified, and just like speak their truth. Because when women get together and we have conversations, it is so different from what the men think it is.
Yeah, because we're honest all the time. Y'all are honest when y'all by yourselves.
No, I'm talking about men's perception of women. And what I mean by men's perception is what you see a man do, because that means that he thinks this is it. Because if he's showing up and doing this, in his mind, this must be what a woman likes. And so it's really interesting. Like, for example, most women would say they really value foreplay much higher than men. And foreplay is not just physical. Foreplay is emotional. So if a guy sends a little text earlier in the day, or he leaves a note for her in her sock drawer, and he builds up this momentum, and it's very energy related. Like a woman is very much into energy. Obviously, if she's just trying to get an itch scratch, that's different. But for most women, they want to make love. They want to have that passion, the being grabbed and looked in the eyes, and really making sure she's feeling good and loved upon, as opposed to a scene out of a porno. Like, I think a lot of guys in their mind think that women want porno sex, and women are typically wanting lovemaking sex from the rom-coms or the whatever those movies are. Like, what are those movies the books that the women read? Romance novels. Like, if there was
novels,
but they
just romance novels be nasty.
The level of sex you give a woman is going to be determined on how emotionally connected you are with her. Like if I'm emotionally connected with her, my sex is going to be a lot different than if I'm just only physically attracted to her.
Say that again, sir. And I think also too, it matters a man's level of selflessness. So there was this story that this woman told me, and she said she could not climax to save her life. And so she was dating this guy, and she said it was the craziest thing. He was not stereotypically masculine. Like, he was straight, but he was very much in tune with his feminine side. And so he said, I want to give you, the first time being intimate, he said, I really just want to please you. And it wasn't anything kinky. It wasn't anything over the top. He literally was saying, you just exist, and I am going to do everything. And she said, I literally afterwards curled into a fetal position and started crying. And it wasn't a sad cry. It was like she said, there was such a release. It was almost a spiritual encounter. But because she felt energetically that he was like serving her, he was literally doing everything in his power, physically and emotionally, to please her. If he saw something was working, he stayed with it. If she didn't, he was so connected. And I was like, that is the best description to me of what that encounter should be. And I think for a lot of people, it's I'm going to do what makes me get off. That's why I said it's a spectrum of his selflessness. If he's about her, or even if he says, oh, I want her to climax, sometimes it's selfish when he does it because he's like, I just want the ego stroke of knowing she got it. So let me hurry up and get her off and then go, as opposed to it being, I want to make love to this woman. And, you know, but to me, I think that there is probably a very small percentage of the planet who could make a woman come to tears, you know, literally, pun intended, you know, but after a lovemaking session, because it's such a connection of mind, body, and soul. So what's funny is I only saw women nodding on that. So it might not even make sense to the man.
No, it makes a lot of sense. And there's this article I ended up reading that was talking about a release of traumatic past from like sexual experiences that you had as a woman, that when you are with a man who is in tune with you in that way, that you could be having sex with him or in the act of it and you do start crying. And there are women who are like, why am I crying? I don't know why I'm crying. Like, I'm not sad or anything, but it is that release from the traumatic experiences. So I think that's why a lot of us are like, I hear that, you know, I understand. And of course, unfortunately, a lot of men will never bring a woman to that point in that act because they're so enmeshed with like making themselves feel good.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of them, you know, with the porno stuff, for example, like they're watching that stuff to try to understand women, but they're not realizing like, no, those are not your average everyday woman who wants that kind of experience.
Her characters. Yeah. And I remember something else she said that was really poignant. She said, in the moment, because he set it up in that way, saying, hey, I want to give this to you, I want this to be your evening. I want this to be your experience. He's had to specifically tell her to not be selfish, but just to receive. Like, I mean, obviously, literally, but just to receive. And I think that with a lot of women, because we have this innate desire to want to give or, you know, please, women might subconsciously be always trying to encourage. You know, you hear so many women say, oh, I faked it, or I did this and that, because there's this desire to stroke his ego and make him feel like he's doing this. Because if you think about it, it'd be really awkward if you're just dead silent. You know, a lot of women, it takes years for them to get the courage to say, I don't like that. That doesn't do anything for me. They're in the moment, they're just constantly wanting to please. And as the gender, you know, out of the two genders, I see more women wanting to be people pleasers, but then it ends up burning them because the guy doesn't know what they like, because she's over here, yeah, like, acting like everything's just doing it for her, and it ain't doing nothing.
And if I say I don't like it, listen to that. Be open to hearing it. I'm not trying to come for you as a man. I'm not saying that you're bad. I'm just saying this is not something I like. Maybe the last person liked it, maybe the next person. But
and they say to tell you, be honest, you got to say what we want. But there are so many men with fragile egos that if you say something, energy shifts. All of a sudden, you know, it's
silent treatment.
Yep, silent treatment.
It happens, y'all.
Yeah.
We're not
used to a lot to do otherwise. It got a lot to do with their past, the women they dealt with prior to you. So if you had 10 other women prior to you that didn't even express how they felt and just had him thinking that it was A1, it was good, I know how to please my woman, and then you're the next person, I'd be like, oh, it wasn't that good. He's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I've never had that issue from the time I started having sex at 18. What are you talking about?
Now I got
to conversation sounds real specific.
Huh?
That conversation sounds real specific, Lynette.
But I'm gonna try to say this without sounding too crass. You know, everyone is diverse, and so there was a poll that I did years ago in my Facebook group, and there was a conversation about, read into this. I'm gonna have to be really graphic on YouTube. But when a woman is performing something for her man, and you know, some want it to be gushing, like there's a lot of moisture. Other ones are like, I don't want that. Like, you know, so there can be such extremes. So you might have had a partner that was like, I want, you know, it doesn't matter. And the other ones be like, oh, I don't need it to be that.
Oh, you mean a facial? You can say it the clean version.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, when she's doing it to him.
Facial.
More sloppy. And then
yeah, I don't mean the after when he does.
And then
right. I don't mean the after when he does. I'm saying as it's happening, sloppiness. Yes, that's the word, really.
Yeah.
And then other guys would be like, "Oh my God, are you drooling? Like, what are you?" So you know, there's a spectrum of guys and there's a spectrum of women. And so, I think everyone should come in with the assumption that this is a blank slate. Like there's some basics, like, yes, this goes in here. But aside from that, consider this a learning experience.
I wonder if lesbian couples have these same types of conversations, because
that is interesting.
I don't care if dudes do, because that's weird. But I want to do like
that is interesting because a woman knows what a woman.
I was just about to say, I think sexual compatibility is sexual compatibility. Like if you're compatible with somebody sexually, it's just going to click. Like it's not going to be a thing where it's, you have to let the person know what you like, or what. It's just like I've had experience with women where I didn't have to say anything. Like it just, like the experience, she just knew. I don't, from whatever, but it just clicked. Like I can't really explain it, but that's just how I see it. I think it has to be an experience that two people have together that make them come together where it just works.
There's always cause for listening too. You have to listen to your partner. When we're together and we're getting intimate, you have to listen to my sounds, my movement. And a lot of times people just don't listen. They just do what they want. They go straight in.
Or the classic
same routine.
The classic where it's like, yes, this is working. Yes, this is working. Yes, this is working. And then the universal brain of the man going, this is a great time to try something new.
Yeah, exactly.
Stay right here. No, right here.
That's universally going to irritate any woman.
Oh my God. Like, don't breathe.
I can't stand that.
Especially if you're saying, please do not change. Do not stop this. Stop it? Okay.
That is so hilarious. That is so funny. What was I gonna say? Someone said something to make me think about. Oh, you were saying, Greg, that you don't have to say anything with some people. You just know. But I think, and I'm not taking away from that at all, because I shouldn't say, but my thing is, I think sometimes people can be compatible, but there might just be little things that you don't like. So for example, there are people who love to be licked on, like licked their ear, licked whatever. And for me, it like, I'm just even thinking about it makes me do that. Like it just, like I don't want to be, it tickles and I can just feel slobber. So I feel like it's.
So you don't like wet willies? I thought all women like wet willies.
Nah, that's weird, man.
No.
No,
no,
and
sir.
some will be like, oh yeah, lick me down. Whoa, like if a man lick me, or toes, some people into sucking toes. Not. So I just feel like there are so many things that.
That's so gross.
I'm sorry, my toes, yes. Don't lick my ears.
Don't lick my toes either. I don't like that.
No ear licking.
All the
and then like for real, like I think that like toenail polish probably tastes bad. I just don't. I'm not a. Yeah.
I was gonna say my guest who was gonna come on definitely.
I was in love before I put a toe in my mouth. Like, and I'm talking about like 1.5 marriages down the drain in love. Like it was a toe. And then like, what if you ticklish? And then like, I'm real particular about my mouth. If you kick me and knock my, I don't ever want to have to tell that. And I feel like a dentist would know. Oh, that was big toe. She fucked you up. Like I would never be able to recover from that. But just.
You should see me when I'm getting a pedicure. I look like I'm getting a root canal. Like I have to hold the sides, and I'm like, I'm doing Lamaze breathing. Oh my God! When they do the little flat file thing on the heel.
Yeah.
Hey, can we talk about how childish
a pedicure feels way differently than a man's tongue on your foot? Let's just say that. Acting like I don't feel any pain. Like that is
SD that we were talking about.
Very sensual. Like that's way different.
I told SD we were talking about toe sucking. He said I might have to pop in.
SD coming in. You said.
He said he was really tired, and then I said, well, we're talking about toe sucking right now. He said I might have to pop in. Oh, that is hilarious. Let me see.
I'm gonna say, don't knock till you try it.
Oh, that is hilarious.
You gotta communicate what you like and don't like. I don't. I hear the natural feeling, we connecting and all that, but I have to the first 3 months of talking, I want to know what you like and don't like, and I'm gonna tell you what I like and what I don't like.
You making somebody wait 3 months before you give up the cheeks? That's crazy.
I'm not saying that. I didn't say that. I said,
I got a question for the ladies. Is that a conversation you have during sex, or you wait till sex is over?
I have been told after is better, but I cheated and asked the guys what they prefer.
I asked you in the first 3 months.
Do y'all prefer the conversation of what you like and don't like during sex, or you prefer after it's over?
Both.
I think both. Yeah.
It depends. If you're, yeah.
How about before?
I like kind of before, actually.
Before I even get it.
I think during it you can make corrections during it. So I think that's
it's
important.
easy to make corrections during it.
Yeah, I think feedback is better live in the moment when it's a positive thing. Like if you say, "Oh yes,"
right,
and
don't
then,
put your thumb in my butt or something.
You know, so it's like, let's say you're doing something right, and then you say, "Yes, I like that," and then when they do something different, you're
I might swatch you. Sorry.
But I think if women universally just got silent when they didn't like something, just stop moving, just stop saying anything.
We go completely silent. You don't
that
get no
sounds like the next word you
eyes.
got to say is like, I didn't consent to this. Like dead silence feels like non-consent, and I'm getting up.
But then also though, dead silence could also mean we're almost to the mountaintop. So there's two different silences. There's the silence where your back is not arched and you just like, and then there's the silence where
silence is bad.
No, I think there's the silence right before. I feel like
that's bad.
I feel like silence and not moving is bad. Like you're just like the starfish. Now that's bad.
Hey, the starfish position. That's what Instagram models do.
But that's what I was trying to say. When you're silent and you look like you squirming for your life, that is a good silence. That is you shut me up.
Not about the me. Anybody not about the me too me. I need audible.
Like you know.
Yeah,
if you open the legs wide open and she's silent, that's a clue.
I agree with y'all though. I think the conversation definitely should be had before sex, because one thing I don't like talking during sex. I don't like random conversation during sex.
Is that Jacob?
I know. I didn't recognize him out of the garage. He's not being.
You seem like a whisper in your ear kind of guy.
He's not in the book.
You about to rob a bank.
Let me whisper in your ear.
For real.
I just
don't give you a wooden letter. He's just like give you a.
I came in and all I heard was stick it in my butt or something, and I just
don't put your thumb in my butt. That's what I said. Don't put your thumb in my butt.
I know I haven't been here in a while. I just figured we're doing something else now, apparently for the new year.
Do y'all know
That's
how
what he said, Jacob.
I didn't think it was it was more possible for me to appreciate a human on Earth, but y'all have I am a very lucky man. I'll just say it. Y'all are tripping. She said no bowling ball grip. You want somebody tongue flossing your toes with their tongue, and Lynetta's making somebody wait 90 days to smash. Hell no. Y'all are tripping. What?
Nobody said 90 days.
You said I'm talking to you and I'm getting to know you. Listen, I understand you.
How dare she want to get to know the man who's gonna get in her guts? Right.
You listen. So, and then she said, okay, so just to clarify, she said no thumb, she said tongue in the butt, and she wanted toes floss. Lynnette's making somebody wait 90 Earth days. Not like a dog, like regular Earth days. Like 90.
I didn't say 90. Willie. I didn't say anything about letting nobody wait.
And even if you did, Lynette, that's totally normal.
No, it's not.
That's your preference.
90
you have to wait 90 days for sex?
Yo, tripping.
No. What if he's long distance? Like,
what if listen, for a guy that travels a lot, there's a flight to Dallas leaving every hour on the 15 and the 45. I don't take me 90 days. Even if I was panhandling for flight money, it wouldn't take me 90 days to get it. And then two, if I got to fly to you, I'm definitely fucking. What are you talking about?
Can I ask why 90 days? I'm just curious. Why 90 days?
Say 90 days.
They just taking this narrative and running with it, Lynette.
Steve Harvey,
He made that up. Willie made that up.
Before they had sex or before they got married or before they got divorced?
Well, I did say that I would wait 90 days to have somebody come into my house. I did say that.
We got hotels, and we got hotels, parking garages, and sleeping bags, girl. Ain't nobody wait 90 days to have sex.
Nobody's doing any of
So
that.
let me make sure I understand. You got to wait 90 days to put your thumb in somebody's butt. Is that what I got to
know? Wait. You can
a better question is, how quickly do you put your thumb in somebody's butt?
Immediately, as soon as you
He was like, they
talking about?
After the first
day one, like
yeah, like you know how like when you go buy a car now, you got to pay for like the additional features. Well, I'm paying for all of that shit. I want all the features up front and like immediately. But at the same time, I'm not sleeping with nobody I don't go with, so it's different for me. Like I'm not just out here running around here passing out this, you know what I'm saying, free dick samples. I'm too old for that. So like with me and mine, listen, just understand this. If you trying to think how to work it without getting her demonetized, because this will do it. Understand this. These thumbs is two things I expect. These thumbs are going somewhere, and when I finish, I couldn't see it.
The thumbs are going where?
Somewhere. You got an ear hole, you can get fish hook, whatever if she is okay with where it's going. Like all these rules and shit, I don't want to have rules when I'm having sex. I went to high school and college with rules. When we come to sex, I need this shit to be
really, a lot of men think like you, and that's exactly why we had to take this poll, because that's what makes them angry, and they're not even listening to the things that we like during sex.
Literally.
Oh, I'm sorry that's the implication you tried to take from there, because again, I swear I said whatever feels good to us.
And I'm saying this was about what
you
feels
just tried
good
to say
to
like the
us.
whole matter because I didn't listen to her. Clearly, I'm listening to what she said.
A lot of men think like that.
But you said I don't want rules. That's what I think she's joking on.
Specifically about the rules.
Like, for example,
how would you know what's good for us if she hasn't told you what her boundaries and preferences are?
Because we've had the conversation. That's my point.
So then it's not a rule. It's just her preference.
No, it's not a rule. It's actually it's more like a process. Like, I may not want to stick my tongue in your ass today, but she wants me to, so I'm gonna do it.
I'm done.
Like, I may not want to, but if it makes her feel good, I'll do it. Like, or she may want you to coordinate. You have a toy in one hand, another toy on the other side, and then like she may want you to be like juggling some shit. If it what makes her feel good, I'm gonna do it. But the moral of the story is I'm not doing that shit when I wait 90 days to do it, and I'm not doing that shit flossing with no tongue. And if I do all this other stuff, I get a bowling ball grip. That's all I ask.
Nobody said 90 days.
You said 90 days. I want to talk to them for the first 90 days and get to know them.
I'm starting to think, Lynette, that they don't care that you don't say it. It's just going to be that you did say it.
I'll just take it. I'll take the 3 months then. If that's the case, fuck it. Excuse me. That's just 290.
So Lynette, how long are you making her wait before you let him smash?
It's no waiting. It's whenever we feel like we want to do it.
I like that.
She said I'm grown.
I'm grown. I'm not waiting on. It depends on the man.
This is a we have only had this happen one time in the history of me doing the show, that we had more than 10 people trying to be on at once. So for those who wanted to get in, I am so sorry. I am not blocking the door. It is, it's SD trying to come on. Okay, hold on one second.
Do I need to? I don't know what we're doing.
So listen, I'll catch you up real quick. Lynette said that she was making motherfuckers waiting 90 days to get the buzz.
I did not say 90 days.
The girl in the yellow said that she wants a tongue in her butt and she wants her toes flossed with her tongue. And then the girl on top above her with the eyelashes said that you can't put your thumb in her ass. That's what you meant.
So, Jacob, since you're the last one to come on, are you cool going in the waiting room for just 5 minutes? Essie's gonna come on just for a few minutes, and then I'll let you back in. Are you cool with that?
I'm just gonna leave. I don't know if I have anything to contribute tonight. I don't know what we're talking about.
I'm sure you have some stories, but stand by, because we would love to have you back if you're willing to come back.
Oh God.
Don't go far, Jacob. Too funny. Okay, so I actually forgot the very last Oh, you were talking about no waiting and she's grown.
Hey,
Okay,
before you try to get real hang up in people's faces, you might need to check. You need to check some shit.
You said what?
I said before you start trying to be slicking, kick everybody off at 10-10, you might want to start checking some shit.
Oh, I saw it.
All right.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Is it 10-10?
Yeah. 10-10.
No, you're thinking Eastern
It's
time.
EST. We got an hour.
We barely hit the end of the show for Central
Oh,
time.
so you got another one now.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's not in here.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Jacob, you promise you come back? Yeah. Okay. We want you to come back. Okay. Don't have more spot. Oh, Kenny's still behind. All right. So I am going to bring SD on. Let me see if he is.
All right, go get Aiden a hug for me.
Around. Hold on.
So Lynette makes people wait 90 days?
No, don't join in with this fool on the
bro. 90 days, like
I did
Earth
not
days.
say 90 days.
Man, somebody rewind this shit because she definitely said 90.
Rewind it and exactly to the question, to the answer to the question I gave. Listen, I did not say 90 days.
Who you make wait 90 days?
No one. Why am I blowing myself up? Listen.
Right? You just told on yourself. Nobody has waited. Need to wait.
It was bait and you took it.
Come on, Mom. Don't do that to me now. Don't do
I'm just trying to catch up. I ain't been following.
Yeah, your head been down. All of a sudden, he heard the 90 days. He was like, "Who's waiting 90 days?"
I'll wait 90 days if a girl like a virgin.
Wait 90 days for what? An income tax return?
If she a virgin or something like that, close to it.
Well, not wait for a virgin.
I wait longer than 90 days.
Close to a virgin. What's that?
Yeah, for a virgin, that's different. I mean, yeah, you don't have anything to base it off of.
Yeah, but I'm not just being the I'm not gonna be the guy that you know. No.
Yeah, absolutely the fuck not. I'm not gonna be the only guy you may wait 90 days. Hell no. And somebody that hit before me too? No. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's
ain't
the most disrespectful shit ever.
That's not my place in the pecking order.
Yeah.
That's not for me.
To the men, what do you guys think about women who have children who are like, "Oh, I'm celibate and I'm not gonna have sex till marriage"?
You're nuttier than squirrel shit. That's what I think. You mean I'm going to date you and your kids and then not? If they daddy didn't want to stay with you, why do you think I'm going to put up with this shit?
You gotta be.
You knew the answer to that.
You gotta be.
I know. I just wanted to hear y'all talk.
I'll give you a more mature answer.
Sarah and Russell.
I'll give you a more mature answer. You gotta be a really devout. You gotta be a really devout Christian.
Lying. That's what they said.
A devout Christian.
But that's Sierra and Russell. I think is different though. I think Russell, him being such a religious man, he led with that energy of like, listen, this is what we're going to do. This is who you're going to be. I need a religious woman. I need a woman who's as, deep in this like I am. This is how we're about to go about this situation.
Who's religious? Sierra?
Russell.
Yeah, Russell.
Yeah, Sierra. I think you said Sierra because I saw her in concert and her movement is not Catholic.
Her movement is why she got Russell. Y'all saw that riding video. She turned Russell to the top of that damn Caprice that she was on.
Yeah, I've seen her in concert.
Russell
Russell
Wilson, being as corny as he was, finally got his first piece of
Why is he corny?
Because he was corny.
He's corny.
Before he got with her, he was corny. He was dating an off-brand mayonnaise colored woman. He wasn't going out to the club. He dressed like a golfer that didn't play golf, and he always wore dance shoes. All of those things make him corny. So don't act like we're saying he's corny because he's dating Sierra, which is not what makes him corny. That's what makes him something else. But before he got with her, look at her past. He's the corniest nigga on her roster. Easy. So
he's the richest, but he's the corniest, right?
Do y'all understand?
He probably cares about her experience in bed, though.
Have you seen the ride video? She was on top of that roof with Ludacris. You know what she was doing. She did that to him. He been locked in ever since. Every dude on here knows a dude who got his mind blown by a girl, knowing that she probably wasn't his best option, but her vagina was magical, and he was stuck with her. Like, you just don't want to put him out there.
So y'all
don't know the guy.
Y'all reasonably understand why Russell's corny, right? That's not that makes sense to y'all. Who doesn't that make sense to?
Saying like basically she improved his style and his swag. He didn't have no swag and no style before.
So Russell is not corny because he's dating a single mom or nothing like that. Like he's a corny person. But also being a corny person doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make you, it's not a derogatory term per se when we talking about Russell. He's just he's textbook corny. He's like a Carlton. You remember we all watched Fresh Prince. We remember Carlton. Yes, he was objectively corny. I'm pretty sure we can all say that Carlton was corny. That's just Russell Wilson.
That's probably who we should be dating.
Yeah.
Hey, wait. You know when Carlton was hitting that teacher that would end up being married, he didn't know he was his professor's wife. That's right. Russell and Sierra. How Carlton acted behind that girl, like, but I love you. But I love, like, after he hit it for the first, I'm telling you, I bet you money that's what happened.
Plus, also, like, and it's like man law that, like, you don't go after a woman the way that he went after Sierra. Like, it was kind of corny the way he did it.
You don't go after. Wait, I want to add a caveat. You don't go after a woman with her past the way he went with her past publicly.
Yeah, that's just not a. Yeah.
That's like somebody trying to run after Kardashian right now.
Because he went behind Future.
No, it's the way he did it. He was like, oh my god, like Sierra, you're my crush forever, and
I just too hard. Like, so if me, Mont, and Aisha was in a car, and Greg was simping out behind a girl like that, be like, bro, you ain't got to try that hard, bro. She's going. Like, you don't have to do all that to get her. Like, it's not. You're doing way too much. You're paying Lamborghini prices for a Lexus. Like, if the money makes more sense for you guys. Like, that's what we would tell him. Russ ain't had nobody to tell him that.
Yeah. But Russell's objectively, I think, from what I can see, optically, he's a good man. He's just also corny.
And he's an outstanding father. Like, Jesus.
Yeah.
Nothing else. That Russell Wilson's book on fatherhood and all of that shit, fire.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that when you realize who he's a father to, you're like, damn.
Exactly.
But kids are definitely gonna be like, but you're not my dad. But by the time they're 16.
Yeah. So I respect Russell as a father, 1,000%. I think he he good in my book.
Uncle Phil, what's his name?
I got Deion Sanders #1.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No. You can't. Wait. How you Deion Sanders over LaMelo Ball's daddy?
I was about to say him. They top two.
Get here.
They top two right there, both of them.
I don't know, bro.
I don't know how we got here.
How did we get here?
Russell Wilson's corny, and then but the Ride video, and they talked about Carlton and 90 days. Oh, it was the 90 days, and
I asked the question,
would you sucking toes, fingertips? We was all.
So speaking of sucking toes,
thumb in the butt,
thumb in the butt. Welcome my buddy Esty. Now I will say this.
Y'all nasty.
I done say this. I done dragged him here after his long day at work, so I'm grateful that he's gonna give us a couple of minutes. I done booted poor brother Jacob, rest in peace. Booted him from the show for a few minutes, so SD could come on here. But we were talking about the percentage of women. I just took the stats down. The percentage of women who actually have a good experience in bed, and so we were talking about whether men really know what women are looking for. And I am curious to hear your thoughts on this specifically. We were talking about, and ladies, save your response after. You could say your truth after. But do you believe there's ever a time where silence from a woman is good? Or I say this, silence in bed from a woman, is it good, bad, or are there times it's good and there are times that it's bad? What would you, not to put you on the spot when you just jumped in, but.
Hey, it is what it is. But I mean, I guess it all depends. It all depends because of her eyes rolling back, or you know what I'm saying, she's out of breath or something like that, or she's trying to catch her breath and she's silent, then that's a good thing.
Thank you. That's what the girls were saying. We said it. Sometimes she can't speak.
Yeah, sometimes she can't talk. Like she ain't got no control
You
over
can't find the
herself, and
word.
she trying to figure out what in the world is going on. And you look up and you see tears or something covered out her face. She can't really speak. Like I don't know if guys have had this experience, but
That's a
No,
different
I
type
said
of
when she
silence.
has a slow tear and all of a sudden
yeah,
she pulls out a Marlboro Light and
yeah,
she doesn't even smoke cigarettes. Like
We
you
seen
know
how
you
Stella
did
got her groove
something
back.
when she's in a fetal position and she can't speak English suddenly.
It's a different type
yeah,
of connection.
Speaking in
yeah,
tongue.
We were just talking
yeah.
about that.
That's a
You
different
said,
type of
"La, la, la, la,
silence,
la."
though.
Right. We said there's a silence where it's like this
Yeah, she's
Negro.
looking at you
But that
like,
other silence, it don't. That other silence is short lived. The whole entire time before that, there was noise.
Right. But that's why I said you got
Mm-hmm.
to know the difference. So this all started because we were saying women, we have to take responsibility and accountability for not being vocal. We need to either tell a guy proactively what we do and don't like, or don't encourage bad behavior. So if he's doing something that does nothing for you, i.e. licking your ears, and we were talking about people not liking licking ears or sucking on your toes and it doesn't do anything for you, you got
wait
to
a
let him
minute.
know. I know.
Don't
I
fake
know.
it.
You
He's
gotta
like,
let
wait
him
a
know it
minute.
doesn't work, because then he's over here like, I'm killing the game, and you're like, no, you're just killing my patience.
Mhm.
And so he needs to know the difference between the silence of, oh God, I hope this finishes, or the, oh my God, I'm about to finish. And
I think men know. I think we just be in denial sometimes. I think we know. I mean, I've dealt with enough women to know the difference between the two. A woman that's just sitting there and she ain't really enjoying herself, like you gonna know that, man. Like something is off. She could have thought of something. It might not even be that the sex is bad. She could have thought of something that done you did a month ago, the day before yesterday, and I took her whole mind out of it. Like we know, we just be in denial about it. I think.
I don't agree. Only because like I think some people speak from a privileged position of like just a base level of intelligence, and we don't realize how many men out here don't like men who just use crazy horrible pickup lines or just like go for women that they
Hey,
can't
what you
get and just go and they use the same thing over and over again. You ever had a guy talk to you and you like you'd use this on other women? This worked before?
that part.
Like I don't think they actually understand, and I don't think that they're learning from their interactions. I don't think they're really, I think some men are just like really are illiterate when it comes to social interaction.
Oh, I can see that, but most of them dudes don't really get sex like that to really even tell, because it's a study that was just done where they say 63% of men are single and sexless and at home watching porn.
Hey, I
That's
just
a
said I quoted that a minute ago on the show.
Yes, that's a huge number of men that ain't getting no sex at all. And the percentage of guys that do get consistent sex, and women and stuff, I call them the whole phase guys, or guys that's kind of smooth and out here. Those guys know. The socially awkward dudes don't get enough sex to know anything. Like they ain't getting no sex at all. But
They
the
the ones
guys that's
voting
out here
all your
doing it,
posts. And
they the who?
the socially awkward dudes are the ones skewing these posts too. Because
By
the
the
ones who not
way,
getting sex have the most to say about it.
speaking of posts, Jacob's giving you your flowers, SD. He said, shout out to you for your recent viral moment. The brotherhood is proud. It was funny because I told SD, I said, not my brother sending me SD's post. My brother, he was just randomly sending me stuff. And he sends me this video. I said, man, that's the homie. I said, get this thing out of here.
Hey, play the video.
Oh,
Play the video because that was a good one.
Okay, let's.
The one on World Star?
Oh, did World Star pick it up?
Yeah.
Thing still?
Yeah, World Star still around since Q
Yeah.
died and Cubano left the crackhead. World Star still going?
Oh my God. Okay, so I'm
Yeah,
assuming
Worldstar
it's
got like 40 million followers, man. They got a lot.
yeah, it's crazy. I had something go on World Star and I thought I was about to blow up. I did not. I was so bummed.
No, you're too wholesome for whole World Star. Only thing
The World Star got an Instagram?
$100,000. You eliminated 85% of all.
Is this the one that's on World Star?
85%. That leaves you 15%.
Yeah.
Half of that 15% is married. 7.5%. Half of them gay. live an alternative lifestyle. Take that down to 3.5%, 4% that you got to choose from. Then you want him over 6 feet, 2%. He can't be obese, 1%. You don't like Sagittarius, this is Leos or Cancers.
Yeah, that was a good word.
You gotta find him, and then he gotta like you back. That type of man that makes that type of money has requirements for a woman too that now you have to meet. This is why so many women are struggling that make money when they step out here into the dating. If you say I want a man that make $100,000, you eliminate it.
That was funny. He sent that.
Numbers don't lie.
Hey, it's a harsh reality. It's a harsh reality that
And
a
it should
lot of
be
women
common
don't want to
sense.
accept.
That's how you know. That's how you know the pretty girls
Nah.
ain't paying attention to math class.
No.
Yeah, it's
Bro,
not
you
common
gotta,
sense to women who's delusional.
yeah, you gotta understand, man. Like a lot of women don't operate off of common sense. They operate off of feelings. And because they feelings tell them one thing, everything that makes sense, stats, logic, that stuff don't even matter a lot of times to them. So you could talk to you blue in the face. And we got on that subject because the two women on the panel, the two that was across from me that was trying to interrupt, was like, I'm not even helping a man pay the tip when we go out to eat. I ain't helping him pay anything he demand, da 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 da, but he gotta make X amount of dollars. And I'm like, y'all 42, y'all 40 something with kids. Like, you have to understand that these men have requirements also. And I'm gonna speak for them because I'm one of them. And let me tell you, it's tough, like, to deal with the woman. First you old, no knocks to the older one, but it is what it is. First you older, you got kids, then you have bad attitudes or thinking that follows up that makes it 10 times worse. But they don't think of that. Like, when you talk to a lot of them, they all think they the total package because their girlfriends tell them they the total package. And they feel like they the total package. And they don't care what the men think.
SD, I have a video for that. If you can let me know if this fits what you're trying to describe. And like I said, just take me 1 second to cue this up here. All right, let me know if it, not to interrupt, I thought I did interrupt. Let me know if this is the type of situation you're describing.
There has to be a reason.
Yeah, what's your
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I put the
oh, her butt. Look at pimple butt. Oh,
wait a minute.
Lord.
That's the second one. Sorry. This one. Okay, I grabbed the wrong video. I know. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's the wrong video.
That was very wrong.
That's that ant booty.
You might as well let it run.
How come it's been 16 years? Come back. Okay. So why did you pop his balloon?
I don't find him attractive.
You didn't find him attractive, and you didn't find him attractive, right? So what is your type?
I kind of like gorgeous men.
Gorgeous men. Rating from a scale, like would you
10 plus.
You wanted somebody that's 10 plus. Wow. So you typically date 10 plus men?
I believe, she's trying to date beyond how should I say, beyond a standard.
He's so nice.
You have to come down to your level,
shiny too.
And be realistic with your goal. Because if you're not, then it's like you're living in La La Land. This is reality. This is the real world. We ain't here to joke. We're here to speak the truth. And she needs to cut our coat according to her size.
That's what SD said. Okay, there's another one that's kind of on par. We'll let this one play.
Take the face. I like your swag. You know what I'm saying? I see you with the Louis. Ain't nothing wrong. You dress nice, but I take the face kind of serious. You know what I'm saying? So it's like once you do things to your face, it kind of like, I don't know. It's cool, but like it's certain things on your face, like the cheeks is personal what you do, but just not for me.
That's why the dog keeps sniffing like that. Like you can tell.
You know what? I'm out of water. Y'all keep it going. I'm gonna refill real quick. would that be a good description, an accurate portrayal?
She's making some French bread in them pants.
Yeah, especially the first girl. I mean, say again.
with the Nigerian accent made it even funnier.
Yeah, you
Oh,
know.
I said she was serious when she said, "I need a man who's gorgeous."
Yeah, and you
She
know,
shaped like a chicken nugget in kente cloth. That's wild to me.
a lot of women, you know, they got no problem telling men to stay in their financial lane, and they disqualify men because of finances, and that's fine. But they never, and they say, "I will not settle. I won't settle for this." But they never ever think about that the type of man that they want is settling on them. It never crosses their mind. And then when somebody actually brings it up, now I'm gay, now I'm sassy, now all of this here other stuff. And it's just like, wait a minute, if you can look at men and disqualify men for certain things, you have to be able to take this on the other end because men are going to disqualify you for certain things. You have to be able to take that. And a lot of them just don't want to hear that. So that's why so many of them are chronically single, even though they make this, you know, nice money or whatever the case. A lot of them, a lot of the expectations for a man is just unrealistic for their actual dating pool. So
I'll kick their coverage.
Say again.
I was saying they're trying to outkick their coverage, as the saying goes. Trying to date somebody outside of what their looks was usually determined.
Yeah. And I think the issue really is men. Like we the reason for that.
Yeah, but we deal with it.
Because a lot of men date down. Like, and I think that's
Can
the
y'all
issue.
hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a lot of men, like for example, like it's probably a lot of women who shouldn't have been flown out by athletes who's been flown out by athletes. You know, who objectively a normal man will be like, oh, I'm not spending that on her. But yeah, I think a lot of men they be taking that elevator down.
It's because money is too easy to get now. So there's so many men that have no business dealing with women or having like the things that like it's kind of like you give something so powerful to a child. Like you don't want a child to play with a gun because of what he might do with it. But you give these grown ass man boys like that didn't have dad's money and now they just going out and running amok and reproducing and having children with. Anyway, never mind.
Yeah, you look at a lot of guys' baby moms. A lot of guys' baby moms.
Oh man.
So I'm gonna do a quick. I don't know if everyone has their IG, but if anybody wants to see the IG of the people on the panel, you can go ahead and look now. If you haven't added yours, go ahead and add yours now. If anyone wants to follow anybody on social media, you got their information.
I don't have Instagram anymore. My Instagram is Jesus loves you, so who cares if other men do?
You know what? So did you want me to share this what you just sent me?
Play that one because that shit is funny.
Okay, so I'll send. I'm not even gonna watch it. I'm just gonna share it. So let me go ahead and
Hey, Mont, this is gonna prove your point.
Wait, why isn't it letting? Oh, stupid! I'm over here trying to treat it like it's a what you call it? Like you sent me a picture or something, but it's a link. Okay, so I'll just have to hold it up to the screen because it'll take me too long to try to download it and then save it or whatever.
Why don't you see that Daddy Academy video?
You said what? Oh, which one?
The roster one.
Oh, the roster one. Okay. All right. So let me play this one real quick. SD, did you want your IG handle? Are you good?
Oh, can y'all see it right here?
Oh yeah, it's up above his head.
It's the whole phase expert.
Yes, the color makes it a little hard to see, but
it's
he has the whole face expert with underscores.
Maybe change the color.
Oh, come on, color.
Come through, color.
Yeah, I think it's
red.
Maybe because it's. Oh, that one's hard to read too. Yeah, I'll put it also under your name so that people can have it. Unfortunately, when I put the banner up, you can't. It's the underscore.
Underscore after each word. The whole phase expert.
Okay. But not the last word, right?
No, not one after.
I don't ever type it in. You just pop up on my feed. Okay. There. So now you guys can see it. If you want to follow him, here's your opportunity, because once I put the banner back up, it will go away. All right, so this is the video that Willie sent me. Let me go ahead and take this one down. She said, I'm everyone's type. That is like the most arrogant statement ever, because why
she's not even my type of porn that I would watch when I was watching porn back then. So that's crazy.
She's horrible.
Here we
go. Everyone's type.
Men will put up. The hotter you are, the crazier you can be. Men will put up with it. But the opposite is also true. This is why fat girls used to be so nice. But then the internet and a bunch of black dudes convinced them that they were hot too. Now you can't even talk to one. Relax, bitch. You can't have an attitude and type 2 diabetes.
Oh.
If you're over 300 pounds, you need to be as sweet as your blood sugar. These fat white girls who get with a black dude and then they're like, see, I'm not racist. And I'm like, come on, Cheryl. It's not like you had a choice. It's like when black dudes are like, I don't even like them skinny white girls. I'm like, come on, Daryl. It's not like you had a choice either. The hotter you are.
Dang, that is very, very politically incorrect.
I like it.
It is very. Wait, this is the time for my banner. Hold on.
Greg, are you drinking Pedialyte, bro?
You know what?
Yeah, athlete.
You know the bottle. It looks the same. It's just a different label. I was like, bro.
Canelo be drinking Pedialyte.
You know the cheat code. That's why I was about to ask him. Like, all right, I'll see you.
So as I mentioned, that is very politically incorrect. However, a lot of social truths are politically incorrect. They are not politically correct. But I will say this, that there is a combination needed. And sometimes when people are very attractive, there is an assumption that they don't need to have a personality to also go with it. But then you could do the reverse and say, hey, if you aren't the most attractive, you definitely can't afford to not up your game. And I think that if we act like looks don't matter at all, that's just not the reality. And the thing I like to say is that there are certain things you can do to widen the reach of people, because the women that they showed on there, they're getting married and having kids. So there are people who will be with them, but is it going to be the majority of the population? So I always try to come from a teaching perspective of, hey, there are certain things you can do to level up. As a man, if you go to the gym, as a man, if you cut your nails and don't have dirty fingernails, as a man, if you don't talk about sex within the first 3 seconds of talk, like there's certain things you can do to up your attractiveness. And so
definitely,
go ahead.
If you lack in one area, you definitely got to make it up somewhere else. In any aspect, whether it's if your looks isn't there, like if you're not attractive, you definitely got to make it up with personality. And that's why they always use that analogy. Broke men have good sex because they got to make it up some way. Like they got to have some sort of compensation to not being financially stable, and that's usually what it is. So.
Were you guys? No, go ahead.
I try to get people to understand that when you want someone exceptional, you have to then, and you're not exceptional yourself.
That's a good word, exceptional.
I hear a lot of women want a man that makes a certain amount of money, right? But in the same token, we all know that the more money a man makes, the more exceptional he wants his woman to be, especially in her looks and her shape. 9 times out of 10, depending on his pockets, he's gonna scrutinize her looks and all those things even more. So you have to understand that if you're not an exceptional woman in the looks and the body department, you have to be exceptional in your femininity, in your submission, in the way that maybe you cook real good, something like that. Same for a man. If you're not exceptional in your pockets and you want you a beautiful woman, then you need to be in the gym. You need to be more masculine. You need to be a really good leader, maybe a good dad. You have to make up for it. But like he said in there, like you can't be a 4 in the face. a 4 in the body, and you got a bad attitude and 3 kids. Like, ain't no man that's making really, really good money that you're shooting for 99.9% of the time, an exceptional man is not going to take a woman that's way below average, and vice versa. A woman that's really pretty is not 9 times out of 10 going to take a man that's making $50,000, that's 5'2", and he got a kid or two. Like, it's not going to happen. So you have to pick a struggle and stay in your lane. Everybody has lanes. Men got lanes and women have lanes. Our lanes are just different. Men's lane is really predicated on their finances a lot of times, because a lot of women will overlook certain things for the man if his finances are really good. Rick Ross proves this every month. He gets a new bad chick, but he 382 pounds. But Lizzo, on the other hand, she's a millionaire also, but she's begging Spider-Man, please answer my DMs. NBA players, please answer my DMs. I'm sending you DMs. Like, it's a difference. So women's is predicated off their looks and their shape more than their money. And we all have a lane, and we have to operate in it, or else we're gonna be single a long time.
I'm not answering Lizzo's DM because if I don't want to feed her. So that's not like.
Okay. Say that again.
I said
Say
I'm not.
Don't ask her to feed her
because I don't want to feed her.
PMS.
And she's built. Again, I'm trying to be funny. Women have like those types of women have 3 shapes. The same one the chicken nuggets from McDonald's come in. But I think that a lot of dudes get a pass too because again, not trying to be funny, but like making money now is so easy that if it's not necessarily difficult. The blueprint to get paid is
That's
out
not
there.
true.
That's not true that the blueprint
the blueprint may be there, but
yeah. And
most of these dudes ain't making money.
No, I'm not saying most of them are. I'm saying that if they wanted to, if they may put effort into it, they could. They just don't, and they're okay with that.
I do think that I do agree with Willie to some degree. I do think that it's easy to stumble across money these days. And I know a lot of people who did stumble across money. You ever seen somebody, you be like, yo, how do you got money? Like, how do you still have the money? Like, because they're just not very intelligent.
That's why big dudes choose to get rich instead of getting in shape, because it's easier. It's during one you're not going to be sore and uncomfortable, and the other one you're going to be able to buy things that make you more comfortable: food, clothes, skinny women, whatever. So I think that people do what's easy for them. For example, same thing with women. It's easier to go get a BBL than go to the gym and do squats. It's easier to go get your titties done instead of doing pull-ups, push-ups, or whatever else to raise your breast. Or it's easier to tell yourself that, hey, I don't have to be these things for these men that I want because I'm a prize. It's easy for them to be hive-minded and get band together in a delusion saying, oh, well, we're the prize because we're shaped like this, we look like this, and any man would be lucky to have me because I'm special. It's easy for them to do that instead of actually going to becoming special. And when like you look at that show, one of the things that I judge people by is their actual outcomes. And on that show, the only women on there that have the outcomes they're talking about, which is the man of their dreams that other men respect, is rarely on the show anymore. Everybody else has dudes that they had to spin the block on. He pursued her, they broke up. She dated 2 or 3 other dudes, was talking to one in his face, but he's the one that's patient and stuck around. And then you can just look at the men those women have children by. That tells you what it is for them. And now all of a sudden you want your ideal man to come take you with all that baggage and shit you have. That's wild.
Yeah,
I got an example of what Willie was talking about. I think Casanat is an example of like just playing video games and kind of streaming, and now he's a multi-millionaire. But I don't think 20 years ago he a guy who a young boy who just played video games, and I don't think 20 years ago that person would have figured out how to
Yeah, that's like Casanat is like a LeBron James. Them folks, sure. Them folks come along, man. Stuff like that happen for people once every blue moon, right? But the majority of people, go ahead. What was you gonna say?
I don't think Casanat example. So I think that LeBron James example is a little bit different because LeBron is like from the time LeBron was 8 or 12, everybody knew where he was going. versus a Casanat, where I'm pretty sure that he figured out at a certain point, like, oh snap, I just made this type of money because I'm technically got this many views and they just sent me this check. Oh snap, like I'm making money. And it's a lot of other younger streamers under him who's not making millions and millions, but they might be making $1 million a year, or they might be making 500,000 a year from streaming. It's a very popular thing with the youth nowadays.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the just the generational talent, I guess. LeBron is a
Yeah.
talent. Casanat is kind of not, but he came up and he's now a millionaire and all these things. I'm just saying this because in the grand scheme of things in the United States, only 15% of men make $100,000. Only 9% of women make $100,000. Like it's not
You on
like,
mute, Johnson.
it's
I was gonna say, how is it I run into all these guys who make over 100,000?
Willie, how much money you make on paper?
60,000.
First of all, nigga, what? No, you want me to text you?
He makes 60K on paper.
You want me to text you and tell you? You asking me like for my public answer?
I'm curious. Like on these tax returns where they're doing these studies, are they looking at your tax return? So if you're technically an entrepreneur and you file S corp, are they looking at just the portion where your W-2 salary is and not the portion that your business took?
Looking at personal tax returns. That's where that 15% number comes from. And it's not, and there's not going to be much deviation from it because, we just be honest. So I pay myself a very nominal salary based on the money that I bring in for obvious reasons that I think most of us fellas will understand. So I don't have to get into it, but y'all understand. I do that on purpose. But we're talking about the guys who just go and earn 60 or 45, more than $45 an hour. That's 15% of the population. And then when you go up to $150,000, it's like 9% of the population for men. And then when you go to 250, it's 4%. And when you go to over 500,000, it's 1. Yeah. So it's not smart for anybody, entrepreneurial-wise, to be in the top 1% of earners. Because if you earn $500,000, you're paying damn near 40% in taxes. So what those of us who make that type of money do is we put all of our money into a business, and then we pay ourselves as an employee of that business whatever salary we need to survive based on what we got going on. A lot of these guys have kids by women. They don't want to get up on child support. They got other shit going, whatever, right? But what he's talking about, those numbers, is just people working, going and get 40 flat hours a week, working overtime or whatever to make $100,000. That's where all the numbers he cited from. If you go to blackdemographics.com, it'll show you all of that. The problem is when you look at it from a woman's perspective, she expects us to have all of that money and then give it to her. They want men to make money like that to provide a lifestyle they can't afford for themselves or the lifestyle they feel they deserve. And a lot of the guys who can do that, we have no problem giving a woman a lifestyle that she wants. You just have to be worth it for us. And the women he's on that panel with feel like they're inherently deserve it because they said so. Not because other men who actually could do it said so, but because their girlfriends, that hive-minded delusion shit, like, hell yeah, girl, you deserve a man like that. Your titties big, your face done, your ass fat, your makeup is beat. And then they just automatically feel like they're entitled to that man's money. And then when they get one, they can't keep us while they're dressed.
Well, I think it's the more and more I talk to women, I think it's a little different, a little different than what you're saying. I think that the women that make nice money think they deserve it because they make nice money. And because women by nature are hypergamous, meaning they want a man that's above or doing better than them, right? So they are at a disadvantage in the dating world, and what it is that they look for in men, they feel like men should be looking for it in them. So with the hypergamous nature and then taking what they look for in men, then they come out here and they feel like, hey, this is what I deserve as a woman. Why wouldn't a man want a woman that's making $100,000? Not taking into account that the man that you're talking about that's doing well for himself, he doesn't value the same thing that you value the way that you value it. We value different things when he's in a different tax bracket. Now, a guy that's making $45,000, $50,000 a year, he will probably value your $100,000 way more. But a guy that has the money, he's not looking for a provider. Women, no matter how much money they make, in most cases, are still looking for a provider to do exactly what he said, and that's provide her with the lifestyle. Because what do women like more than money? Somebody else's money. That's what that's what they like. Like a man's money more than their own. So they want a man that will spend his money while she kind of gets to sit back on hers and do what she wants to do with it. Like, but it's true. It's true. And so what happens is they overvalue themselves based off of their finances, while the men are looking at things like the attitude, the femininity, the thinking, the behavior. Men are focusing her shape and her look. Men are focusing in on those things while she's coming over here saying, I got my own table, I pay my own bills. And the dude's just like, who cares?
Does that do for me?
Hey, Yonci, look at the picture I just sent you. It'll talk to his point about for men.
No, I was about to put it up.
These 9 things, yeah.
What's funny, SD, is that I had already planned to share one of your things. So Willie had sent me something, and so I was going to put it. So it's funny that you're on here. But 2 of the things I was going to share were polls and stuff that you put up. So I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is one was you too. So you asked. I think this had been trending a while back too, but you asked men to rank what they valued. So I'll put it up on the screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That was a while ago I did that one.
Mm-hmm.
That was over a year or so.
Yeah, I was on my Facebook, and a girl posted it, and I took it from her because they were mad that, you know how it went for us. And they were mad saying that that's crazy. And men who don't care about your education, insecure, and all this other bullshit.
But that's why it's good to have your watermark there, because people be reposting like crazy.
I think it's so interesting how a woman can say, I want a man that makes what I make or more money than me. And I'm sure they'll prefer more money, right? So I want a man that wants more money, that makes more money than me. But then when a man says, I want a woman that makes less money than me, they're like, that's crazy. Like, that's literally the yang to your yin you just said.
Hey, you know what? It's kind of like, real quick. It's kind of like most women prefer an older man. But when men say they prefer a younger woman, now he a pervert. Now he a pedophile or something.
I love you. I have to give it to Mont. So I say normally he and I agree, but there was an episode where he was saying that he prefers a woman to make less and have less experiences and all this stuff, right? And it sounded kind of different, we'll just say. But he explained it in a way that made sense. And I don't know if you remember how you said it, Mom, but you were just like, every time a woman is leveling up, a guy is having to level down. I forget what you said specifically, but it was like, I had a light bulb moment.
Yeah.
And, you said what makes her desirable. You said something about what makes
basically,
her...
Yonci, if you liked me and I made more money than you, and I liked you back and you made less money than me, yeah, you make less money than me. I like you back. I'm dating a woman who makes less money than me.
Right.
We're the perfect, it's perfect for me to date a woman who makes less money. It's perfect for you to date a guy who makes more money. But when I say it, I'm like, you're insecure, or you're.
And you know what I think it is? I think it's because there is an assumption as to why that's happening. But when we state our preferences, we're looking at reasons why as being either neutral or considered not taboo or whatever. So it's like, let's take the age thing that SD brought up. So with the age, we think, okay, an older man is more sophisticated. He's had more time to get his stuff together. Hopefully he's aged out of the hoe phase. So there are all these positives. But when we think of a guy choosing to be with a younger woman, we see it as he wants to manipulate her. He's, that's usually the biggest thing. Like he's looking to manipulate her, and he knows that a woman who's older is going to call him on his BS. That's typically what I think the consensus is.
That's a quote.
I think only women who think that are the women that can't compete with those younger girls, because the woman is going to be real quick to try to shame a man for wanting something she's not.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I'm in a unique situation in that I married someone who was almost 15 years older than me.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a lot of people saying, if a guy does that, this is what he wants. And looking back, I definitely was not on the level that I am now. And, there are downsides with it too. If a guy marries down in age, there's a lot of maturing that hasn't happened, and not necessarily saying she's immature, like she's, making fart noises with her mouth, not like that kind of immature, but there's just there's a lack of life experience where she doesn't understand certain things. And so in my mind, I've always thought like, man, I wonder what that dynamic would have been like. Not saying I want to be with my ex-husband, but I'm saying it's just curious, like, what would that dynamic have been like if I had the life experience that I have now in dealing with him? And it's a rabbit hole you could go down.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I would much rather teach a girl how to file an income tax return as deal with a woman that has 20 years of sexual trauma in her 40s. I would much rather teach a woman how to go apply for a house and teach the difference between a VA loan, an FHA loan, all that stuff, than deal with, 3 or 4 baby daddies and 16 different kids.
But
you gotta pick your poison.
But when I say life experience, I don't mean like she hasn't learned skills and trades. What I mean by
I'm not
life
talking about skills and trades. I'm talking life experience.
You said filing tax returns and all kind of stuff. Those are like
things that women tend to do as they're older, buying homes, how to go negotiate a car purchase, things that a 25 to 30-year-old woman may not be an expert in.
Okay, so let me clarify what I was speaking about. What I was speaking about is emotional maturity. So younger Yonci was very defensive. Younger Yonci, really liked attention. Younger Yonci needed to be outside. Older Yonci, I'm keep my butt in the house all day long. Like I could be held hostage if I didn't know it and be okay, as long as I didn't know I was being held hostage, because I love to be at home that much.
Yeah, so we would still rather deal with all of that shit than the stuff that the average guy has to deal with dealing with women his age now. Because by the time you're 40, you done been through a mile of dick and you got the baggage to go with it. Like we got to deal with that now, as compared to catching you before you done had a quarter mile of dick when you're 25. Like he catch you.
I was a virgin when he got me.
No, well, you and Dark Cloud are the only 2 virgins.
No, I'm saying I said to your point.
Yeah, I get you.
Got someone who was 23 and I was a virgin.
I think any man would rather take any of that stuff than deal with the stuff that the average guy deals with one day. And I'm not talking about the guys who don't have their shit together. I'm talking about the average guy with his stuff together that women actually like. I think it makes sense for the majority of those men to say, hey, I want a younger woman because, one, she's more malleable. She doesn't have any bad habits. Like we said in the military, like when we teach you how to shoot, we love people that have never shot a gun before. You know why? Because you don't have any bad habits. We can teach you and show you the one way that we want it done, which is the right way for what we're trying to do. You look at a woman, it's the same thing. I know women don't like being told this, but it is so much easier to train up a wife at a young age than it is to retrain a wife who's been somebody else at an older age for most men. And as the fact that we get shamed for that when, again, y'all like older niggas, y'all was messing with the drug dealers and the college kids when y'all was seniors in high school, or that one girl that was leaving with a dude that was 30 when she was 17. And then now that you're older and those men, you see those men doing the same thing instead of, not you personally, but instead of not choosing y'all and choosing the newer model, it's a problem. But Willie, I think because of the competition and the competition piece there.
Let me play devil's advocate. There are women, or there are men, not saying all men, okay? Because I truly don't believe that Mont is some weird creepy predator. So he's already an example that I wouldn't put him in that category. So I'm clearly not saying all men, but there are quite a few men who want a younger woman because she's more impressionable for nefarious reasons. Meaning,
why do we care though? Why do we care about that small group of men?
No, I don't think it's a small percentage. I don't think it's necessarily
give me an example of nefarious.
Yeah, because like there's
so for example,
a large group of men though, like make sure we can defend that assertion, because I don't think there's a large group of men who want young girls.
I didn't say large. I just said it's not small. So what I'm saying is you encounter a lot of toxic men in dating, just like you encounter a lot of women you say who are gold digging, all that stuff. And even though we say that's not the majority, you're like, well, this is what I see. We see a lot of this behavior. So there are a lot of guys who prey on a woman not having life experience. An example, because Ma's asking for an example. An example of that would be a young girl who doesn't understand, or even an older woman who just hasn't had anyone teach her, would not know that it's a red flag that a man is pressing sex. Now, you guys might say, well, that's common sense. She should know that. But what men will do is they're subtle. They're not like, get in the van, little girl. It's not like that type of stuff.
I got some candy for you.
You said what?
I got some candy.
Yeah. It's like they'll say things like, hey, you're being uptight, man, we've been together enough time, or I'm not a creep, why can't I come over? They'll do things that an older woman would be like, bruh. She would either tell him to just go kick rocks with open-toed sandals, or she just say, no, I'm not, that's not what I'm trying to do right now. Or,
Actually, Yonci, there's a something you said about that. And I know I'm probably most likely the youngest person on here. I'm 27. I'm about to be 28 next week. And I remember telling the girls, just like, I had a date with a 34-year-old more recently, probably like 2 weeks ago. And how he would try to do it was, you seem very uptight. You seem very like, is there something that happened in your childhood? It's like, why do you need to know what happened to me in my childhood? And we just, we're on dates too. And no,
wait.
Like, there's a difference between trying to genuinely get to know someone and then saying, well, I don't want to hold hands. I'm not comfortable holding hands with you on date number 2. And you're asking me if I have some kind of trauma because I'm not doing something that you want me to do.
Trauma should be discussed on date 1, though, honestly.
You think trauma should be discussed on date 1?
Trauma should be
discussed. The reasoning behind it is what I'm saying.
So.
There's a lot of people, like y'all are missing the point behind it.
What are your traumas and what are you doing to address them?
I'm not comfortable with something like holding hands on the first or second date. For me personally, I feel like that's an intimate thing. I'm not holding your hand. And as a result of me not doing that, your question is, what trauma have you experienced? I think
Chanel, can I pause you for just a second to get clarity? Now, you see, when you said, I think trauma should be discussed in a first date, can you give an example of what that looks like? Like, how would that come up and how would it be answered? Just any example that comes to mind.
I'm a very blunt person. I always ask, what are your childhood traumas and what are you doing to address them?
Oh, you just directly go in.
Yes.
Or how do you feel about PDA? That's when it will come up. How do you feel about PDA? That's a very first date conversation.
But here's my question for you. I understand that when we are dating, we want to filter. We want to minimize wasted time, because I think we'll all agree time is our most valuable asset because you can't ever get it back. So I look at that and I understand that's the logical side. For me, if I had an actual trauma, like when I say trauma, I'm talking about like a daddy molesting or a abuse or, something that I would call a trauma. I don't feel close enough to someone to share all that. Even
you're a stranger.
I think
You're a stranger.
Not all trauma is that deep. Not all trauma is that deep, though.
No, but I think
it could be that deep, though.
There's certain questions you have to earn the right to ask, though. Like, you have to spend some time with the person to be able to develop that question.
So let me clarify something. This is not a first conversation type deal. Before we go out on a date, there are numerous conversations we're going to have before we get to a date stage. By the time we get to a date stage, we should be able to have some open conversations.
I think what I got out of his comment was, because I understood what he meant, and I think that's part of the process. I think people meet and go out immediately. I think that's what's probably happening a lot today. People aren't spending some time talking on the phone, getting to know. And then you go out and spend a bunch of money and you mad because you didn't smash, and you just met her. You've only talked to her for 10 minutes. You didn't spend any time getting to know her, find out what she's interested in, see if you even want to go anywhere with her. Like, there's something I had to learn. I used to go out quick, but now it's like, look, I need to talk to you a little bit more. See if I even want to. I don't know if I want to go outside with you. I don't know you like that. So what he's talking about, I got from that is he's saying, hey, I've gotten to know you, and now we're going out, and now maybe the conversation has escalated to a certain point. If you going out and spending $100, I don't know, $500 on a steak, like they say they do online on the first date for somebody you just met, I put you in the simp category. So
I feel like that's foolish.
I still wouldn't bring that question up on a first date, even if you've been talking.
You can avoid trauma. Like, hey, so how do you feel about PDA? Because maybe you're touchy feely, you want to know how she feels. You ain't got to bring up the trauma, but at the same time, someone saying that like me taking your hand, hold your hand on the second date, I understand where bro's coming from, where his thought process came from. But they not want to hold hands. I mean, that's kind of weird. I get it, but it's against the boundaries he has. He has to respect it. At the same
time, let me give y'all some more context.
It's weird though. Like I don't.
give us some more context.
It is very weird. So Monday was date 1. By the way, I suggested we go do a free date. So I do pool like every Monday, and they pretty much let me play for free, right? So I invite him to come. We're playing pool, etc. And he wants to start getting into deeper conversations that, yes, you should know me a little bit more before I feel comfortable talking to you about these things. Date number 2 was the next day. So it just kind of was moving too fast for me. And also there were a lot of things, like I said, that I was uncomfortable with.
What was that secret question? What was that submitted question from last episode about moving too fast?
Absolutely not.
About you.
So if you're asking me to hold my hand the first day, you're asking if you're going to get a kiss after the second date. No, I'm not asking me that.
Chanel, let me ask a question, Chanel. Chanel, let me ask a question. Did you
hold on, Jacob? Could you finish really quickly? So the point
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Was that there are men out here that are love bombing women. There are men out here that are literally preying on us. Even the young ones who actually have daddies in their lives, who make a lot of sense, who are not just going home with you just because you're an older man who makes a lot of money. And then also, on the flip side, as a younger woman who had a lot together at a young age, from like 20, 21, there are a lot of men who are asking me to make more money than them because they want to use, they want to abuse, etc. And then they feel insecure when I make more money than them. So it's not something I'm bringing up. That's not a conversation I bring up at all. But it's something that they're like, okay, big money. Okay, I see you out here. Like, that is a
Stop that conversation immediately. Anytime someone tells you it must be nice, okay, big money, or I see
absolutely.
you,
we're done.
They broke.
Do you think that a man?
I'm sorry, you had a question first, and then mine.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Jacob.
No, I was just going to answer it. I'm going to ask you to be completely honest with me. We're talking about the specific guy who wanted to hold your hand. Did you like him?
I knew that was coming. I
knew she ain't talking like she like him.
It's interesting because I actually did like him. I felt like he was unable to emotionally regulate. There was a lot that he was hitting me with in the first date. So, for example, we went. It just seemed like he was very emotional. Like I feel like maybe months later, possibly, but like it just felt like he was in a different headspace than I was in.
I feel very blessed that I don't have the type of past that I have anything I can't talk about, like at any point. Or maybe just because I'm transparent, I don't know. But holy shit, I would hate trying to date if I have to like compartmentalize the shit I talk about outside of money. Because money is something I work at the post office. If anybody
I got a question.
There's a lot of information and things that he gave me in the first 2 dates that I personally don't feel like I should know. For a man who we just were not speaking as much as you're saying, like you're talking on the phone often.
He won't let you know.
I'm not asking him to compartmentalize. I'm asking him to just enjoy the date.
There are levels. I think there are levels socially. Socially, there are levels to what you share, and there's such a thing as an overshare. Like I mentioned the thing, like I have a problem being transparent. I did a whole video on YouTube, like why I got divorced. But to me, there are some people that when I was dating, some people came across sounding very like, let me see if I can weed you out. And it's like they're almost interviewing you, like, well, why did your marriage end? Da, 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 da. And I'm like, I don't know you well enough. I feel like that some information is very sacred. Now, if you ask me, do you want kids? Do you want to move out of state? To kind of superficial things, that's fine. But I feel like you're not entitled to this information. You don't need to know the inner workings of why my marriage ended. Now, if we're talking about getting in a relationship and you kind of want to sniff out if I'm healed from it, what kind of a relationship I have with my ex-husband, that's on that level. But the preliminary stuff, I feel like that should be preliminary stuff. Just like I don't think it's any of my business to ask you about your pockets. I should not ask how many figures you have. I should not ask you how much child support you pay your baby mom. Like, there are just certain things. There are levels to it, and we ain't on that level.
So aside from Yonci,
yeah.
For those of you who would not be comfortable with that question, how would you respond to the question if you were asked about your childhood traumas?
On the first date?
No. Say the question again for them. No, you see.
I said for those who are not Yonci, and you were asked that question on a date about your childhood traumas, how would you respond?
No, I was saying the question that you asked so that they remember the question you asked.
What are your childhood traumas and what are you doing to address them?
We're still talking about the first date.
First
right?
date, second
I think
date.
we have a different.
I think eventually
understanding of what the
those
first date
conversations
is.
come up. I just don't think that's a first. Actually, I've never been asked that question on a first date.
Okay. My
But
question
what
is,
do you think
how
you
do you
would say?
respond if you are asked?
Whenever I'm asked in a very, to me, a normal period of time has passed where we actually know each other, I respond. I give
No,
answers.
I'm sorry, Monica. I think he's saying if it's a time that you think is premature. So if he comes out the
just say
gate
I'm-
and just
I'll
immediately
say,
asks
like,
you, how would you deal with that question that you think is inappropriate? Is that correct, Nausi?
Correct.
Okay.
We'll eventually get there, something like
I
that.
would probably, I would probably say I don't know if I'm quite ready to answer that.
Y'all don't think y'all can just play ball real quick and just pick something light? I'm pretty sure a lot of things happen in your
What do
childhood.
you all consider a light trauma?
I was saying,
So,
I know that
okay,
you
for
said
example-
but I would be like, what is
It's different for everybody.
For
I don't
example,
like
they have
having
you-
a trauma conversation without somebody that's not a therapist because everybody just says bad shit that happened to them is trauma. A lot of the times, like I got my ass beat as a kid, but I was bad. But I don't call that trauma.
Look at that.
I had a
That's
man
fair.
tell me that I sounded like a therapist because he thought I was going too deep on the first conversation.
Or
There's also trigger
listen,
words, though.
one of the first conversations that Yonci and I ever had, like that thing we were just talking about a bunch of like nothing. The one I was like, who is gonna date you? Because there is no way. Like a lot of dudes, you know what I'm saying, like they do that representative shit. I give y'all women that. A lot of guys do it. But like just listen, like talk, you can't, there's just certain people that are just intuitive and you can't talk to without them understanding stuff, right? Because it felt like I was talking to a therapist.
I literally remember that conversation.
And it's the types of questions they ask you. It's not like, you know, the superficial bullshit, like, oh, really, that happened? Well, I mean, it was just like you asked like very introspective questions. And I don't think that most humans understand what that type of conversation takes or have the intelligence to ask those types of questions. Because again, as I've had a therapist since I was 14. One of the things that she's made me stop doing or made sure that I don't do is just call bad experiences trauma, because it's not. I had a bad experience, for example, when I was married. I'm not traumatized by it. I just had something very bad happen when I was married that caused me to react in a very, very undesirable way. It's not a traumatic thing. It was just a bad thing. What she said will be traumatic. For example, I'll get a free one for you. You know what the last words that my grandmother said to me before she took her last breath while I was holding her
I know
hand
the
was?
answer.
Don't marry a white woman.
Exactly. But she didn't say it that way. She said, don't you grow up and marry one of them WBs. And then, and was gone. That was traumatic. So, like, having to talk about it, right? You know what I'm saying? And so we got.
Now
we
he
got
can't bunny hop. That's crazy.
Yeah, we got so deep into it. She was like, well, do you think that you would do it now? I'm like, no, not really. Like, you know, and then I'm cool where I am now. And she was like, well, why do you think not? And I was like, well, because one, if I was single, the reason why I wouldn't do it is because of the stuff that I've been through, we'll say with non-melanated women. Yeah, there you go. Melanated women. That the stuff that I've gone through with them, because the mothers of my children are at least partially black. If I would be mad at her because if I got with one and everything worked right the first time, I probably feel like I would be mad at her for telling me that, because then I'll feel like I missed out. And one of the things that I'm really big on is I don't have very many regrets as a man or as a person. So having that conversation with her made me understand, like, yeah, it's a fine line between trauma and just shit that you didn't like. I got beat for not eating black eyed peas one time. To this day, I don't eat them. And I also don't fool with my aunt that gave me a whooping because I wouldn't eat them. That wasn't traumatic. It was just something bad that happened. And now, as an adult, every time I see her, I'm like, haha, your black eyed peas. Ain't nobody eating nasty ass shit. So we should bring home for Christmas. But like, I don't call it trauma. And I think we got to be real careful about what we call trauma as far as what it really is or just shit you just didn't like.
Yeah, I think
Smiling Mont.
why can't we just change the question to what was your most memorable moment as a child? Like why does the question have to be?
It doesn't have to be trauma filled.
Yeah, I like that.
Why? Trauma tells you what you got to deal with that person.
Well, okay. So can I ask the original question? Is it Nuancy? How do you say your name?
Niosi.
Nayusi.
No, I said I'm gonna tell him how to say his own name.
How you gonna tell that man how to say his own name?
And I said it so confidently, Niosi.
And he has on a reparation T-shirt. You gotta leave that man alone.
How do you pronounce your name, sir?
They said it right, Nayusi. Well, everybody except Yonci.
The first time. And that's crazy is I actually know your name and say it all the time right. But I don't know.
My question back to you is, if you get something heavy, like really heavy, how are you going to respond? Are you prepared to hold space? Like what would your response be?
Depends on what.
And what is your intention with that question? I guess also to understand.
Because I'm too old to be dealing. I'm too old to be dealing with people that haven't dealt with their trauma.
So you're reading her
I think
out.
the bottom line is if they're dealing with it. That's the bottom line.
Yes.
If they're doing something, not the actual what happened to you, but what are you doing to heal?
You know what? Another traumatic thing that a lot of women have.
Wait, did he answer the question, Willie? Can he answer the question?
We didn't get the answer yet.
Thank you.
What was your question again? I'm sorry.
How would you respond to a woman if she gave you something heavy that she's actually dealing with?
Is she working on it? I'm asking you, is she working on it or is she just telling me some trauma?
Oh, well, if she's aware of it, hopefully she's at least working on it. I don't know. We're thinking hypothetically.
Well, you build a scenario for him so that he can respond.
Okay, so a woman has gone through therapy. She's dealing with childhood trauma with something sexual abusive that happened to her, and she shares that with you.
Then we continue the conversation as far as how that's helping her and how she's getting through it. If she's open to explaining how she's working on the trauma, that's a positive to me. If you just tell me that you got trauma that you're not addressing, that's an issue for me.
I don't think it's the fact that she has trauma and he's trying to see like what you got going on so that he know like, oh, I don't want to deal with a girl who's been through this. I think he just wants to know your current mind state and like where you are in life. Like, okay, you understand the idea that you have to face things instead of just burying them. You know,
we all have trauma. We all do.
I think there's a better way to approach it than to putting the woman in a defense, right away. Because anytime you ask a woman that question, especially early on in the dating phase, she's going to get defensive. Like her defense is going to go
up. I think we're all different ages too. I think that plays a part too. I think the older you get, the less you want to, the more direct you probably become when it comes to dating.
That is correct.
No, that is true. And one of the questions that I asked to filter my version of that question is, hey, in your significant relationships, what was the reason it fell apart? Once we have that level of intimacy. And what I'm looking for, aside from, obviously if you say like I killed her or did something crazy, I'm just looking to see if you take accountability. That to me is so sexy when a man takes accountability, and it's a huge red flag if the women are all crazy. The women all fumbled the bag. There's not one, even if the woman cheated on him, and stole his money and whatever, there's still something that needed to be worked on, in my opinion. There's never a person who is just a saint and then this other one's a demon. Like it's not the reality. Chances are there were probably things she brought up. And again, I'm not saying this justifies behavior, but there are probably things that she brought up. If you were to ask her, what are things that you didn't do? So it was rare. I could count on one hand the number of people who said, I was too much of a workaholic. I did not spend enough time at home, and I regret that. I really wish I had prioritized my family, or, I can hardly remember any guys ever owning that. It would either be like, oh, I don't know, or, blame it 100% on the woman. But I think that there are not a lot of people who are very self-aware. I think that is very, very rare.
I think self-awareness is it's not a goal.
Hold on a second. Let me clarify.
You go ahead.
When I say date or first date, second date, whatever the case may be, I do not immediately date people. We're going to have a number of different conversations before we get to that stage where we go out on a date. So if we're not able to have an open conversation by the time we get to a dating stage, I don't know what else we're gonna do. Like,
where were you when I said that?
I had a good example of me taking someone on a first date to a bookstore, Ask that question. That turned into an hour-long conversation of someone opening up, and then I opened up about my own traumas, and we proceeded to have that conversation. Not everybody's going to shut down on that question.
Harder when people date quickly, like, oh, meet you, we go on a date 2-3 days later, which apparently is common for the group of people who I don't want to. I'm not calling nobody names, bro. I'm just saying.
I am.
For the groups of people who date like it's a sport, like they're what you say, the people who don't value their time. Like for that group of people, they go on dates so quickly they don't even get to know each other. By the time I go on a date with someone, like, and I told Yonci, she thought I was crazy. By the time we go on a date, fucking is a foregone conclusion. The conversation, like, we will damn near go together before I go meet with you. And this is like, I'm real big on this. Is one of my best stats. I'm like 6 and at 5 out of 6 for first dates turning into long relationships. Like, I don't play about that. So like, before I go spend my time with someone, I know you enough to know that I can see a relationship working with you in whatever form it comes in, or I can see myself building with you, or you're still worth. Like, I don't know enough to make that call, but I know enough that spending my time with you will get me there faster. I'm very efficient about it, and that's also why I don't have an issue. And I think it's weird. Like, again, for me and Yonci, right? Not holding hands on a second date, that's weird. But then to us, because it's, when I say weird, because that sounds mean, unusual for us in our experiences. But then what's also unusual for us is not being able to talk about traumas with someone that we're dating because of our dating style. Because we've talked on the phone for, weeks, a month maybe, and we're on the phone a lot, like texting, we're talking constantly. That type of stuff comes up. And again, if I ask you, like, I'm not going to say, hey, what are your traumas? I'm going to say, hey, scale of 1 to 10, how bad were you when you were a kid? Because that's how you start the conversation. I know I was a 12. I'm not going to lie to nobody about it. I was bad as shit. But again, that's why I don't think that me getting beat all the time was bad, because I was bad. But then now we're having a conversation. She's like, well, I was a 4. What was the worst thing that happened to you when you was a kid then? Like, what's the worst punishment you got? That's an easy one, because typically if they were abused, that's where that shit comes out. Or we've passed it. It's not their childhood. It's because the last dude they date beat their ass.
We got a super chat.
What's up, Mingo? So we talk about that. So
Thank
now,
you.
What everyone else said is, this is where I defer. There's certain shit you can have going on that I'm not dealing with a 10-foot spoon upstairs. I'm not dealing with a 10-foot spoon. Means 10-foot pole. Excuse me, not a spoon. One of those is if you have unresolved physical, sexual trauma issues. I don't want nothing to deal with. There's nothing we just won't work. I'm far too sexual of a person for you to be like, your default is to recoil and then embrace when I'm physically affectionate with you. I'm way too physical for that type of shit. And then the other one is if you have any sort of like financial abuse, and that's a real thing. There's a lot of women out here who date dudes who abuse them with money. And that's something that's like very, very, very concerning to me, because I don't want me to ever be like, no, I'm trying to be fiscally responsible for you to mistake that with what your ex did to you with money. So when you ask for an expensive ass purse,
we got a super chat.
It's free money. It don't count no more. But when you ask for something and I say no, I don't want my no to ever come across to you as abuse. So if those types of things you have going on with you are unresolved, we have no chance of doing anything past being people who just know each other.
Can I just say, I don't think any of the women are saying that this is an inappropriate question. I think we want to know about your traumas as well. I think we're saying the first date is just a little premature. That's at least.
And you were assuming that first date was what we look at first date, which is early on, and they're saying first date is coming after hours and hours and hours of intimate conversation prior to. But I want to share this. Monica sent this over. This is my former pastor's wife when I was in LA.
Looking to get engaged or married to their partner that they're with right now, what would you say are 3 mandatory questions they should ask their partner before marriage?
What is the most traumatic experience you've had in your life? And
how does the residue of that experience show up in your present? Let's go. That's a big one. Yeah. Wow. And we're all a little crazy. And if you have normalized something that was traumatic, then you have become comfortable sleeping with the enemy. Wow. I need to know that you know what hurt you, what wounded you, what changed the world, the way that you see the world. Because I want to help you clear your lens. I'm not asking you to not have the lens. I just want you to understand how it shows up in who you are right now, and what do I need to do in order to help you see beyond what happened to you. Someone was looking.
I want to add something real quick. Something that I had thought about this week, and I'm actually going to do it. I want to create a series on conflict resolution. I was having a conversation with my cousin today, and we were comparing notes, and it was crazy how similar our experiences were. But there are a lot of people who I don't think are aware of their subconscious. Obviously, it's subconscious as they're having communication. A lot of times, like even when I'm watching the discussion.
Wait, what is happening?
Oh, my bad.
What are we doing here? Don't blame the ending.
I'm gonna mute
I
you while
thought y'all had the audio from old boy in the drive-through. Like, wait a second. What
you know what?
Hey, too soon, man. Too soon. Too soon.
But a lot of times people aren't aware of what's happening, like in their subconscious mind while they're having discussions. And so I think it would be really beneficial for people to put some content out like that. Even in the discussion, like when there was a situation about the date thing, sometimes what we're saying doesn't mean the same thing to the other person. And a perfect example, that was what just happened with the word date. We said, if we're dating someone, if we're going on a date with someone. And so sometimes we have to be able to step back and go, okay, well, what is our definition? Or what did you mean by that? Or what is your intent behind that? I think that people have such different styles when it comes to communication. I think that's also part of where dating can be so difficult, because we don't know that person to know where they're coming from. We don't know what their motivations are. And we don't know what's going to happen with that information. And so I think, we do have to give a little bit of grace with people, because it takes time to build that rapport with somebody.
I wanted to say, I guess I'm a little younger than everybody else, but like if I meet a girl and I like her, I want to ask her on a date, but maybe that that's an age thing, possibly.
I want to know.
I haven't been on a date with a new girl in 4 years, so I was 27, 26, 27, 27. So that's the last time I've been on a date. So, in my head, I like you. Oh, I like certain things about you. I want to see what you're about. I'm gonna ask you on a date. So
hold on, let me say this, Mott. So a couple things. So when you went on this date, did you go out and spend $1,000 on a steak and some drinks?
I would never do that.
So just put it in perspective. I think so. There's a lot of ways to date. I got a lot of comments, and I'm just going to rattle them off. I think one, we got to understand, like, self-awareness is a process. It's not a goal. You arrive one day and you're always working on it to some degree. Everybody at different levels, and you got to understand there's weirdos in the dating game on both sides of the house, men and women. It just is. Like, I've had my experiences where somebody showed up at my door. I've had people call me, and you guys have heard my stories. They got their pastor calling me. I don't know what the hell what's wrong with some of these folks. Like, I think the dating game is just really, there's some people who are just out of bounds on some crazy stuff. But for the most part, I feel like dating is an art. You get better at it and you learn as you go. That was some advice I got early on. Like, somebody just told me, you need to date more. And I didn't want that advice. I was like, look, I just want you to find what I want and let me just go get out of the game. But you really got to date, get to know people, spend time with them. So you learn a lot about yourself while you date, what you can tolerate, what you can deal with, better questions to ask. I'm much better date I am today than I was at day one. I don't think I knew how to do anything at day one. I just thought she was cute and I just asked weird, stupid questions. But I got better over time. And I think the more you get to know yourself and the better you get at it, the better it gets for you. I think also too, a lot of people just, quite frankly, don't know what the hell they want in the dating game. I'm just keep it real here for a second. People don't know what the hell they want. They talk about 6-figure salaries and girls are looking a certain way. You really haven't sat down and thought about what the fuck you want. You just out here wilding, figuring it out as you go and blaming everybody else in the process because you don't know what the hell you doing or the hell you want. And it's everybody else's fault because you don't know what you're doing. And rather than just falling back and say, because I know I made some mistakes in the game. I was just like, man, I don't know what the hell I was on. I was on some simp stuff. I don't know why I made that comment. Maybe I was nervous or just uncomfortable. But over time, you just get better. And what I see happening in the date game now is everybody else's fault that I'm not getting what I want. We all know if you've done any self-improvement, the problem starts with your ass. And if you get to work on your behind, excuse my language, and get to work on yourself, this gets a lot easier for you. I just see what's happening now is everybody else's fault. And I think that's what's making everything is triggering, everything is traumatizing, everybody is wrong. And you just don't know what the hell you're doing. And rather just falling back and say, look, man, I played that one wrong. This time I'm gonna be better the next time out. It could get a little bit better for you. So that's my 2 cents. And I'm one of those workaholics Yonci talking about. So I'm over here working on my laptop. Trying to get some work done because I got to give a speech in the morning. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna say. In front of these folks. So anyway, I'm back.
This is your first job. This is your first priority.
I appreciate that feedback. I had a question for you because I know women, and I know a lot of times guys are like, women are crazy. You know, I don't know what happened. She just, came at me sideways. And you said something specific. You said you had a woman in the dating phase have a pastor show up to your house.
No, he showed up. He called my phone.
You know the story.
Play the voicemail, Jacob.
Come on, Jacob.
Jacob, I got 100.
You got receipts about? Play the receipts.
The people.
What's the question?
one. Okay, 2 questions. How did you meet this woman? Maybe 3. How did you meet this woman? How many dates did you go on with her? And what led to the pastor calling your number?
I'm gonna work this backwards. I don't know what the hell led the pastor to calling me and leaving me a message. I have no idea.
Gun to your head, you wouldn't have any answers. You would have not even a guess.
And just for clarification, if anybody asks, we were never intimate.
Okay.
I ain't lay a finger on this girl. So let me put that out there because first thing is like you must have did something to her. You must have did something to her. My finger didn't go up her butt or none of the other stuff or nothing like that. So
you didn't dick her down or something.
No, I'm not that. I've never been I've never had a one night stand. I'm an old school. I've never got down with somebody that I was in a relationship with. I'm just built different. I can't do it. I can't meet somebody today and smash. I'm just not built that way. But how many dates we went on? Let me say this. We hung out maybe 3 or 4 times. And I forgot your other question. Like, how long have I known her? She's been in and around for maybe a year or 2.
And what did the pastor say?
The Lord told me that I should tell you.
I'm not gonna reveal that.
Oh, I was like,
did he pray for you? Did he pray for you or something?
Nah, he didn't pray for me.
It wasn't a prayer.
A warning.
But the moral of the story is just I'm just saying weird stuff gonna happen. I bet if we went around here, everybody got a weird story with somebody they met. Something crazy happened. Maybe not wasn't a pastor, but it was some weird story you had happen. I just got maybe more than the average man, but I've had some weird.
You hung out with her 4 times.
But what I don't do is I don't put that on every woman. I don't say all women are crazy because one of them had that pastor call me. Like I'm not going to do that to all ladies. And I think sometimes we sort of have these weird experiences and then we somehow correlate that to everybody. And that's just not cool.
Yeah. Human interaction is just, it's so interesting. I am so obsessed. Like if I ever went back to school, I would probably take some psychology classes because I'm so curious about things. Because if you look at it on its face, relationships should be so simple. Like, let's say if it's me and Monica, what is a friendship? Like she should just articulate with her big girl words what she wants. I should articulate with my big girl words what I want. And if there's any miscommunication, we just talk about it. But then you add in human nature, ego, pride, self-centeredness, defensive, like all of that stuff, it convolutes everything. And sometimes it drives me crazy because I'm so analytical that I want to just break things down. And when I was dating, I just wanted to shake people because I'm like, just be direct. Just say what you want. Just say what you're looking for. Like, we don't want to waste time. But there's so many people who are not in touch with themselves, or they have a different agenda. Or again, they're just
afraid to get in touch with themselves.
Right. Or they're not self-aware. Yeah, some people are scared to be vulnerable. Like some people, it actually makes them afraid when they realize they deeply like someone, because now they're like, oh crap, I can't just be casual. I actually have to, protect. I see a lot of women like that. Like they don't want to be vulnerable and like someone because they know that now that person has the potential to hurt them. They can't hurt you if you don't have feelings for them. You're like, who? Forgot about who they were 2 days later. Okay. Did Greg leave? I didn't even see. Somebody had said that he had a question. Oh, I didn't even see that he dropped off. Okay, so
hey, do you have like a favorite charity or something?
Do I have a favorite charity?
Yeah.
Yeah, the National Kidney Foundation.
The National Kidney Foundation. So what size donation do we need to get this passed?
I tell you what, if we get together in person, I'll consider letting y'all see it, hear it.
Okay,
hey, I have make a donation too because I want to hear this shit because that's wild. And I think it's great. I want to hear it firsthand.
Right, 3-way call. Okay, so I want to lighten the mood. I have a question that I want to know from you guys, and this video will introduce the topic, and then I will take a poll from those on the stage and see what you guys think. All right, here we go.
This girl got out the car at a red light just to fart. And then she was trying to air it out.
Oh, listen to this.
Now she's trying to...
Sorry, babe, that felt good.
Why you couldn't fart in here?
Because I don't want you to smell my fart.
So by a show of hands, I'm going to ask 2 questions. You raise your hand to whichever one is you. Do you think that passing gas, by the way, when I was a kid, we weren't allowed to say fart. So I always say passing gas now. By show of hands, who thinks that it is a sign of your partner being comfortable with you and it's a positive thing to pass gas? The other option is who thinks it's disgusting and repulsive. So first one is who thinks it's a sign of comfort to pass gas around your partner? 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't tell if your hand went up, Willie.
Hell no.
Okay, Okay, so 4. And then how many of you think it is repulsive and just bad manners?
Oh,
Willie, you didn't vote either way?
Can you give me like a middle one? Because this is my thing, right? I don't think that it's repulsive or bad manners, but I'm just saying, given what we've already said that some women require us to do to their buttholes, I would probably just rather not ever. But I will also admit this. I try to make it a point to catch my woman boo-booing. I don't know why. I just feel like I have to catch her one time just so I can know what the fuck I'm dealing with on the back end. Like,
on the pun intended?
Yeah, literally. Right?
Back end.
I gotta know. But at the same time, though, right? Again, like, you know what I'm saying? So we gotta do bowling ball grips and tongue and butt stuff. And I just don't want to know what your. You can just keep the mystery. So I'm like, I'm torn. Because, like, listen, don't laugh and don't listen. Don't none of y'all fucking judge me. I didn't know women farted until I was 7 years old. And the very first time I heard my mother fart, I told her, "Ooh, mama, you a man," and I went and called my daddy. Listen, this is probably traumatic, right? Like, I had no idea that women, I thought like men farted and burped. I thought women just burped. I heard my mom burp a million times. But the one time I heard her fart, that shit was long and loud and hard. It scared me so bad that I swear, listen, on my kids, I called my daddy and was like, "Daddy, my mama just farted. My mama is a man." To this day, he said that's the funniest shit he's ever heard me say to him in my entire 41-year life. But I meant it. Like, with everything in my spirit, I was not coming out of my closet. I had the cordless phone, with the cord, the long, like,
Now that's a sound clip, Willie. I was not coming out of my closet.
Yeah, I wasn't. I don't give a shit. I promise I wasn't. Like I was on my dad was so laughing so hard he couldn't stop to tell me like, you stupid. Like we were on the phone for like 20 minutes, and then my mom is laughing, and he's trying to open my door, and I'm sitting here with the door wedged. She couldn't get me because I was sure that my mother was a man.
How traumatizing is that? Now that's some childhood trauma right there.
Yeah, that was like year 1 in therapy though. We covered that shit immediately.
It's funny, when we were kids, we couldn't call it, we could say flashlights, passing gas, number 2 was bowel movement. What's that?
You couldn't say poop either?
Oh no. Oh no. It was bowel movement. But if anyone, yes, I had a bowel movement, BM. So if anyone had to pass gas, they had to excuse themselves from the room and then wait the amount of time for the smell to dissipate. And so I remember being in friends' houses where the people were like, ha, and then like leaned over and farted, on the family member on the couch. And it was like, it was shocking that was allowed. And then when I got older, people were joking around like, man, when a woman finally farts around me, it's like, I know we're there. Or, people joking about Dutch ovening. And I was like, wow, my childhood experience was very different. And
Sorry,
so
Dutch ovening?
If I fart around you, your hair is gonna fall off. Like whatever the lace part of your wig is, that shit is coming up.
It's all that cheesecake you eating, Willie.
Huh?
Okay.
No,
I'm curious.
Cheesecake, I'm not lactose intolerant. So like when I eat cheesecake, ain't no farting going up. But man,
who's bowling?
Sorry, that's my dog playing with his bone.
Oh, okay, we'll allow it. We'll allow it if it's the dog.
I just put the dog down because he farted while he was sitting in my lap. Like I don't play that fart shit. Like that's not. I don't like it when the kids. Or even
So
like
what y'all do?
when I would change my son or my saying when I take the kids when they were a baby, you bicycle kick their legs and shit, and then you make the mistake to push their legs in their chest and you get that like unadulterated baby fart. No, I'm cool. Like I've almost given up my children for adoption 2 or 3 times a piece because that shit is nasty.
That is so funny. So who was asking?
So wait a minute. I was gonna say, so y'all go y'all go jump out the car, run around the car, and fart rather than like y'all go through all these gymnastics.
Yeah. So for Monte, he'd be like his preference: go in the restroom, turn the fan on so that it makes a little bit of noise. But it's like sometimes you just gonna hear.
Just light a match.
But it's not even about the smell. Some guys just want to imagine that the woman doesn't do that. Like that's a real thing.
Wow. I be wanting my girl to fart around me.
That's what I'm saying.
I like everything about her.
It's
I be wanting to fart around me. She don't be farting. She don't want to do it.
Yonci, can you explain something to me? What the hell is Dutch ovening? I've heard a lot of stuff. What the hell is Dutch ovening?
And you pull the cover over their head after you farted. It's like so that way they can't escape the stench.
Say that again.
That is
like
so.
Okay, so look, you and your lady laying in bed, right? This is the best time to do it. After you done put her like halfway to sleep, right? You know what I'm saying? Because y'all done did y'all thing, and she sleeps. She in that good sleep, right? You fart under the cover, and then you pull the covers real tight over her head, and then hold her in there.
Gotcha.
If you were smart, you would do it when y'all were cuddling, like when y'all were spooning. That's the best time to get her, because then you got her in a grip. And she can't go nowhere. I haven't done this yet, but I have plotted it.
I've done it.
So what happens if she does it to you?
We're breaking up. What the fuck are you talking about? If you Dutch oven me, and then I'm like,
so like you can plot with her.
Yes.
But if she does it to you, it's like no.
We're not equal. We're equitable. Like no, there's certain things we just don't do. Like for example, she can scream at bugs and shit. Bugs may scare me, but I can't be a hoe and be like, and she can. Hey then.
My next date, I'm gonna ask a girl, does she fart? Like, you fart around me. Like, what's your fart preference? I'm gonna add that to my repertoire.
The worse her fart smell. Like the more attractive she is, the more you like her, the worse her fart smell. Every time, hands down. Like it'll never miss. If you put a regular girl you don't like and a girl you do like in a room and make one of them fart, the one you like, that shit is gonna smell like death.
Yonci, did you have a ring before he knew you farted? Like how did it work?
No, so yeah, he knew I did. because we had a discussion about it. Like I literally asked him, I was like, are you the type of person who finds it, like flattering?
All right.
Like, oh, wow, you're comfortable around me to do that. Or are you someone who says that's not ladylike? And so I knew what his position was.
If I catch you farting, Yonci, I'm telling you right now, I'm clowning.
If you what?
If I ever catch you farting, or like I catch you done ducked off somewhere and I walk behind you and you done farted, just know it's going on a hoodie.
So I'm gonna tell you a story. One of the first times I was like really, really mad at like I was livid. So again, as you can tell by my story, grew up in an extremely conservative household. There was a way that you speak, there's a way that you carry yourself. I went to etiquette school. Like it was a whole thing. Okay. So this is the household we were raised. Women don't talk about anything menstrual related in mixed company. That is for women to discuss. If you have certain things you do during that time of the month, no one should ever know based on what's in the wastebasket. Like it was like everything is about decorum. So we go on, I think it was like our first time being around any of his friends. I want to say it was like one of the first times. And so we go to this apartment complex where the guy is having like a rooftop event. So we're up there playing spades, it's casual music, whatever. So at some point, like I have to use the restroom and we're playing spades. And so, you have your partner and then you have your game. So you can't just get up and leave. Like you have to coordinate because you got to sit out, whatever. So I said, I have to use the restroom. So he keeps saying, oh, can you hold it? Let's just play one more game. Da, 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 da. So finally I had to say and this is the first time I'd ever mentioned it to him. I was like, no, I have to use the restroom. Like there's a time limit on, going. So it's one of those like fancy places where you have to have a key to get to certain levels. And so I would have had to use the host key, go in the host house, basically. So some people are in the host house. Some people are up with us on the roof. So Monte, of course, is like, it was a whole thing because I innocently thought, oh, I'll just go in an elevator. Someone's going down. They're like, that guy could have murdered you. You go with us. So at this point, like all his guy friends are going with me. It's this whole thing. So now all these people are with me and Monte. So we finally get inside the apartment because originally I had just gone by myself and he's like, no, you need us. So they're all going looking for me. So we all end up together in the apartment. He opens the door and Monte says, the restroom is like this is my office door. The restroom is like right here. You walk into the kitchen and the restroom is right off of the door. So if God forbid I made any noises, everybody could hear, and they're all standing around the island. Jesus. So I was like, I said, I'll just go and find, the one on the like first floor or whatever. And then Monte turns and he said, because she has to poop. And he thought it was the most hilarious thing. And he's cracking up. And I just wanted to actually, that ding, want to get away. I wanted the floor to open up and take me. And it was like, I was trying to express to him, like, if you come from where I come from, that is just, it's so unacceptable. Like to even talk about number two, let alone opposite sex, let alone somebody you've never met before. Like I was so mortified. And he is the polar opposite from me. He thinks that everything poop related is so funny, which is why it's so ironic that, he thinks that women shouldn't do that in mixed company, but he thinks it's the funniest. So if I am gone to the restroom for a long time, he loves to be like, you were doing work. It's like, he can know it's happening, but he doesn't want to, it's this weird thing. So it's like, you just don't know. Because I would assume someone like that who's always making poop jokes and, sending poop videos and all this would not care about tooting. But yeah, that's where the line is drawn, But
I draw the line at that. And like when y'all turn into like a crime scene, that's where I draw the line. I don't want to see none of that shit. Like that's
I get so cringy to this day if I'm in mixed company and a commercial comes on. The ones where the girls are like happily like dancing through the lilies.
Why would you want to run like that when you're bleeding? That shit is wild to me. Like, what?
I cackled last night because I was watching this commercial. I've seen it a million times, but I don't think I've ever really stared at the TV because I kind of have my brain trained where I'll just do something else when the commercial comes on. But it was the girl about singing she had hepatitis, diabetes, C or something like that. And she's like, I've got diabetes. And I was like, she's actually like singing like a musical. And it's her and her family in the grocery store. And it's my A1C. I don't know, whatever one rhymes with that. And I laughed out loud because I was like, who joyfully sings about having diabetes? And it was like the really bad one. And type 2 diabetes, something like that. And I was just
well, they got the commercials about people that you seen. I sent you that one group where a girl was like, just because I have herpes doesn't mean that you should think any less of me. And you saw my comment. I was like, it's absolutely that I think less of you. And you were disqualified from a lot of things like my romantic attention or affection. Well, that's your loss. Not the fuck you talking
Have y'all
about?
ever had somebody tell y'all during the dating phase, like I have an STD? Has it ever happened?
Yes.
Ooh, thankfully no.
I've never had that happen. I wish more people.
I've had someone say that they used to and they cleared it up. I have had someone tell me
Jacob,
that.
there was once upon a time when I used to actually like think that it made sense to like pursue women the way that the women who aren't worth pursuing want to be pursued. I had tried to get with this girl for like, we'll just say 3 months. Like I would see her, I'll talk to her, like I would, just whatever. And she was like, boy, I'm telling you, you don't want to go out with me. And I'm like, oh, okay. I was like, what, you got kids or something? And she was like, no, I don't have kids. So she was like, okay, cool, let's go to the movies. So I was like, okay, cool, went to the movies. We saw it next Friday. So you know how this was a while ago. I was like, yo, so like, why are you always acting funny? Because I wasn't used to like girls just not going. Or I just wasn't used to working that hard. And she was like, just because it's allowed to come with me. And like you said, you don't have kids, right? Because she was older than me a little bit. She was like, no, but I had something else. And I was like, you retarded a little bit? I was trying to make her laugh, right? So I just said it to make her laugh. I wasn't like serious. But like, you retarded a little bit? And she was like, no, boy. I was like, well, what is it? And she was like, I mean, I have something, but it's not bothering me right now, but it may come back.
Jacob,
so in my mind, in my mind, right, I'm like, that's the only two things. That's like schizophrenia and herpes. Either one of them things I'm not dealing with. And she was like, well, yeah, my first boyfriend, he had it. He didn't tell me. So, but I'm not having an outbreak right now, so we'll be good tonight. I was like, no, ma'am. No. You're not about to turn my shit into a Star Crunch. Absolutely not.
I cannot.
But listen, this is the thing, though. The next day, because she went to one school, I went to another. She went to her school and told everybody I was scared of coochie.
That you did what?
She told everybody that I was scared to.
Wow.
As you should be.
Well, that's the thing, though, right? It got back to my school, and people was, like, that don't sound right. So then when they came to me, I'm not trying to tell the girl business still. I'm trying to be a gentleman. Back then, this was difficult. So she came to a basketball game, and then she walked past me and just bust out laughing with her girls. So then I had to fire her ass up. It was over then. Like,
oh man.
Yeah. First of all,
that's crazy.
Told vagina having ass heifer. It was bad. It was real bad. But like, those same women think they don't have to tell us anymore. They're like, well, it's my business. And
that video was crazy.
That was wild.
I will say this: the craziest story I have ever heard, and I'm gonna be very cryptic to protect the innocent. So one of my friends said, guys have this thing where they fall on the grenade. You guys all know what that means? If they're with their boys.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll entertain the ugly friend to let their friend get laid or whatever level of whatever he wants with the pretty friend. So
I know the girl better not be 6 foot tall in this story.
So he was taking their grenade for the team, and the girl told him, and I'm kind of embarrassed to admit that I did not know this until I was in my 40s, but I didn't know this. She said that she had crabs, and I always thought that crabs was like a terminology for an STD. I didn't know it was actual like critters like running around. Like I did not know that. And so they said, I guess it's a crab ball. He said he could see them. Child, I said, ain't no way.
You can't just wash them off?
Hell no. Them motherfuckers strong, bro. You ever tried to take a crab off before? Like a real crab. Like, and she had an uncooked crab boil between her legs. Like, no, you can't shake. You can't. That's why you gotta shave.
But hold on. How did he get?
You gotta shave all the hair off.
How did he ended up Sam?
Yeah, was he trying to hit it?
Wait.
No,
we're not ending up here.
No, he. Okay, I'm trying not to blast this. So the friend, if I'm not mistaken, I gotta ask because this is a story that I heard through my friend. From what I understand, and I wasn't gonna say this part, he still proceeded with the interaction. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what I figured when you say
he got clear. Now you see what I said that he went ahead and still. And
I am not this friend.
That's nasty.
Super clear. This is not one of my like animal stories. This is not me.
He said, "Let's be clear." No, it is not Willie at all. No,
clear.
But the friend, he's still. And I was like, I think I was eating one, which was. I was like, but yeah.
Dear Lord, can we say a prayer real quick? Dear Lord Jesus, please let none of the men on this panel or the viewers ever be so pressed for coochie that we think we have to hit the coochie that has crabs running around on the outside of it. In Jesus' name, I pray, amen.
Amen.
For sure.
Like crab boil, like coochie and crab boil is cool and when they separate, but crab boil coochie is wild.
Crab boil.
That's crazy.
I said, my man, you got it. But that is that is next level press to say I'm gonna press my way and just.
And I feel like he did it raw too. This is why. I just feel like if you like, because men, we have this inherent thing as when we're desperate. If you're wrong, you stay wrong. Like, and I just don't see him being like, oh, well, the coochie has critters and crustaceans on it. I should use a condom. There's the alliteration. I could just coochie critters condom. Like, I know he didn't think that. He just was, well, I'm shaved. They can't get on me. And like, and look, and he probably sees that girl now, and she's like married with kids. Oh, that's man, wild.
So, what's a worse question? Would you rather be asked about your STDs or what your trauma in your past? Like,
oh my God!
Like, we talking about the STDs?
The answer is zero. That's easy.
That is. It's like
about both.
Yeah, that's rough. All right,
the conversation about STDs definitely needs to come up before any type of intimate acts.
Exactly, and I want to see his mic chart. I'm gonna show him my mic chart, and I want to see his mic chart.
Yeah.
As far as crabs, just so everybody's clear, it's pubic lice. Like
lice.
So that's a conversation we need to have before you even like come over. Like we touching hair, anything like that. Like,
hey, if you ask for
it comes from your hair, your head.
Want to get tested together if that's the case.
I didn't know how prevalent.
That porn star Gucci something, he was burning girls, and what he did was he had the My Chart app, and you can manipulate that if you know how to change. So he was making his results say that he was negative.
And that's
so
why
the only way you can test, the only way you can know for sure is y'all go together.
Go together.
And there's some stuff that doesn't show up on men's.
No, you can ask for it. Trust me. No, you can
no, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are certain things that are not standardly tested.
You ask for the test
because it doesn't show up not because it doesn't show up, because men don't have symptoms.
Yes.
So you have to be specific and ask for all of the things.
There are also cases where it will lie dormant in a man.
Can we revisit the fact that there's a human that he knows
that
he saw like a beach full of crabs and decided he still wanted to go swimming?
He got that shovel out. He said, "We building a snow castle."
Like, does the dance not work?
No, to your point, actually, that's something I learned because I'm a living kidney donor, and that's something I learned. Like the additional tests you have to get taken. Like I had to go through a bunch of tests to donate it, and so I keep them up because I want to maintain my my kidney health. But yeah, you got to ask for them tests. If you don't, like, you can go in, they'll just draw your blood, do the basic stuff. But if you don't ask, you'll never know. And then it's crazy because I'm just blunt, like, because I have my results, like, I gotta have them because I ain't trying to die no time soon. But the numbers say that like HPV and all these things are prevalent in our community. So I'm just, hey, the math is math, and
but that's because that specifically typically doesn't show symptoms in men. So you can have a guy who says, I'm not burning, I'm not itching, I don't have any symptoms, and can assume that he's clean, and then he passes it on to the girl. And then what's crazy is he could think that she's out there messing around when he's the one who gave it to her, but he just doesn't have symptoms. So there's a lot of stuff that there should be education about, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that
what doesn't lie? The blood. And one thing about your blood, it tells you everything going on in your body.
Why did I go back? I know
if you have the white blood cells to fight whatever, they'll tell you what you got. So you can go in there.
Yeah, hopefully you have the insurance or the money to go get tested.
Yeah, because those tests cost $175. So again, if you ever go somewhere to get tested with someone and then they give you that little bullshit, pee in a cup results, keep your legs closed.
Yeah, but get the blood and get all of the things tested.
Yeah, you want a full blood panel. You want a full panel on your.
I had a doctor say that most guys.
What's it called, Willie?
For
you want a full panel when you go in there and get tested.
But be careful with that, because sometimes even with saying a full panel, you have to say including full STDs.
Yeah, and listen,
male wellness panel. That's what you call it. Male wellness panel.
Look, and fellas, when you get your results,
come on, Nurse Alicia.
I did want to say, guys, if a girl has a cold sore on her lip and she goes down on you, she can give you herpes.
I'm cool.
Because there's different types of herpes.
Real quick.
Like,
or if a man has something on his lip and he goes down on you, he can give the women.
How can you eat it as long as you stick up?
Maybe that's what the pastor was calling me for, to warn me. He was going to warn me. Don't go out with that girl again.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Alicia. What is it that, like, when you get your results back, it's a bunch of shit, right? But it's always one that is good to be positive for. Like when they check your blood or some shit. So you're reading your results, you're like, oh, HIV negative. Star Crunch disease negative. Syphilis negative. A bunch of other
Star
stuff,
Crunch
right?
disease.
And then it gets into your. But if you read it too fast, and you read it like you have to line the lines up, because one is supposed to be positive, but if it's right above. I think it's above HSV2, whatever it is. It's right. But
supposed to be positive.
So like there's one that always says yes when you do a full blood panel, not just the male illness. Like right when the STD part stops and your regular shit starts. Whatever that one is, you got to read that shit real slow because it'll fuck up your day if you don't. You'll be driving home.
Just pull up my.
Can I ask a question? Ask a question. I gotta change this. We gotta change the subject here. Like this new year.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I have a great transition for y'all.
What's wrong with sex education?
Well, hold on. Before you go to your topic, anybody went on a good date lately? Anybody got a praise date report? Like I went out, it was good.
You tell us, Jacob.
Except for Mont and Yonci, because they in love and they got rings and stuff. We go ahead.
Oh, it's horrible.
I got to eat cheesecake.
We're not allowed to share, Willie.
Yeah, I'm not sharing my fucking cheesecake. I don't even listen. So let me tell you how not childish, but how territorial I am about like certain things. If you make something good for me that I really like, and you're a really good cook, we'll just say cheesecake, for example. You can't even make that shit for your children.
That's another level of petty.
Like they're eating cheesecake.
Childish. Pretty childish.
No, it's just if it's for me, you can't do it for nobody else. The same way.
Ever?
No. I don't give a fuck. Family reunions, Thanksgiving. Like, I had to acquiesce to, allow for the making of macaroni and cheese because that shit was so fire. But there's too many things that require macaroni and cheese, and I feel like I was being selfish. But cheesecake, no. If she make cheesecake for somebody else, I'm burning the house down.
Damn. So no good dates. Everybody just sucks for everybody. Okay. All right. I asked.
The dates. Yeah.
The year just started.
Right. It's still early.
What y'all do for New Year's? Like you had to be with somebody for New Year's.
iPhone.
I went to a wellness resort and had an amazing time.
I was with my daughter.
I moved to
celebrating the last day of Kwanzaa.
Aww.
I was eating leftover cheesecake from Christmas.
I want to know if this is true, men. Okay.
My girlfriend.
We got to get y'all some dates. Like anyway, come on, go ahead, Yonci. Look, we got to.
I saw this.
Yonci, this is full of like this. Look, you got work to do.
Jacob, what about you? Did you have a good date this year so far?
Did you get another letter?
Go ahead, Yonci. Ask your question.
Did you get any more letters,
Jacob?
Go ahead, Yonci. You were saying something. We interrupted Yonci's show, y'all. Y'all are rude.
Men, is this true? Okay.
Hi everyone, this is Maddie, my girlfriend.
Yes, and that hoodie doesn't belong to her. It belongs to me. Do you know how many fucking hoodies I'll lose having a girlfriend now? Like, do you know how many hoodies bruh?
Yeah,
There should be like a support system for men who have lost hoodies.
Yeah, there should be a hoodie support system for men who happen to buy 20 hoodies and then they take 12 of them home with them.
Well, my man steals my hat. He has this one hat I have is so dope and he likes it. And he'd be borrowing it. And I'm like, gonna go get ready for an outfit. And this fool wearing it. And I'm like, bruh, I'm gonna need you. But he has a jean jacket that I really like. I'll be borrowing. All right. So y'all say it's true? This is absolute truth? Okay. All right. How about this? Ladies, how would you react if a man told you this?
This is the way that we finna start our new year off. Listen, I was just told just a few minutes ago, okay, after I had ordered my appetizer, that my budget for my date, my first date, is $30. Like, where they do that at? You know what I mean? And then
It's supposed to be not him still sitting at the table. I'm not. She's talking about it after the fact. She's still on the date.
A grown woman.
You look like Music Soul Child.
You're being loud,
really
disrespectful. We in a
Someone said that in the comments. What if you saw Music Soul Child and Jill Scott arguing over dinner?
Never.
You can't conduct yourself like a mature lady.
I am conducting myself.
I gave you $30 budgets.
No, $30.
You think
so
you're gonna get here?
You don't even get a chance.
You.
This man don't even get a chance to talk anymore because you know what, he's saying all this stuff about me, and it's not true. I am a what?
You think?
What? No.
You think I'm gonna let you order up this whole menu?
The whole menu. Plate you for an appetizer, a drink.
If you go over $30, you paid
$30. So I'm not worth $30. Hey y'all, I'm not worth $30. I'm not worth $30. I tell you, no. I tell you what. How about we do this? No. How about you just go ahead, get gone. I got this.
No problem.
I got this. No, I don't want anything. No. What I want you to do.
You're very immature.
No, sir. Sir, I want you to just go. Have a blessed day. Have a blessed day, sir. Sir, have a blessed day. Get gone.
They mashed up way too
long.
I can't imagine if someone.
I wouldn't been arguing with him.
Yeah,
if somebody put me on video on the internet for
I was about to say, my problem with her is that she recorded it.
Why are
I don't have time to argue.
Like, what are you doing?
Record.
Look at that girl. You know good and goddamn well she finna eat more than $30 worth of food.
She was gonna order the whole menu though.
Well, listen, that's the part. So I don't give men any type of slack when it comes to this. If you go on a date with a girl, if you go feed it to a dinner, whatever, expect for her to order the most expensive shit on the menu and expect for you not to get no cheeks. If those two things happening makes you not want to go out on a date with her, then you shouldn't be going with her. But if you're willing for that potential outcome to happen, then cool. But goddamn, $30, I don't even know where they are. This is like a Fridays because they got the little the Christmas stockings up, and Fridays does that, right? $30 at Fridays does go a long way though. I ain't gonna hold you. Like you can do a 2 for $20 and a drink, and that's $30 right there. But know your crowd. Like I'm 6 foot 250. My woman take me to eat. She's not taking me nowhere talking about, hey, bro, hey, babe, you gotta spend $10 while we in here. Like I'm drinking $10 worth of like virgin strawberry daiquiris.
I'm about to say the last time I saw the bill going out to dinner with Willie, I about had a heart attack. I was like, "Baby, run, run!"
Listen.
I'm gonna tell him I have to use the restroom.
I don't play about food.
This bill look like
one thing I'm not gonna do. We're gonna eat good, but I'm just saying, like,
what is happening?
I make it work when it comes to food, but goddamn, like $30, like
that man would be 6 feet in the grave if he was at that crab dinner we went to. He would be 6 feet in the grave if he thought $30 was.
Man,
so I've been on dates with men where I'll ask them, even though they ask me out on a date, I'll ask them if they would prefer for me to pay for my own meal because of the current climate of dating right now. So a lot of times, like, men assume like, oh, she wants to use me for the money. She wants me to like pay for everything. I've never had a guy just say like, you're on a $30 budget. Sometimes the men are honest and they'll say like, I'm trying to save up for this, or I'm trying to save up for like, you know, a car. And I'm like, okay, let me just be mindful of that. And again, still offer. And then when I offer on the date and they say like, no, I got it, you know, I just let them cover it. I've also been on a date more recently where a guy was like he was calculating every single thing, where he's just like, well, how much is it if I get it with no bread, or how much is this and that? And I was I was just like, I don't even want to be on the bacon because I'm just like, you're so worried.
You didn't want to hold his hand?
Penny. Like, I don't even want to be with you no more. Like,
my pops told me some gangster shit, and I've never been wrong. If a woman opens her purse, she's not opening her legs. I was like, damn.
Oh my Lord.
Look, well, I had a guy tell me I made a mistake one time of offering, and I learned you don't offer something you really aren't trying to offer. And I did like the courtesy offer, and he got so excited. I was like, oh, dang. And I was so mad because it just was a turnoff, right? Found out he was a couch surfer. He was a whole tip
and let us tell you no.
Wait a minute. So you offered to pay and got mad when he accepted?
Did you not hear the accountability I took at the beginning? I said I learned that it really wasn't a 50, like you couldn't answer both ways, and I was okay with it. I learned not to ask questions that I don't want a particular answer to. If I'm gonna ask you, I should be open to both. And I made the mistake of asking a question that was a trick question. Not trying to be tricky. I was just trying to like be sweet, like, oh, do you want me to, can I pitch it? Almost not joking, but it was like I didn't really mean it. It's like people say, at least reach for the wallet, like try to look like. It was one of those things when I was younger and less mature. And when he said yes, I said I'm never asking that question again.
Just offer the tip. That's all you got to do. We're not gonna let you do it, but just offer. Unless like you're in a relationship.
If the man has to do all that financial gymnastics, y'all shouldn't be going out to eat. Y'all should be doing.
He was a couch surfer. It was bad.
What we talking about?
Hold on. I got ladies.
With a couch surfer?
Yeah, I found out after the fact because he asked me.
That's when you find out.
And I found out. I got invited.
Ladies, hold on.
What are we talking about?
Homosexual.
Hold on, ladies. Hold on, ladies. Hold on. So the courtesy, we're not supposed to take you up on a courtesy offer. Nurse Alicia, Chanel.
I've done that, and he took me up on it. That same thing happened to me with Yonci. I offered, and he was like, "All right, cool, shoot." I was like,
how you respond to it will determine if I go out with you again.
Like you were real excited about that. Ooh.
Yeah, so
I'm not saying if you accept it. Like to me, when I ask a man, I'm like, "Hey, is this a date?" Because some of y'all say, "Oh, we're hanging out, we're chilling, we're going out to, we're just hanging today." And I ask you, "Is this a date?" Yes, I expect the man to pay. Because
I had a guy tell me
for the date if he asked me on a date. But I'm going to offer to pay.
When a man pays
as y'all know, a lot of times men feel like they own pay for whatever.
So if he accepts, you just delete the number. You just look. He
No, that's not what I said.
That's not what I said. So if I offer and a man says, "Oh yeah, actually, yes, that would be lovely, etc." Okay, maybe I might go out with him again. But if he's like, "Oh yeah, okay, big money," like I'm not going out with you again.
Hold on. So explain this to me.
I'm not offering. Let's just say it start there.
No, and I learned that. I had a guy.
I was saying the reason that I offer is because there are so many men right now that just go to a gold digger. Like, nope. Why are you asking me out if you assuming I'm a gold digger? That's weird.
Well, ain't you still a gold digger if you don't go on a date with him again after you pay for it?
Facts.
How am I a gold digger if
That's a good point.
how?
Because you didn't actually want to pay for it.
She's not
That's
a
not
gold
what I
digger
said.
any more than you
Okay.
are a reverse gold digger by wanting a woman who makes less than you. So we all have
Reverse gold digger. Oh
But I
Lord.
had
This is
extreme
this is
opposite.
interesting to me.
He took me to dinner, and he had asked me previously what my favorite place was, which is Benihana's. It's Benihana's and Ruth Chris. But then he wanted to take me there, and I'm like, unless I know I like you, I don't want you spending a lot of money on me. So I was so self-conscious that he took me to Benihana. And I remember when the check came, I just naturally turned because a waitress was approaching the table. He said, "There is nothing that concerns you on this end of the table." And I was like, I clutched I said, "Oh," and just the way he said it, I was like, I started liking him a little bit more. It was the way he was indignant. Like, don't you even fix your eyes to even look in this direction. He's like, unless you gonna be doing something, you don't even look over here. I was like, say less. Let me mind
You look at the check, you pay for it.
Right.
Pick your poison.
Right.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
That's how I was raised. Men fighting over the check. Like, I'm gonna pay for it. No, I'm gonna pay for it. And guys trying to outdo each other. Like, let's tell the waitress before we get here. Yeah, all that. Mm-hmm.
I want to know it, Willie.
Monte try to lead it. He'll get a check to the fucking hostess before we even get sat down. Like, no, I gotta be with no.
Willie slick. Mm-hmm.
I'm want to know it, Willie.
Around. What'd you say, Mom?
I'm undefeated with Willie.
Yeah, nigga, it's bet. Yeah,
I want to know.
You gotta be slick. Mom making reservations the day before.
It's all good. And just know that when I listen, next time, just understand. As soon as you walk in, they already gonna know. Like,
wait a minute.
I'm gonna do an undercover camera and just to see Willie's face when Mont gets him again.
He won't, because wherever we go eat, they gonna know. I'm gonna call ahead and be like, "Hey, listen, this is the assistant for Mr. So and So. He needs a table for 8, and then this is the credit card you're gonna put the bill on." Because they gonna
be like, "Is this Willie?"
Do you know what Derek did?
Calling us.
You know what Derek did? We were out to eat, and it was 4 of us. We had a double date. We go out to eat, and we both were trying to pay it, right? So both couples were trying to pay the card, and so he tells the waitress, because she's sitting there like this is awkward. I don't know whose card to take. He said, "I'm gonna give a bigger tip. Figure it out." And then she was like, and she kind of felt bad and moved over. But I was like, that's the type of dudes that I hang out with and I was raised around. So for me, my little girl meter just when a man is just like, yes, pay for me.
Alicia, how they throwing their old happy relationships in our face? We go out to eat on double dates and we don't pay check. They say how they throw that in our face. This is supposed to be forget y'all happiness. Look.
You know how many times you try to spend you on a double date or on a date and you wouldn't go?
You could be happy too if you answered that past the phone call.
Oh,
you don't want to be happy.
Clock it.
Yeah, I want in the chamber.
Touche. All right, can y'all handle another video?
I don't know.
Wait, what time is your presentation? What's that boy's name?
Oh, Jacob.
I'm speaking in the morning. I'm in a hotel. Y'all can tell. I'm delivering remarks tomorrow. It's MLK weekend.
Oh,
I do community affairs stuff, so I got to take the stage and say some nice stuff. I'm good. So
you got it. Okay.
I'll wing it. I got enough in my head. I'll be all right.
So this was another survey that SD had posted. He asked the guys, what percentage of the household bills do you want to provide when you're married or move in with your lady?
How much time we got left?
So 100% of provision, 22%. So less than a fourth of the men. 80 to 90%.
How much time we got left?
Sounds about right.
You're not slick, Mont.
I just sent that just so we at least I can ask the question.
You are not. My God. And he always looks all innocent, like, oh, I'm just eating over here. Meanwhile, he's like, okay, Mont added 2 hours, by the way. So we are,
wow. Yeah, I gotta go to bed.
We're not going to bed.
We are now at 1:10.
Can you carry it over to the next show?
Central Time. So we had this discussion. And I said, look,
Reclaiming our time.
I said, I don't do rollovers. So I say, y'all can make it be a love offering at a certain point if people start to fall asleep, child.
The people that's been donating money don't mean the people that donate money don't get no say. They can just drop.
What?
Exactly.
The three of us, the ones that y'all.
So yeah, if you ain't getting no money, you don't get a say.
Willie, yes, we do. Hush.
Not even a little bit. It's not a meritocracy.
I have a say, and I'm speaking. Just because you don't want to hear it doesn't mean I'm not going to hear it.
You're right. You do have a say. It just doesn't matter because you didn't put in.
It doesn't matter to you.
That is funny.
Ain't nobody.
Wait, I think I calculated wrong. My phone might be tripping.
No, you didn't calculate nothing.
That iPhone.
Math. Don't try it.
No, I did because I put it extra. Oh no, that was Willie's.
You ain't never in your life gave nobody no extra money.
No, I forgot to put your name next to it. So you did. Willie put 2 hours on. Mott put an hour and 15 minutes on it. Okay, so my bad. So we're going to. That's much more reasonable. We're going to 12:25 a.m.
Oh,
okay,
shit. I'm not gonna make it till 2.
12:25.
1:25 Eastern. Mm-hmm.
So another hour.
Just another hour and 6 minutes.
Okay, so
here's about a big ass dog, so I gotta go. I might take him outside in a minute. So
that's not code. Okay.
No, it's not code. You seen this big motherfucker?
Ow. Right. No, I was joking with you.
Yeah. You seen him? The code is cheesecake.
Sorry, I was reading.
Oh, wait. Next Thursday, though.
60 to 70% said they only want to contribute 30%. I missed that one the first time. My eye went to 80, 90, and 100, and then 50%. I just realized that the second largest group said 60 to 70.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, my brain read that backwards. Why did my brain read that backwards?
Or move in. Who the hell is moving in with a woman?
No, my brain read it backwards. My brain, I don't know why my brain read it 40. They want to contribute 40 to 30%. 30 to 40%. Okay, so they're still doing the majority, but they want it to be less top heavy with them. Okay, I don't know why my brain subtracted.
This seem accurate.
So like they might pay rent, but you pay for groceries or something?
Yeah, like most men, I think most men want to pay like 60, 70%.
Yeah. I don't know why my brain subtracted from 100 and went 30 to 40 or 40 to 30%. But yeah, so they are willing to do the heavy lifting. But a lot of guys say in this day and age, it's just the freaking economy. Like it is. Mm-hmm. It is crazy. The cost of living. They did a scale, and I'm feel free to share what you're opposing Mont. But if you look at the 50s and you looked at what the average income was for a man, specifically a man, before women enter the workforce and all that, in the numbers that they did, an average man was able to easily sustain a household. It wasn't until, this is what I was taught, it wasn't until the average person started having 2 incomes that the cost of living went up, because people selling stuff knew most people have 2 incomes now. So what they would normally charge one amount for, they knew they could get more. But what happened was it started screwing the people who weren't cohabitating yet. Maybe you didn't have a partner yet or whatever. So the system worked when one man was capable of paying for a household. But nowadays, like SD said, less than 10% make 100,000 or more, which I was like, I don't know. I've that's almost all that I would encounter when I was dating, is just, men who were making above that. So I don't know if I just always met those people. So for me, I always thought more men made 100,000. But you have to, in this day and age, to be able to afford groceries. I mean, eggs are like $45 an egg.
I don't think the economy plays a part at all. Like, before I even had money, I was a provider. It just is. It's in you. It's like, it's inside of you. It's in the confidence you have. Like, you know that you're this type of man before you even have a woman. You know what you want to do. I knew I'm 100% of the bills before I even had it. And maybe it's the energy you put out into the universe. You think that you're going to get it. Maybe you're going to have it, versus people who are not as confident. But I was always a person that wanted to be in charge, in the lead of my relationship. And I always wanted to be the full provider of my house before I even had any money. So
if you want to be the head, you got to be the head. I paid everything when I was married. I believe in that going forward.
So here's the thing. So I paid everything, but at the same time, we had a plan. I was married for 7 years. Like we lived off one income. We stacked hers, and that kind of propelled us into the future. Like it was like we paid off. Like I never had a lot of debt. I'm just debt adverse. But we paid off a lot of her stuff. Stacked a lot of savings, got investments rolling. Like it was like this. We were sort of working together. Like I get the whole provide, and I did that. But she earned too. But we just used that money for other things to build like a better life for ourselves. And so we had like a 5-year plan that we in 2 years we had accomplished because we were able to stack so much. And so I get the whole 50-50 conversation, but I think if some of it feels out of place because you're not talking about what you can accomplish together. If you got a woman who's a nurse, because we got a nurse on the call, like she can earn good money, and if you got a plan, man, you can really do some damage in the world. We don't talk about that. It's like who's gonna pay for my wings? Like my steak will not go out. You know what I'm saying? Like what kind of conversation is that when you could get a partner and y'all can really work together and you could probably retire each other earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's not the conversation we have. I don't know. Maybe my thinking is off.
But they're thinking, if I could speak for Mont and Willie, their thinking was if she's not working, her disposition in life is different, which I can understand that. For me, I like my perfect model is I like to contribute a little bit. Part of it is trauma from the dynamic that was before in my past life. And two, I have a little bit of like, I don't know, I just feel better about myself if I'm contributing something. And also I have, you said what?
I have some groceries.
Cute. And that's exactly like on that level is what I'm comfortable with, you know? And so for me, I would like to be like, hey, I'm going to commit to this amount every single month. If it ends up bringing more, it's coming in. Cool. That's fun money to play with, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think I will ever be comfortable. And I don't know if it's a trigger or trauma. I don't think I ever would be comfortable with somebody doing 100%.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What if it's like, say it's my reason, right? I don't want my woman to work because she goes to work, deals with the stressors of her day, all the bullshit that comes with her job.
Oh, I don't want to work for anybody, no.
Well, right. It comes home and then I get the leftovers of her.
Oh, no. It only works because I don't have a boss. I would never want to go to work.
So what if like he said, hey, listen, if you're in that situation, he's like, hey, how about, would you be okay? Like, you know, like what I would ideally do is, you know, find something that she can do that she works for herself.
Yeah.
And then, you know, supplement, because I mean, at that point, there's no pressure of, you know, you don't have to worry about, you know, where rent's coming from.
Yes.
Because I got it. But one of the things that I see, like guys who do pay 100% of the bills and their women don't work, that's one of the benefits that like they enjoy is that their woman when they come up, she doesn't have to deal with, like he doesn't have to deal with getting her leftovers.
No fact.
She'd have to be nice to her boss, all them dumbass clients or customers that she works at, the lady whose order was wrong or whatever she works at, because you know we don't care about that either. And we come home to someone who is still fresh, new, and ready for us.
And you're flexible time-wise, which is why for me, I don't take it for granted at all. For me, being able to, I walk up my stairs and come in my office, and when I'm done, I clock out by walking out of it. So for me, it's not stressful. I'm always able to pause when I want to pause, you know, do what I want. I can schedule things around. Like if it's really serious, I'll put up a sign. Y'all, we're not having a show tonight. If I need to go to a game or whatever. So from that standpoint, it's the perfect scenario. And I think any woman who's able to do that, it's great, because for me, it's also a creative itch that it scratches. I like the idea of being an entrepreneur. I like the idea of I can come up with something that someone finds valuable enough that they want to exchange money for time, or if they just enjoy it and take it in. Like, it's fascinating to know, like, okay, these topics make this many people watch the show. This topic makes not, I'm fascinated by that. So it also keeps a part of my brain active. And I know that if I didn't have anything mentally stimulating, I would fall into a depression. I know this from experience. So, and a lot of women nowadays don't have that luxury of being a homemaker. So in the past, it would be Chanel, it would be Monica, it would be Alicia, and we're all living on the same street. We can all go take our kids to the park at the same time. We can all go to the store. But, nowadays it's very isolating if you're a homemaker, unless you live in some like high-end area and everyone's staying home too. But I think a lot of women just need to be stimulated, which is why they would join charities and volunteer at church. And you can't sit inside all day long.
I feel like because a lot of people do ask the question, like, pretty much, what is the woman doing with her money? And I don't know where it comes from for most men, but it seems like it comes from a place where they lack confidence. Because I know me, like, it's not a question. Like, she's doing whatever I want her to do with her money. So, like, because I'm the leader. So if you making, if I'm making $1 million and you making 100,000, all right, we're going to invest that. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Like, I'm making the plan for what we're doing with all the money. Like, this is what, and this pressure is what you play with. Because a lot of guys think, oh, if I got to pay all the bills, she just going to go and just throw her money away and just go gamble and do stupid stuff. Like, if you let her do that, then that's.
Can I ask you a hypothetical, Mont?
Yeah.
What if you have a really great job or a really great business, but you are horrible with finances? Would you still say the guy should be the one making the
No. So that's still he's in charge of that. So a leader doesn't only make the plans for everything, he delegates. So I'm the leader. I know that this is not where I'm strong at. You take over this. It's that simple. You're still leading. You're just delegating the task.
I was just wondering, because you were saying I decide how she.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying, like, if I wasn't strong at that, then that would be her task. That would be her job when it comes to the household. She's in control of all the finances.
Bro, I used to suck at making money. Not making money, spending money. I used to spend money like I sold drugs. So I'd make a shit ton of money and then be like, damn, I got like $9,000 left. It's got to last me for the whole month. What are we doing? But for the money that I was bringing in, so I have no issue putting like the bill paying in my woman's hands. Because if I could never again in life log into a Pepco or a Cox or a Verizon or a T-Mobile account, if I could never again in life, I'd die a happy man. Because paying bills is stressful. And it's not like the making money is easy, but like actually going in and seeing these people take $600 for my electricity bill is stressful. Like, I feel bad. Or like going and knowing my cable bill is $500. Like, I don't want to know that. I just want to pay it and just give her access to whatever she needs to pay the shit. But I'm not bad with money anymore. Now I'm significantly, in 10 years, I've learned a lot about how to better manage my resources. But I would have no issue telling my woman, like, hey, babe, go ahead and you pay this stuff and, all the rest of that shit. So I don't have to worry about it. I can just keep going out here collecting coins and coming back home and give her to pay bills.
Yeah, see, Yonci just said y'all spent $10,000 on crab at the dinner the other night. I don't know, Willie. I call it cap. He just said.
First of all, she didn't say shit about spending $10,000 on crab.
Y'all blew a mortgage payment on a dinner.
I said that man who was tripping over 30 would be 6 feet under. If you saw the bill.
It was an engagement dinner.
No, not that one.
Oh, that's wrong. So yeah. So
see how the story keep changing, Alicia. You see how the story keep changing. Now, y'all get on camera and get that together, and then come back and tell us what happened.
But they were both crab dinners. That's why. But the second one.
Oh, it was both crab. Y'all just eat crab every night. You see, Alicia, this is your friend, Alicia. That's your girl.
Hey,
eat crab every night.
Where I gotta be to
one party was 4 people
now.
Other one was like 8. So that's what I said. I wouldn't even want to.
You talking with her hands now, Alicia. You know she making this up as she go. We had crab the other night and Jesus came. Like
he turned water into wine.
The only crabs I was thinking about was that earlier conversation, and I just don't want to.
Right, that's it. I'm crab talk is
crab. Like
no, we're not eating those crabs.
Like, the moment you brought up crabs, I was like
Yeah, that's so gross.
No
I
more
can't believe I was
crabs.
40 years
First
old.
of all, it was like 2017 or some shit. The moral of the story is this: is that when crab is involved, the dinner may be expensive. But
Willie always got a moral of the story.
Every
Every
time.
time. The moral of the story.
Crab is not
love
cheap.
it.
You know how
Crab
much
is not
crab
cheap.
costs in Dallas?
Oh,
Crab is
God.
definitely not cheap. Okay, you guys, I want to get your take on this. Ladies, have you ever been offended by a man asking you, girl, why is you single? All right, let's listen.
Thing, Ryan. This gorgeous person has probably done everything right to end up on a shit show of an app like this. First of all, you think she's attractive. She's done that, right? She probably wrote a really good profile. She probably picked her 6 best pictures because she was really trying. She may have also exited a relationship in the past that wasn't serving her well. She did that, right? Or maybe she took the time to mourn and heal a relationship that ended so she could be ready to meet someone wonderful on this app. It sounds to me that a gorgeous person like this hasn't done anything wrong to end up on this app. So by you not only making her feel less than because she's pretty and she's not in a relationship, but also putting down the very app where you're trying to meet her, you have ruined any chance of ever going on a date. So the only thing she could do wrong in this situation is to answer your question and feed into your negative mindset.
Shit.
I feel like, and I apologize in advance if there's any Caucasian women in the group right now or in the chat, or if you identify as this. I feel like
I'm sorry.
You identify as this.
Rachel.
The white tea.
Who knows? I'm sorry.
I'm
but
sorry, she identifies as black. My bad.
I've been noticing like an uprising, whatever, of like Caucasian women just over analyzing things on social media. And I feel like this was a joke.
Now.
Like this was a man just saying like, oh, how'd you end up on this app like me? And she's just like, well, you made her feel bad. And now she's less of a woman. But like, it feels like it's just, why are you over analyzing it? So the more I listened to her, I was just like, okay.
She told somebody recently, the guy said, I can't stop looking at your pictures, which I've had a ton of guys say that to me and never thought twice about it. And she said that was code for I'm whacking off to your photos.
Oh,
and I was
God.
like,
it might be code for some guys.
I was like,
it's exhausting.
I'm not thinking that deeply about it.
I'm not. It ain't
So when you said
I'm
that,
looking. Swipe left, swipe right, keep it moving. Swipe left or right, keep it moving, and that's Bumble, by the way. That app, I can tell.
Is that offensive to you if a guy asked that question? How did you end up here?
I mean, kind of when he said, "What have you done wrong?" That was kind of like, shitty. I didn't like that, but I don't have energy for like that stuff. I don't give it energy.
He asked a little crazy. He was a little crazy when he asked it that way.
Yeah, just okay.
So
like, are you really gonna think I'm gonna swipe right on you after asking me that? No.
Right.
So you just kind of shut yourself in the foot.
So guys have actually said on this show that if a woman is, pretty at a certain age, she's not married, something like there has to be something wrong with her. It can never be that she hasn't encountered a man who she like it's always that she hasn't been chosen. So some women take offense to that because the assumption is you must be messed up somewhere because all of these amazing men wouldn't have passed up on you, which the assumption is that she's encountered a bunch of amazing men.
It's also like when women tell men, well, I know you got hoes.
Mm-hmm. That's saying, I think that you're very desirable.
Yeah, that's saying that, yeah.
Well, I think it's reasonable that men think that if a woman is beautiful at a certain point and at a certain age and she's single with no kids, I think it's reasonable that they think that possibly is something like because you'd be surprised how many beautiful people in general, they just got a lot of shit up with them because they don't got to do a lot of work.
They haven't had to earn their stripes.
You don't got to do a lot of work if you're an attractive person and you just, you never had to deal with that stuff. So you just go through life like, like I don't want to hear what you got to say. Anybody trying to tell you about yourself, you don't want to hear what they got to say. You just move on. It's always somebody right around the corner. Like a pretty girl ain't never gonna be homeless. Ever. It is what it is. She always gonna find somebody that no matter what God is trying to make her deal with, nope. You can come live with me.
I was gonna say that like people who are attractive, like man or woman, like they may not have had that time to develop character traits that are desirable. They're just like they look good. So in those instances, of course, like if they are not doing things that like a good relationship requires, then they're always gonna have somebody. So it's like they may have been like a horrible person, may not have been, loyal to a person, whatever. It's like, well, if you try to hold them accountable, like Mom was saying, it's like, why not just go to somebody else? Like nobody's so
I gotta be ugly to have self-improvement. Wait a minute, I'm trying to understand y'all saying like, hey man.
So
that's what I was here to say.
So my friend and I talk about this actually. So,
I'm over here proving myself. That mean I'm ugly? Dang, y'all harsh, man.
Get out your feelings. The theory is that when you're growing up, those kids that always look good, right? They always were on. They always had.
They never had a struggle.
Good shoes. Never had a struggle.
For your ugly ass. Look.
They were born with the glow up.
Yes, they were born sculpted by God, right?
Look, they were just glowing from birth. They never had to glow
all
up.
the time, right? And they grow up and they still have never had to develop like personality, never had to develop like good character traits. So then they get out into the dating pool and they still don't have to do those things. Whereas the people who were like, not necessarily like the ugly ducklings, but the people who were not sculpted like that, they grow up and they're working on themselves. They're working on like their ambition. They're working on like their careers, etc. Mm-hmm. So that's not everybody, but that's the theory that we discuss.
And I think that people underestimate how
they can feel hurt.
How hard it is to meet it's one thing to meet someone and find them attractive. That's not as hard. But to meet them, find them attractive, you each like each other enough to want to keep going. You have shared values, same goals, like that. To me, that is wild. Like it's like lightning striking twice. I think it's so uncommon. I think it's just because so many people settle that we see all these relationships popping off. But I think in reality, if people actually dated in an intellectual way, in an intelligent way, there would be very few relationships. You'd probably go a year before you even met someone that you wanted to even try to have a relationship with. You might. So like for me, because, and I don't think I was picky, like in a weird way. I just was very specific and I knew what I wanted and I knew what I wouldn't deal with. It took me 8 years to meet somebody. But if I were to just want to get in a relationship, I could have gotten into a relationship.
Right.
So I think we date more than we should. And I think that too many women get with guys and they're in situationships. So they think they're having all these relationships. No, you're having a situationship. You were not in an actual relationship where this guy was considering marrying you, and you were probably only considering marrying him out of desperation. If you actually had to think it through and be like, does this guy have those qualities that I want to live with the rest of my life? It probably was no. But you're probably like, well, he's cute, he's connect, as beer connects and he's got side teeth and, I'll take it. And, only one baby mama, but not really looking and saying, is this someone I respect and admire and look up to and would want my children to be like? And so I say all that to say, I would get asked that question. Like, you're such a great woman. Oh my God. What is wrong with you? Like, what? And they would say, what? And I haven't met somebody that ticks my boxes and that I tick theirs. And I don't think that's normal. I think that should become more normal as opposed to like, you must be a freak of nature. Because a lot of guys fumble the ball too.
Which I also actually think that's why there's more singles now. I don't think it's as bad as we make it seem. I think people are more healed. They are doing more work. They are working through trauma. And so they're looking for people more intentionally when they're ready to settle down. We're not just getting married just for the sake of getting married. And we're not getting married because we don't really have to get married to survive.
Yeah.
It's definitely different.
I know, like, for example, like my girl, like she's a completely different person than when I met her. She had a lot of work to do. Like a lot of work. And you know, when you with somebody who's intentional, and you know, I think that she learned a lot of things, and she was able to. She was looking in the mirror, kind of. So she's a completely different person now. So yeah.
And shout out to you for wanting to stay and do the work, because, and I'm sure, you know, you've made some adjustments too on your side that she's happy about. I think so many people are also looking for this ready-made package. But I think the beauty of life is that a lot of times relationships are what make you grow. Because if it were up to you, you would think everything is great and your stuff doesn't stink. And it takes a loving partner to be like, it stinks a little bit. Might want to look on this, you know, look in this area, look around that corner, look behind, you know, that wall. And then it's like, oh, okay, I can definitely level up in this area. So if we're just going in it looking for this perfect person, you're kind of missing that process, and you're also not being realistic.
There's something beautiful about having somebody in your life that's completely honest with you for your betterment and growth. And I can say that even though we're divorced, I had that in my ex. Like, she would just tell me things that was just, she was honest with me. She was so blunt sometimes, but I knew she had my back and it was for my betterment. And I tell you, that's a beautiful thing to have in your corner, with somebody they just straight with you, but they really want you to grow and be better. They're not trying to baby you, so to speak. Thinking from a man's perspective, where a woman just tell you, look, this ain't it. Well, you need to change course. That's just a great thing to have in your corner.
Yeah. I think
especially when you're poor. Like, what did you say?
No, I said, and she loved you despite all that. You know, she still loved you. You know, she's loving through all that. She loved you through all that.
I think
since I'm a 5 and I wasn't created by God. But go ahead.
I think our culture, like, it's like it breeds this entitlement for women. Because I'll give you an example. Like, if Deja goes out anywhere, if my girlfriend goes out anywhere, somebody's going to ask her why she's not married yet, right? And they're going to say it because she's pretty. You're like, you pretty, you tall, why you not married yet? How you know what she dealing with? Like, how do you know that she's ready for marriage? How do you know, like, how do you, like, because I'm completely ready to marry her now. But a couple years ago, a year ago, we wasn't there yet. Like, she just had she had growth to do. But like now I know for sure. But I didn't know a year ago because she's had so much growth. Like, I'm a man, I have children. And she was just she's a little bit younger than me, and she didn't have no children. So it's like she had to be ready for that. Because some people might not be ready for that. Some women are like, you know what? You know, I don't have any children. I can't really be the woman in his life that I would need to be the best person in that household. But she matured a lot, and she's who I need her to be. She's who, you know, she's just grown so much. But nobody thinks about things like, or not even just that. Like, a lot of people deal with things in life where you as a partner, you want to make them happy, right? But then you realize, like, oh, I can't make you happy because they're dealing with something that they have to deal with. And it's like, okay, what is that? And you might think it's you. You might say, oh, well, this person's not happy. Maybe it's me. Because that's something that person got to deal with on their own. And you have to kind of like figure out what it is that's making them not happy. But people don't think about those type of things when they're like, oh, why are you not married? You should be married already. You're pretty. Like, it's way deeper than that. Like, but
imagine if that was the only requirement, being pretty.
That's how people act. That's how people act out here. Like, you're pretty. You should be married. He's crazy. Look at your face.
He's crazy.
Like, look at your face. Like,
no, I had people tell me that my ex-husband was crazy because he let me go. You know, I filed. So first they assume that he filed and that he's crazy. Then find out I filed, and they're like, "Why did he let you go?" I said, "I was a hot mess express." I was like, "What you're seeing is Yonci 2.0, maybe even 3.0 or 4." I don't know what I put that man through.
Yeah, and it's a lot of women who don't grow. It's a lot of guys who don't grow. People in their 40s, 50s who just are stuck in whoever they were. So, we crazy.
Man, all right, y'all ready for the next one? We'll lighten it up a little bit.
Yeah. I got a video for y'all too.
Please send it. Okay, here's Here's the next one. Sorry, this one tickles me. All right, so I want to play. There it is. Okay.
Sure. And is it a yes for you for her?
No, it's not.
Why is it a no?
I don't really date people older than me.
I'm not older than you.
Well, 42, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't date people my age.
Oh, okay. Okay.
She's a nice looking lady. That's crazy.
Is it a yes for you?
Yeah,
for
she's
him?
classier looking than
And
I've
is it a
seen
yes for
others.
you for her?
No, it's not.
Why is it a no?
I don't really date people older than me.
I'm not older than you.
Well, 42, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't date people my age.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
The earth is ghetto.
Man, what the fuck?
That's
That
hilarious.
was wild.
That's
And
all
he
you can
was so
say.
proud
What
of
the-
himself.
He's like, yeah, I don't date people my age. What? Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
so
She probably dodged a bullet.
well, I think I'm thinking so many things. First of all, it looks like they're the last two people. Maybe there's people next to her and we just can't tell, but it looks like she was one of the ones that made it. So it's a little unfortunate. It feels embarrassing that he said it to her like that. Because dang, that's kind of, I'm sorry, that's messed up.
Maybe he just made that up because he didn't want to say that he wasn't attracted to her. I don't know.
They got so far. Like, why get up to that point? Like, that's
Why, that's the why
should
would
have
you
popped the
wait
balloon.
till the end to do that? That's crazy. Listen, see, I think this is one of those times where a man is trying to invade a woman's space, and typically on those shows, the women are the one being outlandish and catty and doing shit like that. And he's like, "This is my opportunity to get our lick back, fellas. I'm going to reject her." Like, what? That shit is dumb. No, it is not. You knew she was 42 when y'all like were the last ones. Like, if you didn't, this is how you can tell dudes didn't play that game Clue when they were growing up, because they asked like shitty questions. Like, you should have known how old that woman was before. Anyway, yeah.
Well, I guess this also brings up a point you guys were talking about earlier about women wanting men that might not want them back. But I also think naturally we all do this, because in the same scenario, he's basically saying he doesn't want someone his age, but that's who probably wants him back. So it's almost like we're always wanting something that doesn't want us. So he wants a young woman, but I'll be honest, if I was a young woman, I wouldn't want him, because I don't like to date older men.
I mean, if you got money, you want them.
No, I really don't like dating older men.
They swear that money is everything, and women
They
just
swear, and then when we say we don't need that, then it's us talking about money.
I'm not saying that all women are the same, right? I'm not saying that you are in particular are not the exception to the rule. I'm just saying that you gotta pay to play. If I'm 40, 50 years old, I'm paying to play. I know how I gotta come. I'm coming with my wallet open.
Well, when you're
And
40,
most
50
women,
years old,
Whoa. Not all of us do that, sir.
no, I'm just saying if I'm going for a 20-year-old girl, I'm coming with my wallet open. I'm sorry. I'm not about to be out here acting like you like me, and I'm coming with my wallet open. You 20, I'm 40, I'm 50. Here, my wallet open. What's up? Let's yeah.
Fair.
In my 50s, I have no business dealing with anybody in their 20s.
I agree. So if you do, come with that wallet open. Like, it's transactional.
And my son is knocking down women that's in their 20s, and he's 18. So I don't think that I would.
I can't imagine dating a girl that's 20 and I'm 31. Like,
I'm cool. I can't imagine dating
There are a lot
somebody
of
younger.
31-year-olds that will do it.
I was gonna say, he could probably
31-year-olds that do.
I bet it is.
Want him. Like, if you get a younger woman, you said it's transactional. So then again, it just creates this cycle again. So you got somebody that's in a relationship for the wrong reasons, because she doesn't love you. She just wants your money. And you don't you just think your ego is getting rubbed, but she's just really with you for your money. So it's like, and eventually you'll get divorced and she'll probably move on. And it's just like, why are we doing these pointless relationships?
Well, if we being honest, a lot of people don't marry for love. That's what I want to love the person I
I
marry.
definitely want to marry for
I would
love.
like to marry for love.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah,
love
the only people who are loved unconditionally are women, children, and dogs. So
what? That's not true.
It
is.
I've heard that before. I've heard that before.
Y'all love women
You
unconditionally?
don't think men get loved unconditionally?
No, men are loved based on the fact that they provide something to 99%
No.
of
we are
women.
loved based on what we can do for you.
There's women that are in love with their men.
Yeah, 1% of them, not the majority of y'all. Hell no.
No, but ladies, let me actually play devil's advocate for
Women
a
who
second.
do love men unconditionally, they
Let
will
me
fight.
play devil's advocate for a
You don't
second.
really love me for that.
I'm sorry that y'all feel that way. That is sad.
But wait, Monica. So I used to have the same reaction until I had a come to Jesus conversation with myself. Okay. Think about this. If you had an able-bodied man, not paraplegic, not had PTSD from being at war, like he's an able-bodied man. And he wanted to live the soft life. And he was like, Monica, you make good money. I'm going to lay it down in bed, but I just want to watch TV all day and pet my dog and make love to you. That would not last but for so long.
Is he going to be a stay-at-home dad?
He wants to watch TV, pet his dog, and lay it down with you.
I can cook, Monica. I can cook real well.
And he could.
But I wouldn't have fallen in love with him.
But that's the point. That's the point.
I'm saying once we're together and I love you, I like you get the. What do you mean? I'm sorry. Did I miss something?
So you would let that happen?
Let me address the hypothetical situation. Let's say you met him. He's making.
He's trying to switch it up.
And he switched it up. And he just said, you know what? I've been looking at Mont. Mont's girl cooks for him. She makes money for him. She takes care of the kids. She mows the grass. And all Mont does is sit on his couch, pet his dog, and watch ESPN and lay it down. I want that too. And he suddenly says that. Most women were not still. It's not unconditional. And,
okay, you're right in that case. If he switched it up, but also if a woman gained 300 pounds and stopped washing herself and started stinking and looking crazy, he would not love her unconditionally. That goes both ways. There's ways you can flip that to where that person would
not at all.
I think it goes both ways, but only because like I'm not loving nobody unconditionally. I'm not loving a woman unconditionally. Like you got conditions.
Here's the thing, though. I think that from what I've seen with men, what men do is there are a lot of men who will not leave her.
Mm-hmm.
What they will do is compartmentalize and leave her emotionally. They will suddenly start to become focused on their job more. Some men focus on other women more. Some people stick it in other women. They will leave emotionally, but statistically, the man will stick around and be loyal on paper, loyal as in not physically leaving the house. Because for men, which I say for multiple reasons, usually it's cheaper to keep her. So there's one factor. Two, there's a stigma that men feel. Women don't feel as stigmatized about divorce, but I've heard a lot of men say, I feel like I look like a failure if I leave, if my household breaks up, even if the woman leaves. So there's a stigma. It's cheaper to keep her. And I think those are the two main things. Oh, and the other thing is if I leave, there's a very good chance that I will lose physical custody of my kids because the courts tend to give them to the moms. So they have three very strong motivators to stay. But do they feel emotionally the same way towards the woman? That is the same. They lose interest. They're not turned on by her. And just like us women, we would emotionally lose interest. We would not be turned on by him. We'd be like, ugh. But yeah, I think it sounds terrible to say. But with a woman, this is why I say in my courses about what the beauty is that we as women, we're valued for what we are intangibly. For men, they have to have utility for us to value them. A woman could be pretty and she's peaceful and fun to be around and great in bed. Most men are going to be happy with that.
I think
the divorce rate tells you that women don't love men unconditionally. Like the divorce rate being what it is way too high for men to have ever even been considered
But that's the reason I gave the stats, Willie. I don't think that men don't divorce out of their heart palpitating. I think they stay because it's cheaper to keep her. There's a good chance they're going to lose custody of their kids, and there's a stigma to being divorced.
Well, I wasn't arguing against your point. The fact that why I said that. The divorce rate proves that that's not even a rational thought. The fact that most women who've been divorced also been divorced more than one time. And then also the fact that how many relationships that women tend to have.
But you said that you said that the divorce statistics prove that men love unconditionally.
No. The divorce statistics prove that men are not loved unconditionally.
But if you take a divorce statistic, so you're saying the divorce statistic only speaks to the woman not loving. You're saying the divorce statistic doesn't speak to how a man feels with women.
Women file 80% of divorces.
No. I know that, but you're talking about percentages.
Right.
What I'm saying is if you add in the man, then I have something that I disagree with you on. But if you say, if you're only trying to tell a woman, here, this is how it proved that you don't love unconditionally, then I would say the fact that women apply for divorce.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. But if you compare the percentages, that's where you lose me. But I realize you were just
I'm not
only
comparing
talking
percentages.
about the woman's numbers. Okay.
I'm just saying that the fact that 54% of marriages end in divorce, and then 80% of those divorces, or over 80% of those divorces, are filed by women. There's no other way to go about. There's no other conclusion that you can come to rationally that says that men are not loved unconditionally. Because if they were, the divorce rates wouldn't be so high.
I think that my problem with like a lot of men, us as men, is like a lot of times we just endure certain things, even we don't speak out about certain. For example, right? You know that girl Malika on ESPN? I think Malika something.
Malika Andrews.
Malika Andrews. She should have been lost her job. If she was a man and it was girls who didn't like her, them girls would have made enough noise so that she lost her job immediately. She'd have been out there. She'd have been out.
If she dated black men, she'd also have lost her job.
I just feel like us as men, we not really we should make sure she lose her job. I can't stand that girl, but she still got her job because we say something, but we don't really force the issue. And I think it's kind of like similar with the marriage situation. Like even with me, when it come to like, I don't pay no child support, but when it came to like even the thought of getting custody, I was doing so much research, probably more than I think average men do. I was doing so much research, and I was going to beat whoever to the punch, right? I think a lot of women are take that position normally where they talking to other women, they doing research, they trying to be the plaintiff and not the defendant. And I just think a lot of men don't do that. We just kind of chill. And I don't like
we sit back and wait and let it come to us. Like I know from dealing with my nonprofit dealing with fathers' rights and shit. I asked them, like, if you knew this shit was over, why didn't you leave? Did they say the same thing? Like, man, one, if I file, I got to pay for her attorney fees. If I file, I look like the bad guy. She can play the victim to the kids. It's always things like that. So typically what you see men do when it comes time for a marriage to be over, they just sit back and wait to continue playing defense that they've been playing the entire time. Like they were playing defense by trying to make peace in a home that was hell. They're playing defense by trying to stay and not let it show that they were unhappy, not let it show that they had a side chick, or not let it show that they were emotionally checked out. Like they play defense constantly. Go to sleep playing defense, dream playing defense, wake up playing more defense again. And a lot of the times when that happens, it's like when women file for divorce, they're championed for it. Congratulations. Well, excuse me, black women, when they file for divorce, they're championed for it. Oh my God, congratulations. You're a strong, independent woman and you don't need a man. And congratulations for you being strong enough to leave and blow up your household because you're not happy. Like it's a lot that women get credit for when they get divorced. Most black men, if not all, we never see that type of credit. And as the guy who's filed for divorce, been on the woman's side of things, when I file, it's still a problem. Damn, bro, you sure you want to do that? Like, hey, man, ain't it cheaper to keep her? What happened, dog? What you do? Like, nigga, I file. Like, what you mean what I do? Like, that's just the default assumption when it comes to men. When we do something where we're supposed to be the leader and it fails, it's on us. It's not because, one of my friends, his wife has had 2 babies on him. So when he finally filed for divorce on baby number 2, were you sure them babies not yours? Like the nigga don't have like common sense wouldn't say like, hey, I'm gonna get a DNA test if I say the kids ain't mine. Like stuff like that, right? And it's but if a woman leaves a man for having 2 babies on her, it's all claps. No one's trying to tell her, well, maybe you should work it out or it's best for the kids. And then technically speaking, if you leave a marriage because you're not mentally or emotionally happy, it's kind of selfish when you understand that women who are raised, children who are raised by women do worse than women who are raised in, kids who are raised in 2-parent households or households with just a dad. So if you put your own personal, emotional, and or separate mental happiness before your children, it's super selfish on your part as a parent. However, the difference is when it's emotional abuse or physical abuse, you got to get out of there because you're going to do way more damage by showing your kids that you show your son, hey, your girlfriend should take you beating her ass. Or you show your daughter, hey, you should take your husband beating your ass in front of your kid. You see what I'm saying? But when it's guys, though, even if we're the victims of domestic violence, which happens way more than you would think, when we lay it down, bro, so she punched you a couple times, so what? You couldn't hold her back? You couldn't make that work? If me and you were in a relationship and I went upside your head 2 or 3 times and you left, girl, you get a divorce party. They're going to have strippers there so you can go do all the nasty shit you want to do. I'm saying because you didn't cheat while we was together, so you get to go, you know what I'm saying, be all as freaky and fun as you want to be. In your divorce party, you're celebrated. You put your divorce decree on a t-shirt or a hoodie or whatever. You go on girl trips now, you get your life back. Man, we don't get that time back. And that's one of the only things that we kind of tend to always end up paying for when we get divorced is not just the financial investment, but that time we put in with y'all. Like then we're still paying for it after the fact. Most men end up going on child support. A lot of men pay alimony, especially the women who get lucky enough to have children by men of means. So now he's getting hit twice for a relationship. Unfortunately, he's not the one who ended. So I wouldn't. There's nothing to support other than what you would like to say you do, or what a woman would like to say she will do, as far as it comes to loving her partner. But it's just not realistic to think that a woman is even capable of unconditional love for a man. Her children, absolutely. I think that mothers love their children in a way that a father never can. But I will also say that I think a father is the only person in life who will always want his children to be better than him, because we raise our kids to be better than us. But as far as love goes, y'all got the market cornered on that. There's me and my son's mother. The way that we love our children is drastically different. However, I do know that she is better as a woman at expressing nurturing love than I am as a man. I can express corrective love, educational love. What's the other one? Corrective, protective, informative love. But she has that nurturing love that I'm just not capable of because I'm a man. But she's not at the level she is. When I look at my woman and how she looks at her kids, the difference between the way that she loves her children and the way that her father loves their children is night and day. And she loves her children unconditionally. I don't think that all men are capable of loving their children unconditionally. I think that we'll die for our kids, but I've seen some men who love their children when it's convenient, when it's best for them, when it fits their schedules, or when it's something that they have that they don't have shit else going on. So let me be a dad today. Typically speaking, moms are moms 24/7. Y'all get the school calls, y'all get the principal calls, the I'm sick calls, the mom I need help calls, because they don't want to talk to us because we're the disciplinarians. So to expect or even reasonably think that men are capable of being loved unconditionally, there's just too much evidence and data to refute that.
I think
Take your time, Pastor.
When it comes to love, like I think all love is unconditional, personally, but I don't think relationships are unconditional. So for example, a lot of people fall in love with the people that they didn't necessarily plan on falling in love with, and people that they want to fall out of love with, but they can't. A woman can be in love with a man, leave him, go to a new man, and she can't stop thinking about the guy who ain't shit that she's still in love with, and this new guy doing everything right, He doing everything he's supposed to do on paper, but she in love with that last man. And it's the same thing with a lot of men. You know, like if my girlfriend cheated on me today, I would not be with her. But I think it would be immature to say I don't love you no more today. I'm just saying that. I probably still love her, but I'm not gonna be with you. So I think relationships are more conditional. And love, you know, you can't help that, but you can help if you're gonna be around them. You can love family, and but you're not gonna be around them, you know, because they're just not good for you, or you've outgrown them or whatever. So I think love is just not something that you're not in control of whether you love people or not, but you are in control of, you know, your relationship with them.
You may not be in control of the emotion, but you're in control of the action of love.
Yeah, I agree with that. You can control what you do and how it manifests and what you do, things like that.
Mon, I want to play your video that you sent me.
Okay.
And I was going to say, yeah, this one's not downloadable. So the ones that are not downloadable, I just have to show it to you with my camera.
Man, you deserve to feel safe. Hearing a Black woman.
Oh.
Right? It's emotional. It's financial.
Oh.
It ain't over yet. We got more time on the clock.
Yeah, 10 minutes just popped up on the clock. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Willie. He had it slick. 10 minutes.
You think you're gonna get the hang up on people in their face tonight? It ain't happening.
I was salivating. I was like, it's gonna
I saw the alarm. I heard the alarm clock go off.
Dang, I shouldn't have done that. I had a whole theme song and everything ready this time. Okay, let me try this again. Not him saying in the message, so you can't hang up in our faces. I can't. Okay, don't rob me of my little victory, my little joy. Okay. All right, so let me turn this back on. Okay, here we go.
You deserve to
Turn it up a little bit.
Hearing a Black woman tell Black men you deserve to feel. Man, you deserve to feel safe. Hearing a Black woman tell Black men you deserve to feel safe, and safe isn't just physical, right? It's emotional, it's financial, it's spiritual, it's mental. Safety is in the way that I'm talking to you, in the way that I talk about you, in my intentions for you. And it's levels to safety. And so many Black men, thousands, if not millions of Black men, have communicated through the engagement that they don't feel safe, and they're not alone in that.
These are.
I ain't gonna hold you. I wasn't listening at first because I thought that was Brittany Renner, and then I looked again and saw that it wasn't, and I was like, "Oh, okay."
She sounded like her.
She got a point.
I got an unpopular opinion when it comes to stuff like that. Like I think that men need strong support systems when it comes to, you know, having other men and stuff like that. And I do think, as far as with your partner, your woman, that she should, to some degree, you know, you should be vulnerable with her. But I just feel like, like with women, men are starting to try to speak that female language of like, what do you mean I deserve financial safety? I don't deserve anything. I deserve what I work for. Like, what man deserves financial safety? Like, that's how girls talk to each other. You deserve this. You deserve, like, no, you don't deserve anything. But y'all can talk to each other that way. But I'm not talking to no man that way. You don't just deserve things. You don't deserve a good woman. You don't, like, you work for that. You earn that. You earn that position to be able to choose a good woman and have a good woman. It's just not something that come to you. You don't deserve good kids. You got to work for having good kids. Like, you got to create good kids. I just think we just think we deserve things, and it bothers me.
Damn it, I feel like I deserve an award because I kept her from hanging up in her faces.
That's premature. You wasn't supposed to hang up at 110.
Shit, 110 was the end, my boy.
We was going to 125.
I had an alarm set back when it was 110, but yes, I have written down 125.
Okay, so now it's 135.
It is.
Listen,
I write it down. I don't lie.
All right.
I'm ethical.
Then if that's the case, then you can just turn my 10 and it's like you got excited. No. If that's the case, then I'm about to go tend to these semen demons of mine. And yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm on. But next week though, I'm not on daddy duty, and I'm gonna have a special guest.
Oh. Wow. I'm intrigued. Your guest tonight has been quite entertaining.
Yeah, that's fuck that dog. Anyway,
no, I was talking about
You
old
talking
boy
about
behind you over
Jason
your
or
shoulder. I
whoever
want to be
that
like,
is?
don't turn quickly, but
Oh, Mr. Myers.
Oh, you talking about this one or the other one? Or like my background?
But the way you actually turned was funny. It's like you were looking.
Because I have one back here too.
I know. It was like, don't turn quickly because someone's right over your shoulder.
Oh no, I'm good. But yeah, y'all have enjoy the rest of your 17 or 18 whatever the fuck minutes y'all have left in mind. Don't let her hang up on people in front of their
Oh
face.
no, and
We got
it's
new
more
people.
than, and it's also more than 18 minutes.
That's crazy.
It's like
Isn't
I forgot
it?
my math
You
is bad.
see what I gotta
22
deal with
minutes.
now?
That is crazy. I mean,
Anyway,
it's amazing that you're so supported and appreciated in this way, but also kind of crazy.
Hell yeah. You see what these other dating coaches are in here telling women to do? Either sell coochie, trick, or you know what I'm saying, just lie to men. And
But they could just, they could just love offer it. They do have the option.
Yonci, we just talked about people don't deserve anything. Yonci.
all my love offerings go to my woman, so I don't know about
You gotta work for this, Yonci.
If
You
I
gotta
spend
work.
money, you working for it. Like,
Nah, you be giving love offerings. You sponsor $1,000 for my fitness group, so
man,
that's
different. That's different. That's investing. That's an investment.
He's investing in the community.
Aww.
Yeah, I invest in the community.
And the girls
then
appreciate it.
Not trying to be funny, you're like also unbigging big like backs. So that's another thing that is important in our community because they keep hitting us with these crazy stats. Like the average black man is like 10 to 15 pounds overweight, but then the average black woman is like 35. Like, man, leave us the fuck alone. Like, track something else. Like, track how tired we are, or like how uninformed we are financially. Like, damn, you want to track our body weight metrics and shit? That's rude. Anyway, I'm gonna go be a productive father, and I'll talk to y'all next Thursday. Y'all be safe.
All right.
Peace.
Good night.
Good night.
Did y'all been seeing that couple that's been going around where like the man pretty much his wife is not attractive to him. Well, she's not. You been seeing that?
Oh, I saw it, and they did a follow-up video.
We gotta show them the original.
They did a follow-up, and it made it 10 times worse.
I'm torn on that. I'm torn because it's like, because of course it's like a valiant thing to be with somebody who you don't think is beautiful, but you like them for deeper reasons than that. Isn't that nice?
To your grave.
Yeah.
Lie or take it to your grave. And I put in the comments, if anyone sees the original video, you'll see my comment pop up. And I said, I don't think that there is anyone who can say, or it's very rare, the person I married is the baddest person I've ever seen. Now, there might be someone who's like, that's the baddest chick I've seen and married. Maybe, but I don't think the average person can say that. Like most women, they've got some fitness model that they think is so hot, or some guy they've seen on a movie, or Thor, or whatever. The white girl's like. Most people, they are attracted to their person, but they wouldn't say it's the baddest person or the most handsome person they've ever seen. And that's where that conversation started out, where he was like, she's bad. He was describing women and was like quickly like, oh shit. And some people might not describe their person as being bad, might think she's really pretty, she's even beautiful. But what people in their mind think is bad that's like the highest level.
So how does that happen? So let's say you're having a conversation with your man, right? And but let's say y'all, and they were talking, he was talking about whatever he saw. Oh, the girl from back in the day who looked like something, right? And then the comments ask you in a super chat, and they're like, do you think your wife is, as attractive as that girl? Or like, who's whatever he was asked. And he was like, he was caught in the moment of like, well, I would be lying if I said that she was, like the next top model, like the girl, because my wife is average to me.
Yeah.
But I like her. I'm attracted to her. But it's like, do you lie, and are you a good liar? It's like, how do you get out of that situation of like, and plus the whole crowd can see that your wife is average, right? So it's like he said, I think he made it. He said, "Yo, you're like around the way girl attractive. It's a different type of
It's an
attractive."
impossible situation. It's literally an
Yeah.
impossible situation. And I think that whoever asked that question is a full-on a-hole. I'm being in the relationship. I'm not asking Monte if I'm the baddest chick he's ever seen. One, I already know the answer because I'm not stupid. Like I've lived my life. And I would think he would be an idiot to ask. Like anybody who asked that question is an idiot. You should not ask a question that there's even a chance you could be hurt by the answer. So even if I thought there was a 99.9% chance that I am the baddest chick he's ever seen, I'm still not asking it because there's a 0.01% chance his
Risk
answer
not
is
worth
right.
the reward.
Or he might not answer. He might say, yes, you are the baddest, but he didn't say it with his chest. Like, you didn't say it with enough. Like, yeah.
Well, I don't think it should be anybody's goal to marry the baddest person they've ever seen. Like, that's just ridiculous.
No, but you're speaking practically.
Yeah.
Most people have an ego, and in their mind, they want to be. That's a fantasy to want to be the baddest thing. And like we were watching a movie, and this sex scene came on. It's like out of nowhere. It's like usually, back in the day, I feel like they'd like allude to it, and there'd be the little fireplace scene. But now it's like they could be talking about eating Cheerios, and then all of a sudden cheeks are getting clapped. And you're like, what? Like there's just no segue or whatever. So we're watching the scene, and all of a sudden it's just cheeks in this, like it's like the rear shot, right? And so I'm joking, and I like turned like, oh, don't look. And he said, oh my God, I don't want to have to look at that, oh. And we were joking, like he was just horrified. He was being forced to be looking at this other woman's bare backside. But it's like, in reality, there are going to be people that are attractive. In reality, there are going to be people whose bodies are attractive, more attractive than your person. And to think that your person only looks at you with those eyes, or only, that's just not reality. But I think that it's, I just saw Willie's chat. I think that that's just a subject that shouldn't be broached. That's hard. That's hard to hear. And even if you're not the baddest, that's hard to hear it. It's hard to hear on a public platform. And every woman who listened, every man who listened cringed, and they wrote in the comments some level how cringe
I think they're so immature. I think the people in the comments so immature. Like, even I've been seeing a lot of dating coaches talk about it, like, oh, they coming at the guy. But like, we're grown. Like, we know that, like, we looking at his wife. She's not the most attractive woman we've ever seen.
But that's why you don't ask that. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's whoever said that is an a-hole. I don't put it on the guy. He was put in an actual impossible situation. That's like saying, who do you want to die, your mom or your wife? Like, that's there's no winning that.
Well, you got to choose your mom.
But
to die.
But how do you tell your mom that?
I mean, you gotta.
Mom, you had a lot of good years.
Yeah, you gotta say, Mom, you are substantially older than her, so this is not just based on me loving her more. It's just reasonably, you've done a lot of things and you've had a good life versus her who's still trying to. She didn't get to see her grandkids grow up yet. You've already had to see certain things, so I just think it's only fair. I would rationalize it. I wouldn't just,
But it's one thing to have a conversation hypothetically. It's another to literally be like, okay, I'm pulling the trigger. This one's got to go. You know what I mean? It's like, like if you actually had to face the reality of that, that is difficult. I'm going to go the rest of my life without my mother. I'm never going to get to ask her advice. I'm never going to let her get to see her grandkids raised. Her husband's got to mourn her. Like, there's all kind of repercussion, So that's why I say
it's going to happen anyway.
Yeah, but not at your hands.
God's hands. You saying God, your hands better than God's? God gonna do it?
No, I'm saying my hand isn't better than God's. I'm saying your wife is also potentially going to pass away sometimes also. But we're not trying to speed the process up for either one of them.
True.
But all I'm saying is I think the onus of crapness is on the person who asked that question. That was a no-win situation. And so his only choice was to tell the truth and shame his wife and hurt her feelings, or lie and possibly not be a believable liar.
I think it's on his wife too, because she shouldn't have asked it. She should have read the question and was like, "Baby, you don't gotta answer that."
That would
Like,
be me.
I
I'd
don't
be like,
want you to answer
no,
that.
we're not gonna do that. That's what I would say. I'd be like, don't do that. Because someone tried me. They were like, oh, is he your usual type? I'm like, come on now. Like just certain things, just
Yeah.
And I think that people don't put themselves. People forget sometimes that people on TV or on any sort of a platform, whether it's TV, YouTube, social media, whatever, they forget that they're actual humans.
Yeah.
So people will ask questions like, how is he in bed? Like I see people with reunion shows or stuff like that. And I'm like, they are still human beings. You're asking him to talk about another human, or you're asking her to talk about a human. Nobody wants to, or they'll be like, oh, why did they break up? What if it was because he had erectile dysfunction? Like, who wants to actually say that?
Yeah.
I found out she had crabs, but we were already like who? You don't know what the person.
My bad.
I think lately,
but should you dump a man with ED, or should you stay? Like, is that unconditional at that point? Like,
well, does the pills work? Does it work if you take pills? Will it work?
Are y'all married in this? Are y'all married in this scenario?
No.
Not married?
Nope.
I think it depends on how much time y'all got put in. Y'all plan on getting married? Like I think when you accept a person, you gotta understand what you're accepting. Like,
okay, let me build a scenario for you because y'all like to build scenarios. You've been friends with this guy, and now he wants to, become the man of your dreams, your life, whatever, etc. He wants to take things a step further, right? When it comes down to y'all getting intimate, he can't actually perform. And so it's been 3 or 4 months, and then you find out later he just can't.
But there are 2 performances. So some women can handle one performance, some have to have the other performance. So some people are more than happy, more than satisfied with a 1-act show. So
yeah, if you can do that right, and we might be good to go.
Right. Look, you just be a lesbian. Yep.
Carpet munchers.
I'm not.
There are also people.
No, Mom, I want to hear what you
I need it all to work. I need everything to work.
So how many months they been dating?
Let's just say 4 or 5.
I need it all
4 or 5, and he does not perform the second act.
Well, no, we got.
I feel like 4 or 5 months is nothing. Like you can break up for whatever reason. You can leave. Yeah, you can leave somebody for whatever reason at 4 or 5 months. That ain't nothing.
But you've been friends for years.
But then we're gonna maintain friendship.
You're not supposed to hump your friends. That's what you get.
Don't be hunching your friends.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is so funny. Yeah, the irony though, I was gonna say, if he sings very well, we'll say, is that poetic enough? If he sings very well, then for some it would be satisfied, but his foreplay game would have to be off the chain too. Like make up for in other areas. But 70% of women can't reach the mountaintop with the second type of performance. That's why I was saying there are a lot of women who'd be like, I don't care if it got cut off. Like,
whoop, where they at?
I'm sorry.
No.
There are a lot. And if you look at the diagram of, we're just gonna get really medical, the clitoris. Mm-hmm. To me, I don't even understand how anyone can orgasm vaginally based on scientifically what I've seen with the diagrams.
It's possible, yeah. It's very
I know
inside the G spot, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. I do know that it is possible, but the way that so not to be vulgar, but from what I understand from biology class is that both embryos have the same piece. One grows longer, and that's in men. And with the women, it just stays small, and that's the clitoris. So you imagine having the male member here, just like the woman has her clitoris here, but all the activity is happening down here. But this is your penis, but it's just like playing with your balls. Basically, that's what happens for a lot of the women. Their stimuli is in the clitoris, but all this action is happening down there. So there might be pleasure of like, hey, she can feel he's there, but it's not pushing a button.
Well, they say the G spot is not on a man's penis. They say it's in his rectum.
Yeah,
that's what
I've
they
heard
say.
that is
for a man, it's the
mainly-
prostate.
It's probably
Yeah.
the same for women, right? It's up
No,
there
not
somewhere,
in the
right? It ain't nowhere up there.
No, it's supposed to be within the
It's like
the canal itself.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, nurse. She's much more.
It's just in there somewhere.
Yeah.
What is a G spot
Right,
anyway?
they said if you
Like,
go
what
like
is-
this, that's how you'll touch
You
it.
gotta go like in and then like up.
curve
something
up.
like that.
That's yeah.
Yeah, it's like
What's a
this,
G
like,
spot?
yeah.
Why do they say it's in a man's butt?
It's like,
No,
You said
y'all.
what?
Why do they say it's in a man's butt? What is a G spot?
because the prostate
prostate.
gland, when you milk the prostate gland, that's what causes
Milk
an orgasm
the prostate
for a
gland?
man. I mean, like, yeah, like touch it, caress it.
What's the purpose of it?
So it
The
does the same
prostate?
thing.
The
like
purpose
for
of a G spot.
Stimulation.
Orgasm.
Yeah.
Yes. Orgasm.
So it's like a
What's the
ultimate
purpose of an
orgasm.
orgasm?
Pure bliss explosion.
Ultimate climax.
That's
like
the
when
purpose of an orgasm.
For a
I mean,
for a woman, it's only for pleasure. For a man, there is a dual purpose. There's pleasure and procreation.
Do you think
Okay,
that God wanted y'all to orgasm?
Yes.
Honest-
Women, yes.
No. I'm glad you asked this question because I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. Women have to work so hard to be able to climb. Most women have to work very hard to climax, and men have to work the same amount of difficulty to not climax. Like you guys can sneeze and climax. Some women, it's like solving a Pythagorean theorem. So I always say God must have a sense of humor. But to your question, the fact that women do not need to climax to be able to procreate, it opens up a box of questions. But the question for me would be, beyond that question, my additional question would be, what was the purpose in making it feel good? Meaning, why is there also a sensation of relief and pleasure for a man if it's utilitarian only? If it's just utilitarian, then he could have made it like and well, sneezes feel good too, but obviously not another level. But it could have been like throwing up. That's not pleasurable. Like, oh, well, you just throw up and boom, now you've produced whatever. It didn't have to be a pleasurable experience. Or a hiccup. Hiccup is probably a better thing. Like a hiccup, it's very like it takes over your whole body in that sense, but it's not pleasurable.
Well, it would be hard for you to want to do something that's not pleasurable, right? To that
right.
degree.
I would think it's
You'll probably
pleasurable
avoid
because
it.
so you want to keep doing it, so you keep procreating. You keep
Yeah.
attempting to procreate, and it feels good. So we're gonna keep doing this.
But you don't think that the idea of carrying on your lineage would be motivating enough for men?
No, I think because I always think of things of like in a primitive perspective. Like without all of this knowledge of like, yeah, let me just, I want to see my grandkids, and like I don't think if we were primitive, like we just like, oh, I need my lineage. I don't think we're thinking about that. I think we just kind of doing what feels natural. So I think the jury's out on if God wanted women to come. I think the jury's out on that, but because it just don't make sense of like, all right, I'm a man, I can come in 2 minutes. It makes sense because the faster I get it, I do what I got to do, the faster we can make a baby. Like every other species of male, a horse, a lion, it's real fast for the most species.
Yeah,
for most mammals.
We're the only ones that do that for pleasure. All the other
Yeah.
species do it simply for procreation.
Okay, no, I heard that there's one animal that
bonobos,
pleasure.
like
Is it-
bonobo monkeys or something like that.
What?
I think it's called bonobo monkeys. Like
I
they
heard that
actually
there's
have
an
sex for
animal.
pleasure.
Yeah, there's
Dogs
one
do it for
animal.
pleasure,
I thought
too.
it was like a whale or something, but yeah, there's one animal that you guys can Google it.
Hold on.
I think dogs like it too.
No,
dogs
that
be
actually
doing it.
might be a good point because a dog will hump a pillow.
He'll anything. He try and get off. Them dogs be trying to get off. So I don't.
So I heard a crazy story about this. Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Bonobos,
Okay.
chimpanzees.
There was a story where there was this show where you can call in and basically try to find out why you're the person who ghosted you. So this guy gets a call and he asks about his date, and he's like, why did you leave? It was like he left like he was on fire or something. It was something like that. Like he left in the middle of a date. And so he's telling the story, and he said the girl was really pretty. Like he fully thought they were going to get it in. And they start watching a movie, and she had this little dog, and the little dog kept trying to hump his leg, and it was so awkward. And he was just like, and so she called herself taking the L and had the dog hump her leg instead. And then she was like, he said, not only was that weird, and I was just like, I don't even know what to do. She said she was encouraging the dog so that the dog could basically climax. And I was like, this has to be the weirdest story ever. And I was trying so hard not to judge what these people look like. But I was like, this has to be the weirdest story ever. Because I've heard of dogs humping. That's what the host said. I've heard of dogs humping, but I've never heard of the owner encouraging it or like wanting the dog to have pleasure. And she was just like, yeah, I didn't want to like, you said what?
But it sounds like bestiality. Sounds a little
strange. Yeah, I was like,
that's gross. That's,
like anytime a dog's ever tried to hump my leg, I'm just like, ew. Like, yeah, like we call the lipstick. Even the lipstick starts showing. I'm like, ew. Like, I don't even want to be around. For her to let him and be like, all right, good. I was like,
oh no, that's
she's enjoying that too.
Yeah,
I don't like that. I don't like it.
Just so y'all have a fact, like bonobos, about 75% of them have sexual encounters for pleasure. It's the way that they socially bond, resolve conflict, and they use sex to communicate about their other social relationships. So they use it as a way to communicate with each other too.
So question, how do they know that though? That would be my question.
Yeah, how does it?
Because humans are arrogant.
They actually study them very closely because they're really close to the human species. But
are they smoking cigarettes after, like laying in the fetal position? Like,
what? Honestly, that's a great question.
They're not like doing like sign language.
So they engage in a wide range of sexual behaviors, including manual genital massage, oral sex, and tongue-on-tongue kissing.
Oral sex too?
Wow.
Imagine being a zookeeper watching
Yonci,
that.
you better put that back.
What happened?
Go check your bank account.
You lied.
Damn.
I don't see nothing.
Go check your bank account. You want me to show you?
That's crazy. You can't just end on
okay. Okay, I see it.
Good night.
You were not about to just end on the
Right. Yeah, that's not the way to end this show.
God.
I had you. How come it didn't send me a text like it normally does?
I don't know. I said check your bank account. I didn't say check your text message.
No. Me checking my bank account is what made me see it. I'm saying normally it'll send me a text saying that you sent something.
Okay.
How much time did you have?
Just 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna go in 10-minute increments and see how we feel.
I'm so sleepy. I'm trying to hold on.
After this next game, I'm tapping out.
Or
put some coffee in it.
the squad has spoken.
I'm not gonna lie. I was interested in what Chanel was saying. I was like,
go ahead.
Carry on.
A lot of National Geographic. So
yeah, but let's get off this subject before she kills us again. While we talking about animals.
I cannot. She said we can't go out like that.
Right.
Okay, so let's have fun with this one. Okay, we'll lighten it up a little bit.
It's so hard to be humble. It's so hard to be.
No, they roasted him in the comments.
The personality over looks or the phone that he got, the picture he got.
And that is how they roasted him.
Oh.
By asking questions like that. Bless his heart.
Okay. A nice personality.
And they say you have got some nerve. Got some nerve.
Because again, the clothes situation is a little bit too tight.
Okay.
A little bit too much. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Why'd you end up popping her balloon?
Probably because just a little bit, I'm not like BBL type dude, so.
Oh, well, I never had a BBL.
Okay. No worries.
It's okay.
I assumed.
Too sexy
for the trap.
Not the receipt.
Oh, that's her.
Yeah, she said we got receipts. She said it. I guess.
Wow. Why would she lie?
I'm guessing. I'm guessing she thought that she looked natural, which is interesting. Maybe more women think they look natural than I thought.
Because I would think I wouldn't want to be fodder for jokes.
Call. I don't play no games. I'm deadly.
You said what?
It's so common now. I mean, if you go through all of that to get it, you should at least admit that you got it. That's what I think.
Especially if it's kind of like a boob job. Like, remember it was so taboo to admit you had a boob job. I remember when it was taboo to admit you had extensions.
Right.
Like that you did not. And I used to have people coming up before I knew about it. I was like, why do people always come up in my head like this? And they'd be, oh, your hair is so pretty. And then finally I had someone years later tell me, girl, they checking for tracks. They want to see if that's all yours. And I was like, really? I was so mad. I was so not, because they'd be all, oh, your hair is so pretty, and be all in it. And okay, so this one is killing me, and I want to see if you guys have the question that I had after watching this clip.
Just beat up a dude last month. I beat him out the car. I don't play no games. I'm deadly.
How do you protect your man?
I'm not sure exactly how to answer that question because a man should be the protector.
I don't mean for a woman to protect me. I just beat up a dude last month. I beat him out the car. I don't play no games. I'm deadly. So what I'm saying about protect me is that I get in situations when I'm with women where I got to get out and get busy. So when I'm with you, like I expect you to protect me too. I protect any woman that know me, they very protected. People that know me know what I meant, but you guys don't know me, so you're gonna say, what? Protect them. You know what I'm saying? But that's not what I meant. I'm saying make sure that I don't do nothing stupid.
You're a hothead. Why was he laughing like that?
He was uncomfortable because they were looking at him like. So this is the question I had. I want to know if you guys had it. At this big age, why are we fighting? First, like, why is that even a question that needs to be asked?
Yeah.
Why are we fighting?
Why are you rocking it like it's a badge of honor?
Yeah, it should be something that you didn't want to do.
You're not in high school or a college having bar fights. Like, if you have had, my thing is this: if you have had a physical fist fight with a man, like if you're a dude and you had a fist fight within the last 15 years, I'm judging. Like, you better have a real story. Like, your mom got knocked. Like, I feel you're in your 40s. Like, that stuff should have ended in your 20s. If you over here, like, well, I didn't like how he looked at me, or oh, someone gave you the stank eye on the freeway, you're ready to pull over and throw him. Like,
yeah.
Too many people have guns.
Pull the guy out the car. Like,
he
in fairness, I was a thug when I was younger, so my last fight was in my 30s.
That wasn't
that was part of your occupation. It sounds like.
Yeah.
So
how old are you now?
51.
No, you said 15 years ago.
51.
Thank you. Who said that? Which one of y'all said that?
Own it. Own it.
I said it.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to give credit where it's due. I appreciate you.
No,
oh my goodness.
That guy sounds like he's on. What do they take?
Steroids.
Steroids, because he's all juice, like he little. Like
he don't sound like he on steroids. He sound like he just got something wrong with him in the brain.
Just plain old raw.
Yeah.
A little touch, maybe too many hits to the head. I will say this though, ladies, and I said it in the group chat. I really enjoyed tonight. My nose, I usually be complaining and dragging. Oh my God, I'm tired. Y'all haven't had me so entertained. My thing is I like diversity of opinions. I don't need everyone to agree with me. And if you disagree with me, at least be articulate and explain why in a way that makes sense. Like, I love those type of discourses. So this has been really fun. Let me know in the comments too if you've been enjoying it. And I just hope that more women, are comfortable coming on this show. I know we have some strong personalities. And you got to be able to hold your own. And I think you guys did a lovely idea. None of y'all got outside your character. I didn't see not one neck. I didn't see not one air grab. Like, y'all are represent Black queens. That's all I gotta say.
Air grab.
No air grabs. All the air has been left in its place. So that was awesome. Okay, can y'all stand another clip?
Yeah.
This one is one where it's just like, Sir, you should be embarrassed to even be outside.
Yeah, I like to travel.
Have you been out the country?
Yes, I have. I was in the Navy, so I've been a few places.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You got kids?
I do.
How many kids you got?
I have one.
You been married before?
I have not.
Sorry, that's a deal breaker. I mean, how old are you?
38.
Yeah, 38. Never been married. Got kids. That's a deal breaker. I don't like quitters. You might as well stay single. Probably good at it.
What? What just happened?
You're probably good at it.
Wait,
what do you mean?
Because if you've been single until you're 38, that means you're good at it. Don't quit.
How old are you?
I'm 48. I was married for 17 years.
So you a quitter too?
Nah, she quit me.
8. Well, we almost 50. You still single? You can stay single too. No?
Maybe.
Okay.
What kind of logic?
I don't like quitters. Stay single.
See, this, like, I feel like guys think that we're joking sometimes when we talk about the horror stories and dating.
Yeah, see, I added 3 minutes too because I like that clip. I'd like to talk about that clip.
Yeah, because that was a setup. She was going to end the show with that one.
I was.
You got an extra 3 minutes to talk about this.
Okay.
I was so confused because he said he seemed to be bothered that she didn't get married but had a kid, but then he flipped it into. I don't think he.
You're good at being single.
He said, "I don't want you to be a quitter." So if she got married, she would have been a quitter.
Yeah, but
of singleness.
No,
was after he said, "Have you been married?" and she said, "No." That's when he was like, "Oh, that's a deal breaker."
Let's watch it again. No, I think you're right. Let's watch.
Yeah, he's saying that she should just stay single because she's good at it.
Right, but yeah, he shouldn't have had that reaction to her being never been married. Why is this not playing?
Almost like
He's married for 17 years. And she
I like sometimes they just keep trying to say stuff to go viral. I don't know.
I do too, but it's like that's a dumb reason to go viral.
A good question on this one is, why do people feel like if you got married and got divorced that you're somehow better than people that are still single? Like those are both single at the end of the day.
They say, well, that means no one wanted you enough to marry you, but it's
Or
like
you got married because settled.
Someone wanted you enough to, well, or you could say someone did love you enough to marry you, and you were so trash they threw you back. So it's like you could argue any.
Yeah.
I think that men and women do this real hard. Like I think women think that women get their value from men, and I think a lot of men think that women get their value from men. But because I saw a post the other day where girls were just pretty much saying my worst fear is being a baby mom, and I was just thinking like, why are girls saying this about other girls? And they in the comments like, yeah, this is my worst fear. I never want to be a baby mom. But like, so you pretty much, the logic is saying that had you got married before you had the baby, then got a divorce, you're in the clear because the man bestowed a value upon you. You're good. But like, if you get a divorce, a man didn't want you, so he took the value back. Now you're just a single. You just got divorced. You're no good, right? So it's like, does a man give you your value, and why are you?
So I'll say why because I was somebody who did not want to be a single mom, like didn't want to be a baby mama, but felt slightly not as bad being a divorced mom because to me there is a dignity of going at it in an order. So if you get married and you had, because it would be the same thing if I had gotten pregnant and then eventually he married me type of a thing. To me, there's more honor for me personally. So I'm not downing anyone. I would rather be married first and then have children. And if it ends up divorced, then it's divorced, as opposed to I got pregnant and then I married the guy.
I agree with that.
And why so?
For me, it's because of faith and society, which a lot of society is based on faith.
So basically, faith.
Right.
So okay, you got a belief system that makes sense for you.
Right.
But anybody without.
And also, I'm sorry if I can add this part too. And also, it's not an intelligent decision to make. And it's also, to me, a selfish decision to knowingly go in and make a baby, knowing you cannot give them a household with both the masculine and the feminine present. So that's that.
Now, let's say it's a couple who they're together, they're not married. They don't want to get married. That's not really one of the things they think about. How about that situation?
They don't want to get married, but are they cohabitating in the same house?
Yeah, so they live together, the kids, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as long as the masculine and the feminine is together, I put more value on that and the kid having a stable home than the title, you know, the marital title, because you can have a toxic thing and have the title, and some people don't even live in the same house, but they have the title.
Yeah, I feel like people don't really think it through. I understand the religious perspective; it makes sense. You know, the book tell you what to do. Nah, stop. Go check your bank account.
Mine.
Oh my god!
Stealing all my thunder.
All right, so I'm tapping out. I got it 8 o'clock in the morning, so y'all gonna have to run this without me, boy.
You
sure
really
won't
hung
leave it
in there though, Nice.
It's only 2 more minutes.
Oh, we good.
Yeah, I ain't.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's just a couple more minutes. I ain't. Yeah, but
See, he's like that guy. Like, I just want to touch your thigh. Well, no, I just want to, you know, see your panties. No, I just want.
How do we
Inching.
No, you see, like my meeting is starting in 15 minutes. I'm still in my bed. What's happening? Slippery slope. Slippery slope. I cannot.
Yeah, we going to about 151.
51. You paid attention. I see you.
151. Yeah. Any closing you know statements for everybody?
I'm gonna answer this question: love or loyalty? You got to pick one.
Loyalty.
Okay.
Loyalty. I can't have. Of course, ideally, you want both, but loyalty. But at the end of the day,
I will say love only for this reason. I believe that love makes you loyal.
I was going to say, how do you have one without the other?
Yep, because you can't tell me you love me and not be loyal. Because if you're not loyal, then I know that you don't love me.
you actually can tell somebody you love them and not be loyal.
And not be loyal.
You could say the words "I love you," but I'm talking about the actual
actions.
Yeah, because love means, well, I'm gonna say agape. Agape means I am going to treat you the way I would want to be treated and have your best interest at heart. It's not an emotion. You make my heart pitter patter. So I don't know if you're
when you think about it,
your heart pitter patter or loyal. Is that what you're asking, or like actual definition of love? What I think is actual.
I got a question. So if do you want somebody to love you more than they love themselves?
No.
Oh no, because then they're gonna be
okay. So now I got a question. So if somebody loves themselves, and let's say they love you, there are things that they do that's not in their best interest, also, right? Like, I'm pretty sure people don't wake up when they know they should wake up sometimes, and maybe they don't eat the right things that they should eat sometimes. They might be technically poison that they're putting in their body, like liquor or something like that. But you might be in a relationship. He might love the mess out of you, and he loves himself, but he does do that sometimes. Does that mean that a man can't love you and and not be loyal at some point?
That's a good question, Mont. I can speak from my experience. And I know, Yonci, I kind of briefly shared my previous relationship. I was in a relationship with a guy for 2 years, and I loved him.
Minute for you.
And thank you. I appreciate you.
No, I think it was like
I loved him deeply, and I believed he loved me as well. However, I was his first official relationship, like adult relationship, and in that there were a lot of things that I know I needed to learn, but there were also a lot of things for him that had a hold on him, which was really hard for me to watch. Like, again, I don't drink or smoke. He drinks. And also there were other things that were like unfavorable, like just specific addictions that I didn't recognize were there until I was deeply into the relationship. So in that, I feel like you can love somebody. Like, I know it was in him to want to love me, but there were things that were holding him that he was not fully able to release himself from, if that makes sense. And for me, growing up with people in my life where I've seen them struggle with addiction, I was so much more open to being like, oh, maybe you just were going through something. Like, so I was making certain excuses for this person because of the love of me wanting to love them unconditionally. Whereas there were things that were harming me as a result of things that had a hold on them. So I feel like that answered the question, but like, I do think that there is a loyalty that I would be looking for. Like, I would want the person to love me, but if there is like, addiction has such a strong hold on people that it's hard for you to be in love with somebody and be loyal to them when you have certain things holding on to you. And that comes in different forms. It's not always just like substance. I mean, it comes in like porn, you know, it's all kinds of stuff.
But you ask a question that's poignant because I always say, women, if you allow certain behaviors, this is an indication that you don't love yourself enough. I don't think that there's anyone who does zero self-love. Obviously, you would just never take care of yourself. But it shows the degree to which you do. So I believe that actions reflect the amount of love the other person has for you.
Nope.
I think love fades.
Check your bank account.
Got him.
You
What?
Yonci.
I got-
End like that.
I added 2 minutes.
You gotta know.
Oh my God.
Well-
I'm glad I'm in California because it's only 10.
I wanted to ask.
Bless y'all hearts.
I wanted to ask, do you love your children? Does everybody, you think everybody love their children?
Absolutely.
I don't have any.
Most people do.
I love my children. I have limits.
And have you done things that may not have been in their best interest before, and you felt like, oh, I'm not a good parent today?
I have.
I've chosen myself over my kids plenty of times.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, love and loyalty. Sometimes things happen. Not things happen. Sometimes people make decisions that may not be aligned with the love.
I do think if you say to some degree, are there going to be ways that you are not your best to that person? But I think when you come to actual loyalty, to me, that's another level. Because especially if you're talking about loyalty from a stance of like actual penetration, there are a million steps before I have a man penetrating me. Like there are.
That's you. It ain't so many steps for everybody else.
You said one. Pull that man.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, I have to go out. I have to talk to somebody. We have to meet up. Like, there are so many points that you could say no. So for me, it's inappropriate. And even loyalty when it comes to how you conduct yourself. You know, like how I am. Like I had a guy do a delivery today, and you know, I've got the security camera or whatever. And when he saw me, he added a sweetie on the end, which he probably wouldn't have done. Right. And so I'm like, I could have been like, oh, thank you, and put a little extra twinkle in my eyes. Like there's so many ways in which I can respect my relationship, respect my man. And I feel like all of that is loyalty. So every single time I'm doing something, I'm making a choice on how I am or am not going to respect him.
And I look at it as like respect, loyalty,
2 minutes
are the things that are needed. Love is not required. And
you are petty at this point.
I will talk to you guys next week because I got to
2 minutes.
We're just all gonna have to hang up.
They're like two. Nice, so you're not gonna fool me 15 times in a row.
Peace.
Good night,
All right,
sir.
we can say goodnight. You know?
All right, we're gonna use these 2 minutes to say goodnight.
Yeah, everybody. Everybody can give their closing statements. Give your closing statements.
Oh wait, and I have theme music for it. Okay, hold on.
This has been fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Yonci, for hosting this, and thank you for inviting us and having your platform.
Yay,
I love it.
Being on and bringing us to 1:56 a.m.
Y'all made me proud. And Chanel, you're on the East Coast, right?
I am on the Midwest in there.
Oh, that's right. I'm
in Chicago.
You're where?
On the East Coast.
You're East Coast. Child, bless you.
And I'm supposed to go to the gym at 6. We're gonna see how this gonna go.
Oh, well.
I gotta take kids to school in the morning, so.
Bless your heart.
Oh yeah, I do too. I forgot I don't get to sleep. That's too much.
Y'all gotta take kids to school.
I gotta take my son to school.
I mean, no,
and
bless
then
your
go to work.
heart. Amazing parents, I'm sure.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Thanks, Mom, for the love.
Thank you.
I love the journey you will
Good night,
grow. Oh, see you my every dream, more than words could ever mean. Bruises so beautifying. You're the one my heart's desire. Can't see you my every dream. Now and forever it's meant to be. Tell me, will you spend your life with me? Will you spend your life with me?
Who would have thought that it would have taken me 41 years to find my forever space partner?
Will you spend your life with